You can't promise the list and go, guys, what are you worried about this list we promised you guys?
I know.
Like,
It's also so funny how clearly they got the list and went, guys, who even cares? Like, they obviously the whole time leading up to it were like, that we're going to get that fucking list. And then one day they were like, what are we even talking about?
Also, you get the list and you go, me 7 times?
Me again? Son of a bitch. Everything bad that's ever happened to me, I've gone, I didn't do that.
Yeah.
With actual conviction.
Yeah.
Dude, when I got canceled from SNL, agent called me and was like, did you say that? And I was like,
no.
I would never say that. They sent me the video. I said, guys, there's floods in Texas. What are you guys even talking about?
All right, so in that short clip right there, Shane and Matt explained what's going on with the Epstein files better than Tim Dillon or Alex Jones did during this whole hour-long emergency podcast they just did dedicated to explaining what's going on with the Epstein files. I mean, Tim still just keeps coming up with all these other excuses, but at least Alex said Trump's name is in the files, but of course the deep state put it there. And he kept saying he's done research and Trump is associated with Epstein, but he didn't do anything that inappropriate with him. But there were a couple moments where Alex was like, but maybe he did do something. So Alex was trying his best with the mental gymnastics to try to blame anyone but Trump. But I don't know how much longer he can keep this up. He seemed really stressed out and he kept smoking cigarettes the whole time. And it sounds like he might be starting to feel he's complicit in the cover-up. Also, at one point, he hinted that the White House was trying to bribe him to either stop talking about Epstein or to push Trump's narrative about it. Just like they're doing with Tim, it seems like they're trying to bribe him with food, which seems to be somewhat working for now at least. I mean, he's obviously talking about how bad this looks for Trump and everything, but he never really blames him directly. And he keeps talking about money laundering still and how Trump is just scared for his life and how the deep state is trying to cover it up and all that stuff. He also admitted that he did talk to JD Vance. That's who he had dinner with last week. And JD must have really pushed this money laundering narrative on him because before that dinner, I don't think Tim really talked about this aspect much or at all. But then the last podcast he did after the dinner, he spent like 10 minutes ranting about how Trump should come out and say he used Epstein for money laundering and that's why he's scared to release the files. Then during this episode, in the beginning, Tim brought it up again. When Alex was talking about how Trump is imploding over this, Tim randomly starts talking about money laundering. And then Alex is like, yeah, the larger issue was the money laundering.
Having to report this, that this is beyond insane.
Yeah.
And it's like Trump blowing his feet off with a 12-gauge shotgun.
Well, we know that this was not only a blackmail operation, but it was also a money laundering operation. We know that Jeffrey Epstein was working for billionaires like Les Wexner and many others and moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear.
So I agree with you, very astute. I was going to make that point. This isn't even so much about human trafficking as it is about the money laundering. And it was more than just trafficking underage girls. That was kind of like a side hors d'oeuvre or little rider. The larger issue was money laundering.
So it's just weird that Tim keeps bringing this up all of a sudden. And obviously they do still talk about the blackmail and how bad this looks for Trump's administration and how it looks like they're trying to cover up the files. But then they spend the whole time just kind of beating around the bush and trying to blame it on the deep state, Israel, Trump's administration, Trump being scared for his life, and Trump's donors pressuring him, which I agree Epstein, I'm sure, did work for Israeli intelligence. But if Trump is very pro-Israel and his administration is full of Zionists, and he partied with and was good friends with the guy who ran a blackmail operation for Israel, what does that say? I mean, it seems like the obvious guess would be maybe Israel has blackmail on Trump. But Tim never brings this up as a possibility. Instead, he thinks Trump is scared for his life and his donors want him to cover up the files. And now also Alex claims they have dirt on a member of Trump's administration, the guy who is neighbors with Epstein, so that is a possibility. But why would Trump pick him if that's the case, if the guy was neighbors with Epstein? And Alex said he got this information from somebody at the FBI. Apparently they called him and told him Israel's blackmailing Howard Lutnick. But also Alex says it's not like Lutnick did anything wrong though. So I think Alex is trying to use him as a scapegoat, but also doesn't want to completely throw him under the bus here.
And I don't believe from my sources, and this is high-level FBI, that it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor that's heavily involved.
A top financial advisor? Are we talking about Epstein's neighbor?
We are. No, well, let's just say you brought it out. You're smart to figure it out. Nobody else was. I'm sure it's true.
Yeah.
They're blackmailing him with Ludnick. I've confirmed that from the FBI.
हाँ डोर बंद
And it's not that Ludnick did anything wrong.
करो इसी लगेगा
Yeah. And, you know, this is the leverage that Israel is using over Trump right now to do all this. And my information is it's not Trump himself. He's just all this other stuff to try to embarrass him, beauty pageants, flying twice on his plane from New York to Palm Beach. And again, Trump was all release it until he got that meeting with Netanyahu with everybody.
Well, a lot of the
independents, and
fundraising came from very big donors, people like Miri Madelson and stuff like that have a lot of political connections in Israel, obviously. And I think there's probably pressure from that avenue as well, of people that spent a lot of money to help Trump get elected that are probably telling him, let's make this go away. Let's not have this be an embarrassment or worse.
They walk into the trap, and now, oh, by the way, that stuff we raided from the Democrats, it's all about you. And it doesn't mean it's real. I already predicted it's recycled. And, it's recycled BS about Trump, and that's why I think that's why we're
Do you
seeing
think
the fit.
there's any part of him that says they'll kill me because they tried to, they maybe tried to in Pennsylvania, where...
And even though Alex was doing mental gymnastics, trying to blame anyone but Trump, it seems like he might jump off the Trump train soon. But he's in a tough spot because also he says Trump is like his lifeboat. But I don't know how much longer he can keep this up. There were times where he kind of had the same take as Shane and Matt, but he thinks Trump looked at the files and realized the deep state put his name in there, which is the narrative Trump has been pushing. But then also, he would occasionally be like, maybe Trump did do some stuff with Epstein that we shouldn't have.
They're gonna drop a dime. Oh, we've really got the real file. So Trump's like, yeah, go get it, grab it, get him. They get the file, then the FBI, we confirm this, looks at it. It's got all this stuff about Trump in it, whether it's true or not. Bondi and them come back and say to Trump, it's got all this about you. Then you see the deer in the headlights interview 2 months ago with Bongino and Kash Patel on Fox. Trump has learned, or this is a big possibility, they've spiked it with poison pills. They're not just going to take out bad stuff about them. They're going to add all the innuendo, all the Jane Does, all the stuff recycled in. Then Trump comes off his social last Saturday, 8-9 days ago, Saturday before last, and says, hey, they control the file. Not saying Epstein doesn't exist or wasn't bad. That's how the media spun it. He says they put a bunch of bull in there, which I was even able to predict. So that's one track of what it is and why he acted so scared and hysterical. The other track is he was a big playboy. He was hanging out with Epstein. He was running beauty pageants. Maybe he did some stuff he wasn't supposed to.
Sure.
He had some and now they're bringing it out. So now the jury's out on Trump.
And one of the most telling signs here is just how desperate the administration seems to be. Meeting with Tim and then calling all these other influencers to try to do damage control. It sounds like a disaster. And halfway through this podcast, Alex is like, man, Trump is making this really hard for me. It sounds like Alex is torn between just trying to tell the truth and helping Trump do damage control. So it's a tough spot. You could tell he's starting to feel the pressure. Like, he even admitted that the White House called him and said, what do you want? Like, insinuating, is there anything we can do to get you to stop talking about this or help us push a narrative? Which is probably what they did with Tim Dillon, and he asked for a seafood dinner with J.D. Vance. So I guess we'll see how long the White House wants to pay for Tim's dinners. They aren't cheap. Tim loves to eat, so hopefully they add his dinner budget to the big, beautiful bill. If not, they might lose him. So also it seems like Alex is worried about being an accomplice in the cover-up too. He asked him about that as well.
Almost perfectly on track for what, and then it just started going sideways, and now it's moving very quickly in the wrong direction. And I have no interest in them failing. My God, the Democrats are literally trying to put me in prison and suing me and all this other. It's like my lifeboat I'm in is Trump, and then he's poking holes in the bottom of the boat. And I can tell you a lot more. I've had the White House call up last week. What do you want? I'm like, oh, you think I'm doing all this just to get something? I've never asked for anything. I want you to do what you were elected to do.
Yeah.
So it went from you're bad, we're gonna have our influencers attack you 2 weeks ago to what do you want?
Yeah. Well, they want it to go away. They want this to go away.
How are you processing this? Because I'm not a lesser two evils guy, but overall, Trump administration is a lot better, I think, than Democrats. But at the same time, there's an integrity issue because I become an accomplice by extension,
Agreed.
Tim Dillon,
Agreed.
if I join in on the cover-up.
Agreed. I process it the same way you process it. I think securing the border, having having the American working class regain ground.
So this shit just keeps getting crazier every day, and I'll give credit to Tim and Alex. At least they still talk about Epstein. It's obviously the administration would love for them just to stop talking about it completely, but also that would be way too suspicious. But I guess we'll see where things go from here. So make sure you subscribe, and if you want to make sure you stay up to date with everything, check out the Patreon. I post a ton of extra content on there, and I recently just talked about Sam Hyde's crash out on Harlan Williams. That was wild. And I've also talked about how Epstein associates try to use Rogan's podcast to vindicate themselves, and how the tech elites use it to promote their agenda, like Mark Zuckerberg tried earlier this year, and it's a complete disaster. It was so funny, so make sure you check it out. There'll be a link in the description.
There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding-dong. And so what if there was? That's a lot better than World War III, Owen. I never sucked any ding-dongs. But I'll tell you, if they were going to blackmail me to start World War III about one, I'd say, hey, I sucked a golf ball through a freaking garden hose.
A year ago, I made 2 videos on Ahmad Ghazi, a popular business guru on social media, exposing a couple elements of his operation that I thought were scams. The first video has around 1.7 million views and is titled Scammer Ahmad Ghazi Finally Exposed. This video covered his backstory and an NFT project that warranted a group of his customers to contact me and help make the video. Following that video, a friend notified me that he had been scammed by a course Ahmad sold that I wasn't even aware of. So I released part 2 a couple months later, covering what he shared with me. This video highlighted how Ahmad Ghazi's course selling business operated. With over 2 million views between the 2 videos, people were clearly interested in seeing what was uncovered. Iman never addressed the allegations until the other day. He posted 18 stories to his Instagram addressing people calling him a scammer. I actually think what triggered him to do so was this post a few days before on Ballerbuster's Instagram account of a lawyer who created a reel highlighting mostly what my videos exposed. I made a couple videos on Iman and essentially called him a scammer, so I think it's only right that we at least hear his side of the story, and we'll see if we can find any flaws. Enough is enough. For years I decided to play the bigger guy and ignore the blatant lies about me. I thought I've literally recorded my life for 10 years. There's no way anyone with half a brain cell could believe these things, but clearly I'm wrong. I've heard lie after lie perpetuated about me. Aman has notoriously filmed his ascent on YouTube since he was a pimply-faced teenager, so he isn't wrong. But just because you recorded yourself and posted on YouTube doesn't really mean anything. If you scam people today, you could have been a pastor or a saint, and it holds no weight in a court of law or logic. I should have done this a long time ago. Let's debunk some of the ridiculous flat-out lies about me, any claims of scamming in my digital product business. Just so we're clear in communication, here's the legal definition of a scam. The intentional use of deceit, a trick, or some dishonest means to deprive another of their money, property, or a legal right. Just having a course by itself is not a scam. I know some of you don't think like this, but by definition, make money online courses are not scams. The very important relationship, though, is what was promised and what was delivered. Iman having a course by itself is not a scam. Where a course becomes a scam is if what was promoted, promised, or implied is not remotely close to what the course provided. Our policy the last 3 years is a very simple one and extremely favorable to our customers. Try the product for 7 days. If you're not satisfied with it for any reason, we will refund you, no questions asked. Having your customers value your product is the easiest way to avoid being called a scammer. Today's sponsor, Clean My Mac, is a product I value because I use it regularly, as it saves my most precious resources, focus, mental clarity, and ability to be productive. The all-new Clean My Mac is your ultimate solution for Mac control and care. Every week I use Clean My Mac to improve my computer's performance with just a few clicks. You'd be surprised how many old files still exist on your computer that can be deleted for better performance. These benefits are why they were listed on Apple's 2025 App Store Top 25 Best Apps list. Smart care, cleanup, protection, performance, and applications are features that I've been using since I began using Clean My Mac 5 years ago to eliminate duplicates, remove system cache, development junk, and unnecessary files that can easily take up space, and also to keep my Mac protected with Moonlock anti-malware engine. They have a new feature called Space Lens, which builds a detailed map of your storage with folders shown as bubbles of various sizes. The tool analyzes both internal and external drives, turning the junk hunt into an interactive game. I use my computer for work, and I'm in a creative industry, so Clean My Mac provides a lot of value to me because a fast computer is necessary. Creativity can't thrive with too much clutter, which is why using their tools is essential. Get tidy with Clean My Mac today. Try 7 days free and use my code Spencer for 20% off.
If there's a refund policy, it can't be a scam. Like, my policy is very simple.
Exactly.
It's 7 days. It used to be 14 days. 7 days or 14 days, depending on when you bought the products when. No questions asked, money back guaranteed. I've given we're about to cross $5 million in refunds. Our refunds is still only single digits. So we have about a 6%, 6.5% refund rate, something like that. And my whole thing is very simple. Like, try the product for a week. If it's not what you were promised, that's cool. Ask for money back, and that's that.
That interview was released in April, and he posted the Instagram stories a couple months later in June, but I found something interesting. He claims in June that he's paid out almost $10 million in refunds in his digital product business. I'm sure there's some nuance, so I'm not trying to play gotcha with him, but if he's doubled his total refunds in just a couple months, then that tells me his marketing might be a little misleading, and we'll get to this in a minute. He also tries to point to Nike as an analogy.
In what world are you allowed to buy a pair of Nike shoes, wear them for 7 days, sleep in them, like literally consume the entire thing, and then on day 7 you go back to Nike and they have a no questions asked money back guarantee? No questions asked.
The obvious logical flaw here is that Nike incurs a cost from you returning the shoe, and they can't resell the shoe that you returned. A digital course incurs zero cost to refund the customer, and there's no limitations on your ability to resell the same product. Trying to claim in any way our products are a scam is ludicrous. As long as he delivers what is promised and people are refunded if they feel like the course isn't what was expected, then his courses aren't a scam. But my second video detailed a course that he sold a friend of mine for $10,000 and never delivered on, which by definition makes it a scam. My friend even commented on this video that he and many others were scammed from his Apex product. That doesn't mean every single one of his courses is a scam or his entire brand was built on a scam, but there were numerous people who felt scammed by Apex and haven't been refunded, which I believe is totally worthy of a video exposing that situation. He then posted text from his team indicating they had nearly $1.8 million in refunds last month alone. While I very much appreciate Make Money Online gurus actually delivering refunds, isn't it funny how showing nearly $1.8 million in refunds is him trying to make this a positive? Is it just me, or does that indicate that there's maybe a little bit of a massive product quality problem? He is obviously attracting people who shouldn't be buying his products, which happens when you utilize a wealthy lifestyle to influence people into thinking they can get rich like you if they buy your course.
Okay, a hilarious one I see is all the stuff trying to take my UK company and discern all these things, and a lot of people are sleeping on it when they don't even understand how the accounting system or auditing system works in the UK. If you have a business that has less than 7.5 million cash on hand or less than 50 employees, you don't have to release audited books. So they take my unaudited statements. First of all, they don't even know how to read these things right. So I'll give you an example. I'll take my company, IG Online Services. So this is ending 31st January. So this is January 2018 to 2019. And they'll be like, oh yeah, he only has 8,000 in assets. It's like, okay, well, first of all, you're not even looking at the cash on hand at bank. And all that is not to mention this, I don't have to show my revenue, I don't have to show my expenses, I don't have to show my profit, I don't have to report anything.
He has shown the day-to-day of running an agency on his YouTube channel many years ago, so I think he's referring to people who have been making videos on him that allege he never even had an agency. Even in my first video where I highlighted his backstory, I said that he probably has some success as an agency owner. He released this video on August 18, 2017 titled Closing Another $3,000 per Month Client. It seems pretty clear that he was running an agency and was making money doing so, but I don't think it was unfair for me to point out public documents showing numbers that would make you at least question how successful he really was.
So hopefully now you understand the whole tax return. Looking at my unaudited statements online is a whole load of horseshit. In fact, I'll prove it even further with my actual company tax return, which I've got sat right in front of me here. But once again, you have these people reporting and trying to do all these hit pieces, and they don't even understand how these things work. So once again, I have nothing to hide. Let me just show you obviously I've removed my tax reference number, but there we go. Here we have my tax return from 31st of January 2018 to 30th of January 2019. And there we go. Total turnover, trade, 864,000, trading profits, 450.
I assumed he was in the low six figures in profit, so I wasn't too far off, but I do want to give credit to Iman for showing tax returns. I think the guru course selling industry would be a lot better if there were an agency that could validate whether the guru actually made the money they claim to have made.
So there we have it, 864,000 pounds in total turnover, aka revenue, which was about 1.25 million back then at those exchange rates. And we have 856,000 pounds in trading profits, which once again back then was about $650,000, $700,000 in profit. So if you take $650,000, $700,000 profit, so about $700,000 in profit in 2018, and you take the $300,000 in profit in 2017, which once again was when I was operating in my own personal name, I had no company back then. If you add those two numbers together, you get the $1 million in profit. When I say I made $1 million in profit by the time I was 18, there we go. There's the evidence, there's the proof.
There's no doubt that Iman is a high achiever and very successful. Making $1 million in a self-employed business before the age of 21 is very impressive. But why did he stop this business to become a course seller? He then addressed the idea that he didn't have an agency. By showing showing thumbnails for videos and then closing clients. And then he showed a message exchange with the ex-CEO of Aura Ring, who was one of Iman's clients, and the amount they were paying at the time. I don't think Iman is a fake guru because he actually made money as an agency owner, and I don't think selling a make money online course is scamming, but it's the next image that brings up ethical questions in the course selling industry. I've always said I managed to get it around 7 figures a year. After that, I hit a ceiling in the business and eventually closed it down in 2022. The remaining post
कहाँ गलती है थोड़ा बताइए डूबी मैं बता रहा हूँ अगर मैं होता तो ये जगह में हैक हो मैं घूम जाता भाई कसम से मैं घूम जाता I'm saying there's a little bit of unhacking going on either go all the way or don't too short fuck them kids confident okay one stairs one corrector open आए तू मेरे वाह you will die
is him explaining why his agency wasn't a sellable asset, which simply isn't true. It might be a little more difficult because Iman's face and name were the value, but this is a very solvable problem. But that isn't that important. The real reason he shut down the business is the market shifted, running an agency became harder, and selling courses on becoming an agency owner was 100x more profitable. A recent video posted to his business YouTube channel had the title, How I Made $92.7 Million with Digital Products So You Can Just Copy Me. That number's probably pretty accurate, which gives you an idea on how much money he's made selling courses. On a recent podcast, he was asked about his net worth.
Let me put it this way, it's over 100 now.
It's over 100?
Yeah. That I can comfortably say.
In his Instagram rant, he never addressed the bulk of my accusations, which involved the NFT project not being delivered on and another course called Apex that was not delivered on either. Those were definitely scams, but the bulk of his money wasn't from those two projects, it was from selling his main course, so let's cover that now.
Like, we get 300 million views on our own accounts. We know short form better than anyone else on earth. Anyone else on earth. At some point, I had 65 people full-time in my company, just on short form. Full-time.
What were 65 people doing though?
Posting about 15,000 pieces of content a month. On our own accounts. There's like 150 accounts.
He followed the Andrew Tate method of having a team create hundreds of accounts across all platforms to push content of themselves and make it appear like they were everywhere, because they almost literally were in everyone's feed at the time. It's content like this video titled Iman Ghazi's insane $3 million watch collection. And this one titled I Spent $592,000 on cars in 1 week that attracts the most buyers to the courses. When Iman shut down his agency to sell a course on running an agency, that signaled to me that the opportunity was in selling the courses. I personally find it unethical when someone sells make money courses for a business that they don't even run themselves anymore. There's absolutely nothing wrong with selling a course for a business you're an expert in, but if you quit that business to teach others how to do it, then it's clear that the money is made in teaching and not doing. He's expanded into other areas by allowing experts to have their own course inside his program. I'm sure the course is solid, but a major problem I have with the course selling business is that there's no filter for purchasing. A majority of the buyers from the $93 million in sales are not going to have any form of success by taking a course. An uncomfortable amount of people buy make money online courses with a credit card and don't have any money. To be clear, that's not fully the responsibility of the course selling guru, but let's all admit it, if the guru only allowed in the ideal customer to buy the course, they'd lose 99% of their profit overnight. He recently posted a video titled Road to $1 billion, One Step Closer. He recently purchased equity in WAP, which has high growth potential. $1 billion sounds crazy, but it's possible with all his business ventures. He has a recent vlog titled Trying to Make $1 billion Before 30. It would be nice if he refunded the people who contacted me claiming they had been scammed by him, but I guess he's too busy trying to be a billionaire. Thanks for watching.
Iman Ghazi, the internet's golden boy of wealth creation. With millions of loyal followers hanging on his every word, he's painted the perfect picture. A 20-year-old self-made millionaire living life posting private jets, luxury cars, a mansion that looks straight out of a movie. The numbers are staggering. A reported net worth of over $100 million. The lifestyle, intoxicating. Young, charismatic, and supposedly built an empire before most people finish college. You've seen his content, the high production videos, the carefully curated lifestyle shots, that magnetic personality that makes success seem so attainable. And that's exactly what he's selling you, a dream. What if this perfect story isn't quite what it seems? What if the real money isn't coming from building successful businesses, but from selling courses about building successful businesses? Think about it. Luxury cars, the private jets, the mansion. What if they're all carefully calculated props in an elaborate marketing funnel? A funnel designed with one purpose, to make you believe you're just one course purchase away from living the same lifestyle. Today we're pulling back the curtain on Iman Gadzhi's empire. We're asking the question nobody wants to ask. Is he truly the agency business prodigy he claims to be? Or is he just another course seller who's mastered the art of selling the dream? Growing up in post-Soviet Russia, Iman Gadzhi's origin story reads like a dramatic screenplay. A young boy and his mother fleeing an allegedly abusive alcoholic father. Iman himself states that he didn't mind trading a hard Russian winter for the grey skies of London.
My mom and my stepdad started dating. They met in Moscow. They dated for a year and a half, 2 years. Then tried living out in London, and then eventually he proposed. We moved to London, and it was great until it wasn't great. Eventually, that kind of got rocky. I was 8 or 9, yeah. And basically he cut us off, and they kind of went their separate ways. And at that point, I realized very, very quickly I had to become the man of the house.
But there's more to this rags to riches tale than meets the eye. Enter Iman's stepfather, a wealthy businessman who split his time between the opulent streets of Dubai and Britain, orchestrating his lifestyle around tax advantages.
My stepdad moved to Dubai when I was 8 years old. So from 8 years old, he lived in Dubai, and he was only back in London for 90 days, 120 days a year. But he was also allowed more days because he had a family. So it was this weird chess move where basically he saved a lot of money on taxes. He wasn't around much, and he's stayed married to us up until the age of, I think it was 10 or 11. He also sent my mom a little money, which was like a measly amount for
Don't worry, brother, I was just checking.
And then eventually just cut us off.
The narrative Iman sells is compelling. After his mother split from his stepfather, their savings supposedly vanished. His mother, forced to take low-wage jobs, struggling to make ends meet. It's this hardship, Iman claims, that ignited his entrepreneurial fire. A young man determined to lift his family from poverty. Classic underdog story, right? The kind that tugs at heartstrings and opens wallets. A boy escaping 2 abusive father figures, watching his mother struggle on minimum wage, deciding to take control through the power of social media entrepreneurship.
A year ago, I made 2 videos on Iman Gadzhi, a popular business guru.
Can I see it?
Sure. Stand, I won't be able to see you.
I'm gonna shift around because I have back pain.
You do? Okay, as long as you come back now and then. I mean, if you want me to interview your chits, I can.
I'm gonna try my best to be a good podcast guy.
You are?
Yes.
Well, see, already you've got the camera in front of this. Look. Wait.
You've assembled
there.
this contraption, this hideous death. Is there going to be knives coming down from the ceiling? This contraption you trapped us in here.
It's a contraption. It's a death trap. It's landmines. Who knows what's in here?
Damiel.
Yes. Oh wait, I'm Harlan. What did you call me?
Can you stand next to Harlan?
Yeah, stand
Just
in
so he's
here,
got some
Damien.
backup?
Perfect. Yeah. Oh, phones on silent, boys. I feel like we're at choir school. Should we sing a choir
What's your
song?
wallpaper? What's your wallpaper?
My wallpaper on my phone?
Yeah.
It's oddly enough, it's a wallpaper of wallpaper.
Can I see it? You don't have to show the camera, but can I see it?
Sure.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Is that
It is wallpaper.
Is that someone you know, or is that someone you downloaded from the internet?
It's someone I downloaded. It's Judas.
Really?
Yeah. Used to be the backup singer. I have a thing for. Do you like Judas Priest?
No.
Hellbent for leather.
Yeah, I was the backup one of the backup singers.
Really?
Okay.
What's on your wallpaper, crazy guy?
Me, I just have a
Delivering the
Apple-
goods.
It's just like a default gradient thing.
Mine's like a
Gradient.
Yeah,
shadow.
I don't want to spoil myself.
I have a black screen because I need my battery.
Oh God.
Wallpaper takes battery?
That's
Yeah.
undramatic.
Takes
a lot of
that
I have
wallpaper of the wallpaper.
I have it on
was-
battery saver full time. That's how I roll with my phone. I don't care about 30 frames. That's enough.
You
for me.
don't?
Yeah, no.
Why?
30's enough.
Why are you so angry about it? Like, why you sound like you maybe want to like shoot up a school or something?
I want to shoot up a phone.
The $1 trillion company's trying to fuck you, and you're not angry about it? You like it?
Ask my friend. Don't ask me.
I like it. I like it.
I
What
love
kind
it.
of- Now, that's an iPhone?
Yeah.
Have you been always an iPhone?
Yeah,
iPhone?
yeah.
You never went to Android?
No, I don't like Androids.
Why?
Because just the name, it reminds me of robots.
Yeah.
Robots are going to eventually take over the planet.
Yeah.
We're all going to be slaves to robots.
Yeah, Indian people masquerading as robots. Did you know that's how AI works sometimes?
Wait, explain to it. Before you explain, because you're about to talk tech, folks, just so you know, this is the first podcast we've ever done with this many cameras, this many microphones. We're going to have tech issues. I already know it, but it's okay.
Are you even recording? Why is that screen like black on everything?
Are you serious?
I mean, look at that screen right there. It says off and stop, and there's no.
That's
no
what I
image.
mean. We're having tech issues already, but
Are
we're
you at least-
recording.
Are you at least getting audio?
We're recording.
Okay.
We're recording.
Okay.
Can you verify we're recording, please?
Testing.
Testing. 1, 2.
No, just say we're recording for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake.
Ladies and gentlemen, hang on. Theme music. If you put your headphones on, you'll hear the theme music. Sam Hyde is here, everybody. Sam Hyde in the house with his posse. Damien, Charles, Michael, Carol, and Lasagna Lips.
Yes.
Lasagna Lips. How are you?
I'm Garfield. Hi, I'm Garfield. Carol.
I'm Ryan. Lasagna lips.
What's the music? Is there fun music?
Well,
Yes, like,
apparently.
Is it Judas Priest?
That's like 90s Comedy Central, like.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's cool.
Sam, welcome to the Highway Podcast, my friend.
Why are you doing a
Hello,
Jewish
my friend.
voice?
No, that's Cajun. Are you Jewish?
Yeah.
Since when?
I had to convert a few days ago.
Oh, where? What temple?
It was actually the Scientology Center. I was meeting with all the sort of bigwigs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wake up.
So wait, they'll take you in at Scientology and convert you to Judaism?
That's sort of their,
Let's
that's
go
their,
eat.
they call it the intake.
Okay.
Scientology.
Yeah.
And they have there's the surface level Scientology. Which you get
One
books
check
and
channel?
literature,
Yeah.
sci-fi stuff. But if you go deep, they're all Jewish.
Really? Wait, so you just turned Jewish, 3 days ago?
Running low on money.
And what were you before you became, as you call it, Jewish?
Goy. Do you know what a goy is?
It's a fish in a pond in Japan?
Correct.
You can verify, please?
Yeah, it's true. I've seen it myself.
I think it's Guinness for having a huge cock.
Please say your name.
Charles.
Charles said he thinks it's...
City?
A huge cock. It's a euphemism for having a huge cock. That's what goy originally means.
Can you verify, please?
Yeah, it's true. I've also seen it as well.
And state your name.
Ryan Lasagna lips.
We don't laugh at friends here, Sam.
No. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you were. What were you before you were
over?
Jewish? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Highway Podcast. We got Sam Hyde here and his all-boys choir school. And boys, why don't we start off with a hymn?
Was that a Jewish voice you just did?
Pardon me?
You were just doing a voice.
It was
What
Cajun. A Cajun. It's sort of a Cajun Jewish. It was
Are you making fun of me?
That didn't sound like Gambit.
A Cajun Jew.
A Cajun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
As opposed to
and yes, I was making fun of you.
Okay.
I love making fun of you.
You're going to be getting a call.
From who?
From, you know.
Wait.
This music's tight. Isn't
it tight?
Or did you pay for it to get
This was built into this system.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's tight. Sam, I'd say it's tight and ripe.
Tight and ripe.
Yeah. Do you like those two words together? Or no?
I don't like when you were outside. We were talking and you were giving me sort of. You were saying things with like a sexual connotation.
Yeah.
And your eyes have this kind of like. I would say beautiful, but then it became sinister. Sort of.
Sinister sex?
Twinkle. It was a sinister sex that you were.
Really?
Getting outside.
Interesting.
Yeah. You were talking about how ripe and tight the and you were doing that.
What? Doing what? I don't do that. What's that, party boy? Do you mind licking your lips?
Yeah, he's a street.
A what nutter?
A street.
A butter nutter?
Butty.
A sweet water? Sweet water.
I also used to be a war daddy.
From Vietnam?
No, in San Quentin.
Look, guy, hold on. Guy, do you know how to lurch? Because there's going to be a lot. You need to lurch. If you're not going to lurch, then don't talk. Sam, do you have something to say? Let's go. Sam, okay. Come on in.
Yeah.
Bend, and flexi melt.
I have biofreeze.
What is
I have
it?
it on.
Steven? What is it? Let's go to Steven on
I'm
camera
Chazzy.
5. Huh? Who's your nutty friend?
That's bio. He's got bio.
I'm
Can we start with a choir song? Because I feel like we're at a Catholic. I know you're Jewish and all that, K-Jew or whatever. Can we start with a Catholic? I feel like we're at a choir, guy.
What do you want to sing?
I'd like you to lead it. You're the spiritual leader of the Dementor of your friends.
That's a good setup.
And to Jesus brings.
I like that idea.
Sam, you're lurching on me.
I have to.
Are you running up on? Oh, your back sore, so you gotta like sort of.
I'm in so much physical pain right now.
What happened, guy? Talk to me.
I have a shoulder impingement in my back, my lower back, my lumbar spine. It's just. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Biofreeze. Daniel, can you get the biofreeze in my left jacket pocket on the table? The leather one, please.
How about some of this?
I got the hunger shakes. What is that? Airplane helmet?
How about this?
That looks good. Can I have that? What's that? Salmon?
Salmon.
3D printed salmon.
Oh, that smells really good.
Yeah. How's it feel? How's your back? Oh, dude, it feels so bad.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried Ben Gay?
That's Ben Gay right there.
We've been gay.
Here it is, pain relief spray.
Yeah.
Vicodin, liquid Vicodin.
They didn't have biofreeze.
Pain quill.
How did you hurt your back, Sam Hyde?
Well, doing the weightlifting stuff.
Hey, you want to spray it?
Oh, wow. Was it a clean and jerk, or was it a bench press? Was it a
Clean. You deadlift?
deadlift? I've lifted a few corpses up at Forest Lawn. I'll go up in the middle of the night. 2 weeks ago, I dug up Meatloaf and did a deadlift to him, and that fat fuck.
Did you rape him first?
I think the groundskeeper was doing that. Okay. So I kind of did it
You
after.
weren't into doing it again. Oh, no,
What, raping Meatloaf?
Yeah.
I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Raping Meatloaf?
Voice.
Thank you.
That's really well done. That's nice.
I would love it if you would lead us in a hymn or a choir.
My throat hurts. I can't.
It does. Have you ever had a tracheotomy?
Not yet. No.
Okay. So before you were Jewish, you do?
Just to fit in with the Hollywood.
How would it sound? Like, could you emulate the voice?
Do you do filters?
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
That's good.
I need help.
It's a good shot.
Arlen, I'm outside. I'm coming.
To stay.
I don't know. You were telling
Not
me.
the best gefilte. What is it? Gefilte fish.
Yes.
So what were you before you were Jewish, my guy?
I thought I'm a 13th generation American, actually.
Talk to me. Here we go.
I'm I mean, that's as far as my knowledge of my ancestry goes. But
what's your heritage?
Italian, English, Irish.
So everything.
I mean, those 4 things.
You know you're legally allowed to open an IHOP with all those qualifications.
That would be a good move, I think.
International House of Pancakes.
What are you?
Nosy.
Are you Jewish? Does that mean Jewish?
Maybe I am, yeah.
Okay.
Had my bar mitzvah when I was 13. Rabbi Pappenhauer.
Now, are you lying? Are we doing the thing where we're just going to lie the whole time? Or are you saying that you really had a bar mitzvah when you were 13?
Can you confirm?
Wait, are we lying? I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
I had one.
The House of Lies.
I'm not lying.
Jar of
Neither am
flies.
I have a vague recollection of that, so it might be true.
Larry, go ahead.
The bar mitzvah.
Larry.
Yeah. So I think it might not be a lie.
What do you think, Sam?
I'm totally in mystery right now. I need to know though.
Look, I'm willing to switch topics if this is getting too convoluted or.
Well, I need to know the truth.
I'm not Jewish.
Let's go meant to be.
Okay. What? You seem disappointed.
Well, I thought we were getting on I thought you were like the big Jew that kind of opens doors for us.
I can.
Can you?
Yeah. What do you mean, big Jew? Like a fat Jewish person,
in charge, like,
or
you
a
know,
big
shot
a
caller.
Jewish person in the industry? I'm so sorry. Did I hit your ovaries? Okay.
Fresh tat.
So you want like a big Jewish person?
Isn't that how it works?
Immersed in the entertainment industry.
Yes. That's how it works, right?
I'm not that guy. I'm a Catholic Irish Canadian boy.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same.
Pardon me, Paul.
Same.
Go
Paul.
ahead, Paul.
Yeah, you're a Canadian guy?
Yeah. From where, Paul?
Quebec. Québécois.
Parlez-vous français, Paul?
Oui, je m'appelle Nick. Et aussi son cep.
Hold on. What was that?
That was French. That was
A
French.
pair of what?
Scissors.
Yes. What do you need them for?
Can we ask Amber? Hey, Amber.
Amber, scissors immediately.
Thank you.
City?
Okay, I want to talk to you about websites. Wix is a place where you can go online and build your own website. How do I know? I've done 2 of them, HarlemWilliams.com and Harbling.com. I did it all by myself. I built them. I moved everything around. And it is not only fast and easy, it's actually fun. And it gives you full control over the look, the feel, and style of your website. So if you don't think you can... Gasp.
I got it.
We are volunteers of justice. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang. Grenade.
Let's go beam it. Oh, right.
We were promised an insane rostermania. We were promised Rostermania was going to be one of the best of all time. I even repeated this, and it turned out to kind of not be true. It's been a busy one. It just hasn't been busy at the highest levels. It kind of felt the fact that we finally got an era in CS2 where Vitality are clearly the dominant force. It really felt like, people were going to make a lot of moves to try and get on their level, because right now, no one is on their level, frankly. Vitality are far and away the best team in Counter-Strike, the best team CS2 has ever seen in its nearly 2-year lifetime. One of the best Counter-Strike teams of all time across all versions, just predicated on the streaks they've had and the dominance they've had. So you've got to hand it to them. And ultimately, I was thinking to myself, people are going to want to make big roster moves to try and get back and get, chase Vitality. And really, the teams that I think have needed to make the most drastic moves, the biggest moves of all, they just haven't done that. And we'll get to Team Liquid, as an example. I see people in the chat are very perplexed. Yeah, Team Liquid didn't even do anything. Oh yeah, it's fucking crazy, isn't it? More on that in a moment. But for now, before we get into it, while I'm still on big head, let's talk about the scale, the patented scale of how we rate these roster moves. I'm not going to rate every move. Some moves aren't even worth talking about, really. You just mention them for a sake of completion. But the scale for the moves we do rate goes like this. The best. It's 2 thumbs up. It's a classic. It's like that old joke. What's got 2 thumbs, speaks French and likes blowjobs? Moi. You know what I mean? Right? So 2 thumbs up, it's just the best. It wins. It's W's all around. Can we have 1 thumbs up? 1 thumbs up means it's okay. It's good. It's definitely a step in the right direction. Could have been better because you could have had 2 of them, but 1 is still pretty good. Then you have shaky hand. Shaky hand means this could go either way. This could be bad. This could be good. Who knows? It could go all the way at the top end of the scale or all the way at the bottom end of the scale. The shaky hand is an uncertainty. Then you have a thumbs down. Right? Okay, that's definitely bad. Double thumbs down is fucking. It's absolute cheeks. It's cheeks after Nagafal curry, where you can't even keep it in. It slops out. It doesn't even have any shape. It's that levels. And then, right at the end, we have the Overwatch fart noise. The Overwatch fart noise, which no doubt Griff will play here. Probably might even edit in a silly video. You never know with Griff. The Overwatch fart noise is the worst move it can possibly be. It's the worst move imaginable. It's a move that is so unfathomably stupid, unspeakably bad, that we just express the Overwatch fart noise. Now, really, the Overwatch fart noise is not really about that. It's really about preserving the heaven in the mind of people. That Overwatch is populated almost entirely by foot fetishists, fart fetishists, and furries, and was a really deeply stupid esports community to begin with. Fuck them all forever. But anyway, the Overwatch fart noise might be coming in at some point because some of these moves have been questionable at best. Now, with that said, let's go. I'm going to do this in chronological order because thanks to the power of HLTV, we do have a roster move tracker. Lakowski benches himself in MIBR. And he told HLTV that I made this decision before the major after a lot of thought. Despite several attempts to adapt, I realized that my game didn't best fit with the role I was playing in the team system. As a result, my performance was below what I expected. I tried to find myself and adapt several times in the space I had, and I believe that in this major I was able to demonstrate a little of the player I know I am. A lot of people didn't think after how MIBR did at the major that there would be any roster moves, but ultimately this is what happened. I think MIBR, because now that Fury are a European lineup, mixed lineup at the very least, you have to kind of say that maybe they've established themselves as the best that Brazil have to offer. And I find the Brazilian scene so unbelievably frustrating because you've probably got a pool realistically of 15 tier 1 pros, actual can play at the highest level, but at no point will they ever make the right mix of 5 teams to put Brazilian Counter-Strike back on the map. I've seen this happen again, time and time again, seen and seen again. They all do the same thing. They think it's going to last forever. They hold on to the old guard with such reverence. They keep them around. They recycle them in various lineups. You might have 7 or 8 absolutely fantastic players, and they keep making lineups together in the hope they can replicate the magic of 2016 or whatever year it might be in your case. And ultimately, they don't do anything, and then they get old, and then they get washed, and then in the absence of new players coming through, you can't replace them now that they've reached a terminal point of washedness. Brazil have done pretty much what UK Counter-Strike did, what French Counter-Strike did, what Swedish Counter-Strike did, and the difference being there's actually a huge talent pool to draw from in Brazil, but they just don't make good teams. They don't construct good teams for a variety of complex reasons, and I think it's sad. I'm sad to see Lukowski on the bench. I thought he did well, but I understand and respect. If you're frustrated with a role, fuck it, go out there and get yourself a role you do like on a team you do want to play on. But yes, as I said, I think MIBR has established himself as the best purist Brazilian lineup. Lukowski was a part of that. It's never nice to be playing in roles that are uncomfortable or unfamiliar. So I got to give him respect. I got to give him respect for this move. And so, it's a thumbs up on the respect scale, but it's shaky hand because now it's a very weird time to want to be jumping out there into my next point, which is the world of bench and free agency. HLTV have done great work in this off-season. You have to hand it to them. And I want to talk about this. Anders, I think, brought this point up. He might have actually mentioned it when he popped in for the No Majors Club, but he certainly tweeted about it as well. And by the way, while we're talking about Anders, why don't we work in a good old-fashioned diddies?
I think he's done it! I think he did it!
There you go. It's always good. It's always good to hear from the great one. Now, he said his point was that he doesn't think he's ever seen as strong a free agent / benched player list in the history of his time in Counter-Strike. And I was thinking about that. I was like, is it really that good? Because it's like, we've said this in the past and we've looked at those like free agency lists, and it's all the washed people. It's the washed people. It's the people you want to be good, but they can't be good because they exist in that state of washness that I'm talking about. And so, yeah, they're free. You can have them for free. Well, the salary, but you can have them. But do you want them? And they aren't going down to tier 2 with the match fixers and the gremlins and the nightmares. They're not going down there because they were bona fide superstars. So, no, maybe it isn't that good. And then, thanks to HLTV, doing a lot of praising of HLTV this episode. That doesn't always happen, does it? But do love you guys. Do love you guys over there. So, let's take a look at this list and test Anders' hypothesis. First of all, just to give you an idea of how many players are available that at least consider themselves to be pro in some capacity. That's the free agents. That's the benched players. These teams are completely available and they are full lineups. So, don't get me wrong, I'm aware of the the play on words that the phrase lineup has right now. But let's take a look at some of the free agents because I'm genuinely surprised. I mean, first of all, just in Australia, you have a pretty solid core of a team here. Like, these three, pretty solid. Azza, tons of experience, been in IGL, good with the mid-round calling, also been a fragger. He's getting old now, he's in his 30s. Can't really expect that too much. You've got Dexter. I was never a fan of the Dexter European move, but certainly in terms of just Australian Counter-Strike, and obviously when he was a mouse and stuff, listen, I don't think Dexter necessarily proved he can do it at the highest level, but when you're in Australian Counter-Strike, you don't have to do it at the highest level, do you? You simply have to do it at the level that can get you through an RMR, which apparently we still have, but are getting rid of, but maybe they're coming back, and nobody knows. But that's all you realistically have to do. You'll be propped up in the region. Now all you have to do is beat Chinese teams, which, fair enough. So that's a good little thing there. We can skip past, we'll start going down on the left side. A-Core is in a team called Mix now. I just want to highlight these guys. This is actually an interesting roster, I thought, because it was essentially the core of the Bad News Eagles, which we know what they're capable of. Certainly when there's sticker money available, they're capable of it. They're capable of giving people a game and crying about it on Twitter when they lose and calling people cheaters. But look, A-Core is with Rigon, Juan Blackman, Synopsy, and Volt. That's actually low-key, not a bad thing. I mean, they're 70th in the world right now. That roster will certainly climb up, so good for A-Core. We come down a little bit. Remember Fessor? he doesn't have a team. I mean, this list, by the way, like refresh. So wrong for refresh. He was destined to be good, and then just a series of terrible roster decisions on his part, and now he's out there in free agency. It's probably never going to happen for him to get to the level I thought he was going to get to now that he's 27. But if you look, these are all the also-rans in the kind of Danish scene that have just been there or thereabouts, maybe earmarked to get through. There's still potential gold in them Nar Hills. Maybe not gold. All right, there's potential bronze in them Nar Hills. That's not so bad. Anyway, Oscar just joined Algo today. I just want to point out, by the way, he looks like, you know, when they brought like Negan back, he had to be old for a bit. He looks like that there. He's too old. Come on. He's on Algo. He's 34. I don't know why people keep thinking Oscar's going to just do it forever. He's not. It's over. He's 34. He's on Algo. That's that now. He was great, though. I used to love watching him. cs2 looking like Coach Carnivore Cam there. No. Private. But cs2 for me is one of those players that you just have to say he's an onliner. I mean, real talk, like definitely not someone I would look to necessarily pick up out of free agency for the simple fact that he never did it at LAN, really. He was pretty good online when he's playing in his bedroom with his shoes off, but that was about it. But he's still available. I mean, he's still out there. If only Germany had a scene. It's also true there for Keto. Seems to be some sort of prejudice against redheads going on in Germany right now. Investigate that. You can see as well here we got some very well-known Polish players in the form of like Innocent. Mantu is out there. Mantu's a weird one. His career trajectory seemed to stall. He was definitely at one point in time a talented player that people were keeping an eye on. Some people maybe questioned his attitude because, remember, he's dual citizen, UK and Polish, and so obviously the UK side of him probably makes him toxic as fuck, speaking from experience. But he's certainly somebody that was at one point regarded as a potential future star. He's still young enough that he could maybe get on a decent team. It's entirely possible. I said all bets are offering cs2. For the US guys, it's my friend Floppy, my sweet Floppy. I miss you, Floppy. I would love to see him back on a team. I just think cs2 was just so bad for him that ultimately he ended up kind of getting, cut because he just couldn't sustain. I mean, it's ironic. A player called Floppy isn't able to maintain a level of peak performance. But lo and behold, it sort of did happen for him. And he's kind of out there in free agency. And now, unfortunately, as an American, he faces the problem of there isn't a scene. There's nowhere for you to go. Down we go. We've already talked about Juan Flatru and Synopsy. Bummy Love. Remember Bummy Love? Bummy Love's only 18 right now. And he is a player that was brought into Fnatic just temporarily while they were waiting for somebody else. And everyone was like scratching their head, saying, why is that happening? And then here he is, and he was on Fnatic for like 6 weeks, and now he's into free agency. I don't even know if he's actually ever I can't understand him. It's one of the most perplexing for me. But 18-year-old, and certainly has already experienced a few weeks within a big European esports, or theoretically big European esports organization. Could be one to watch. Obviously, as well, somebody at 30. He once told me you're fucking 30. I feel old. So he's not got a team, but somebody was a great player. I love watching this guy. I have a bias towards Chinese Counter-Strike. The good and the bad. It's a shame. Nico, another Danish here, the Danish Nico, after all of the trials and tribulations he's been through, 27 years old, still got time to get on a team. Then up here, look at this. Look at the Swedes. We were talking about the death of the Swedish scene. Kriaz, Lekro. Yeah, it's probably not happening for them. Also, as well, I can't believe Nathan is still around. You have to understand, I saw Nathan join Very Games at like 15. Right? I did his first ever English-speaking interview when he was a pro player. So MBK is only 31. It just feels like he's been around forever because he was like the gatekeeper, the kingmaker, of the French scene. But it's definitely, I love Nathan. I love him so much. I've always loved him. Great guy. Had many great times with him. Great memories down the years. We got to know each other in the source scene. But it's time. It's time. It's time. You've got a bright future ahead. By the way, this is one of the guys. I'm going to say this now. This will shock you. You want to get another ex-pro on an analysis desk? This is your man. Nathan would kill it. I've got the magic eye. I'm the guy that put Mo on TV. You know what I mean? So anyway, Nathan would kill it on an analysis role. I hope he gives it some thought. I'd love to see him on a broadcast. His English is great. He speaks his mind. Really understands the intricacies. He's multiple roles. He's just great. Some of these Brazilian players, I'm not going to lie, I'm not too familiar with some of them. But you can see there as well. We got Bruno Bartin. He's available. Neckes, we remember him, 29. Is he going to get on another roster? Arlu, still around, still trucking, which is crazy to think about. Fang is an interesting one. Again, whenever I talk about North Americans, Canadians and American guys, it's kind of crazy to think that there just is no scene now. So it's like, whenever you look at these moves, you think to yourself, where would they go? And it's like, hang on, if we just scroll down and jump ahead and we look at these teams that are available, look at these players. I mean, I don't want to be rude about anyone, but it's like, this is it now. This is like NA. Like after, it's just a long drop off after complexity. The holdouts on Liquid in Elysian phase. Like Fang was one of those players that I thought was genuinely gonna ascend into the upper echelons of NA. I think he had the talent to do it. There were some questions around his mindset. I liked the way he played. I liked the way he approached the game. He's only 23. He's been playing a while for a 23-year-old, and yet there's just nowhere for him to ascend to now. So it's kind of sad. I think that's going to be one of those ones where it's like real missed opportunity. My beloved Bentet has joined Alter Ego. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. This player, I don't know. He's like a massive what if. Like, what if he'd moved to Europe or, I don't know. I don't know what it would have took for him to realize.
And I would argue that was a strong start still, at certain moments in the beginning of the game.
Bro. Oh, God, oh my God.
realize his potential. But Ben Tet is better than you think he is, even now at 29. Ben Tet is such a good player, and he's, you know, playing on a roster like this that's 139 in the world. It's just mixed nationalities, probably not going to get to too many events, probably not going to do too much, and it just makes me sad. I always wanted the best for Ben Tet. He's just such a good player, and now he's losing to Semper Fi in close qualifiers for ESL Pro League. Big Sag. Anyway, on we go. The last holdouts of the UK scene, the Mighty Maxes, Brenda the Scream, and Surreal down there. And then we get into the bench players. This is where it gets interesting. I mean, apart from the fact I think Paravision it is, I think they have more people on the fucking bench than they do in the fucking team. Right, they've just bought, but Russia are in this weird spot. Now look, I'm talking purely about Counter-Strike, not going to get into it, but yes, obviously, Russia did the bad thing, invaded the country, it's horrible, it's horrifying, people are dying, can't make light of it, etc, etc. Just want to talk about Counter-Strike, so let's just talk about Counter-Strike. Russian players can't go anywhere right now. They're highly undesirable to pick up for those reasons, and you've got the problems of sometimes you might have to do business with a Russian company, which depending on where you live in the world, you might be sanctioned against doing. Next up, you've also got the problem of they don't get visas, again, because of point A. So they can't go to like European mixed teams. By the way, some of these guys would absolutely fucking kill it. There's only one other organization there's Chinese organizations don't give a fuck, but none of them are picking up Russian players. But there's only one other organization in World Counter-Strike that could pick up a Russian, have nobody say anything about it, and just style it out. And that was Falcons. And they're telling me they've got their roster and they're going to win trophies now. So there you go. Cloud9 tried it, abject failure, not even here anymore. So let's take a look. I mean, these players are... you know, one of the things I will say, that episode of By the Numbers, where Duncan and I broke down what regions we thought were going to do better in the future for Counter-Strike and have the most talent, we both said our number one pick was Russia. And I can't even remember what year that was, but man alive, we fucking definitely, we had our fingers on the pulse on that one. Russia has just produced player after player after player after player, and we're already talking about, you know, Donk and Munisi, but it's just deeper than that. It's deeper than that. When you realise that some of the players on that list would definitely get into some of these European teams right now, and they're on the bench, it's crazy. You've got Dexter. I mean, Dexter is still 23, guys. We talk about Dexter like he's in his late 20s, like, oh, one more chance. And it's like, this guy showed right at the end of his time in Falcons, Falcons backstabbed him, that's how it goes. They had the upgrade. He showed that he can definitely hang it tier 1. Now, obviously, he's going to have all the problems. He had to take a year out of the game just because of visa complications, essentially. That fucking sucks. But he can play on the European roster, speaks good English, speaks multiple languages, by the way, loves to go to countries and learn their language so he can just speak to the crowd directly. Absolute baller, doesn't get enough credit for that. You know, he's not the player people think he is. People think he's the flashy author with Flap and Zibbity Zoo. He's not that guy. He's actually a very different player to the player you think. But he's proven he's actually good enough. He found a degree of consistency toward the end of Falcons. Now, sounds crazy, but if he didn't have that Russian flag next to his name, he's primed to go to FaZe instead of them bringing Broken back, which we'll talk about as Rostermania coverage continues. He would be great. Imagine him being micromanaged by Carrigan and having the Attaboys from the likes of Rain and stuff. It would help evolve his game, and he's still 23, he's still developing, he's still got time to develop. So it would have been perfect. It just isn't. It just can't happen, unfortunately. I really, 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 really hope Dexter finds a team. I really do. But I don't hold out. I'm not holding my breath. People don't realise. Norbert, major winner Norbert, only 24. Great utility player, great role player. Really underrated in my opinion because of the memes. He gets all the memes where it's like, oh, Norbert, you know, major winner, is he the worst major winner of all time? All of that stuff. It's crazy. His name is dog shit though, so you know, maybe it's a branding thing. Flammus got VP'd to the max. In fact, not VP'd, DP'd. Why do I say that? Because Virtus Pro, they brought him in. They knew he was 20. They knew he was a project. They knew he was a prospect. They knew he needed working on. They knew that he needed to be molded and helped and fucking, you know, turned into something. And instead, here's what they did. They misused him. They misused him. They continue to let Electronic call that fucking version of Counter-Strike, which somehow manages to be as boring as Jane's style, but actually less effective. And then they go, it's your fault. By the way, VP lost to Tyloo today, and they're just gonna blame, you know, they've cut Flamus, who's a really, really, really good young prospect, who left a team where he did have an identity and he did fit in. Just crazy. Yeah, and actually, Tyloo with a stand-in, had visa problems. Fucking hell. So, Flamus has got to get a team, surely, but no, it might not happen. He might be on the bench for a while. Nafani is still only 24. This is a guy who, yeah, I think he's proven that actually he might not be a great IGL. We all kind of hoped he was going to be. I don't know what he does if he's not an IGL. Hopefully, though, instead of typing shit to Maui Snake, who, by the way, his take is aged like a fine fucking wine. So much so, I'm going to pour myself more of this delicious hibiscus tea that I'm drinking. Now, he is Nafoni, but that doesn't mean at 24 you still can't get your shit together. You can't, like, spend some time wandering around in nature and fucking think about how you're going to change and modify. And he could totally do that. Totally do that, and he could come back a better man and a better leader and get on a good team. But once again, is that going to happen? The only way this is going to work, by the way, all of these names on this list, they are going to have to somehow work together. They're going to have to accept we're just going to have to get off these benches that we're on and come together, because I can easily make a sick Russian team with the players on this list. I could probably make one actual good team and one team that would be strangely competitive. Chiron, 21. He's from that generation of Russians that all have shit haircuts. Again, I'm aware of the irony, just keep moving past it. Now, he's another player. Totally wasted. Wasted potential. Wasted prospect. Get it, like, someone help this kid. He needs to be on a team that can help unleash his potential. And Bet Boom weren't it? Bet Boom isn't it? Bet Boom are the team that, like, just continually see. Every time I look at a Bet Boom, I'm like, oh wow, that's a sleeper team. That's a team that could be top 15. Knock on the door to the top 10. Nah, dog shit every single time. That's just how it happens. Then Jerry, remember Jerry? Remember Jerry from Forza? Just there on a bench at Paravision. Just crazy. It gets a little bit less interesting as we move down with the Foresters and Crad. Crad, remember, with his incredible Deagle skin. Right, but I disbalanced as well. Remember him? Still going, still only 28. It's crazy that they're all on a bench. Most of them are on Paravision's bench. It's wild. But certainly at this end, Dexter, Flamus, Dexter, Norbert, Flamus, Nafani, and Chiron is conceivably 18. Like, that is just their roster. Let's just fucking go. Let's just do that. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. Then you have it down here. Phelps, still around, only 28. Bet you didn't know. Bet you thought he was in his 30s. Wrong. On the bench. This is the one I want to talk about down here. Skulls on the bench at Furia, stood in for FaZe in the worst circumstances imaginable. Played terrible. His stock were not songs. Definitely trending down now after that. Got munched by Team Liquid, because Team Liquid just don't know what they're doing. They cannot run a Counter-Strike division, and yet they're sticking with the GM and sticking with this roster. Sorry, I keep repeating it. We are coming to that. I promise. Feel sorry for Skulls. He's better than people think he is. I'm going to keep saying that phrase as well about these players over here. I want to see him on a team. By the way, Magix is in the pool. Magix is only 22. He's been on Spirit 6 years. Gone now. Everyone's crying about it. Not me. I'll talk about that later. Snacks, not 22, 32. And to be fair, it had to happen. He had to leave G2. We'll be talking about G2 later. We'll talk about this in more detail later. But Snacks is out there. Probably G2 was the last of the summer wine for him. That's just how that goes. Simple's bench. I'm going to do a whole diatribe on Simple being benched. I may as well do it here. I've got mixed feelings. I've got very mixed feelings about it. But I'm going to say this. I do genuinely care about Simple. Right? And I'm going to explain why. Simple is a kid when he was coming through Counter-Strike that people like Duncan and I, we knew how good he was going to be. We could see it. We knew it. Like Duncan especially. He said back when he was like 18, 19, he will go on to be he will go on to be the greatest player in Counter-Strike. And once again, that tape aged incredibly well. And the reality is he didn't have a lot of guidance around him. He was in that scene where, if you remember, who do I go to for advice? Zeus, Starik, Senya, you know, like these people are just fucking idiots. They're idiots, they're clout. There's no one there to give advice when you're coming up in a stratospheric rise. And in fact, the only person that was probably actually equipped that he could have talked to was Markelov, and by that time, Simple, unfortunately, had evolved into the toxic perfectionist that people think he is still, but he isn't. He's given so much to the game, and given so much to Na'Vi, and he's brought on some of his own problems, and he's had a terrible thing befall him. A man who, remember, he had the option to get the bag and go to Team Liquid and live in America. He didn't want to do it. He wanted to stay at home with his family and his girlfriend and, you know, living the life that he used to. He didn't chase the riches. In fact, actually, he said, it's Na'Vi or bust for me. I want to be on that organisation. That's you know, they're from my home country. That's who I want to play for. It's actually quite a sweet story. Then, on top of that, you know, we have the situation in Ukraine. The war happens. He's permanently on the road, and you can see it's taking its toll on him. You can see the drinking started. He's got the big head. I'm familiar with it. You know, I'm like 3 to 4 weeks sober at the moment. I was until the other night playing Zomboid with Dust Will's pressure. But it takes the blow out of your face. You feel better. But when people are drinking all the time, you're either doing it to get to sleep because you're not sleeping in a familiar setting, or you're depressed, or you're sad, or maybe you need to have a good time to distract yourself from terrible things that are happening in your country. Where's the guidance and the advice been for this guy? I'm seeing him late at night fucking, you know, losing it with people in Face-It pugs. I'm seeing him turning up the next day doing really shit rap videos. So why is no one putting an arm around this guy and showing him some love? It's crazy, right? And so I hadn't seen a version of Simple like what I saw when he joined FaZe for this major. I haven't seen that version of Simple in years. But I recognised it instantly. And it was also crazy to see the GOAT of CSGO be nervous on stage and shit the bed in a must-win series. I bet it was a very humbling experience. But you know what? That's where you decide, is that going to be it? Or am I going to get my shit together? And it seems like he's getting his shit together. Ever since that happened, he's been grinding on fucking FPL non-stop. He's having good individual highlights again. His stats are up. He's asking people at FaZe to come and save him. He's doing tweets saying, I'm in jail right now. And it's a really sad end that it's come to this in Na'Vi. I'm not saying he's perfect. There's rumours going around that he might have missed a plane and not gone to an event. You know, he wasn't acting maybe the most professional. But I'm also going to say what I always say. For the unbelievably talented, you must make exceptions, because what they give to the world is something nobody else can. I'm not saying we tolerate all the bullshit or all the bad behaviour, and maybe you get 1, 2, 3 strikes and you're out. But someone, for God's sake, needs to fucking get this guy back grounded. And it seems like after all of this, Simple's going to be the man to do it, with no help or support from anybody as far as I can tell, or that I know about from behind the scenes. And so now, all that needs to happen is somebody needs to fucking get to Na'Vi and say, look, you put your man, the GOAT, in a contract jail. That's your right to do. But the contract is going to be up soon. So why not, as a gesture of goodwill to a guy that is essentially, look, Na'Vi have had as much out of Simple as has had out of Na'Vi. Why not, as a gesture of goodwill, do a cheap deal and get him on FaZe? Why not make that negotiation? And unfortunately, I know FaZe wanted him. I know that can't happen right now because I don't think FaZe have any spending power whatsoever, and any move they make will likely have to be a free transfer. And I just think it's sad. I want to see Simple on a team. You want to see Simple. Simple wants to be on a team. Na'Vi aren't going to bring him back. What are we doing here? It's just that simple to me. This isn't even an argument I would make again about any other player. But you are watching the last years of Simple trickle through the fucking hourglass, and I don't want to see him, I want to see him get that last hurrah on a team that can support him. I want to see him have one more big move before retirement. The scene deserves it. The fans deserve it. Simple deserves it. Let's just fucking get that deal done. Cadian, I'm going to get him on an episode of the Richard Lewis Show. I love Casper. Casper is a misunderstood guy, and he's gone through a lot. I don't know if we'll ever see him on a top roster again. I think that's a shame. Another guy, get him on the analysis desk, first opportunity you get. I know that means like you're going to push all of the other analysts out. But listen, he can do the job, definitely hireable. Done it before, if you remember. At 30, though, it might be over. Astralis was a disaster, it's a sad end. You've got to remember him for all the things he achieved with Heroic. After coming back from the brink, remember he was on road. Irish was like 25 or something. It was crazy. Mages, still got it. Still can do a job. The move should have been cut Naf, get Mages gone Team Liquid. That should have been the move. That would have been an upgrade. Naf's in the toilet right now. Lovely guy, love Naf. His form just hasn't been good enough as a result. Business. That's just how that goes. Right at the bottom, you can see the rest of the Swedish guys. Nork, benched. Campus, benched. Fozy, benched. Probably good enough to be on roster. And I should give a shout out to X-Cloud as well. Was very surprised to see him end up benched. I think he was doing a decent job in a difficult role for the team, and he had impact, and he, had very impactful rounds for that mixed Heroic roster. So that is crazy to think all of those players are available. Like, conservatively, you could probably make 5 or 6 actual, rosters that were very good to okay, just from that list alone. And then beyond that, who knows? But it's all of these orgs that are like looking for players, trust me, they are out there. I wanted to make that abundantly clear. It's a roster mania like no other. I think Anders was right. Don't always. Okay, next up, we get back to the roster moves. This is one of those that just had to happen. I think we all know that this was the right move. I love what Gamer Legion are doing. I think Gamer Legion are one of the best run organizations in the world right now. In fact, I'm going to pour on them some of the highest praise imaginable. I'm going to say they are the new Ents. What they have done in terms of min-maxing, thanks to Ash, but also their management structure, their scouting process, their adherence to financial responsibility. They're a great organization, an example of how anyone that tells you can't have success without money in esports, they are wrong. You just have to be competent. They are the best argument for the importance of competence, and I want you to, again, we may as well keep banging on them. Just compare them to Team Liquid right now. It's day and night. Gamer Legion should really have way more fans, and people should support them way more. It's Chera in the chat. We always talk for the first time chatters around here to make them welcome. Says apparently Fozy got benched because he went to play as a stand-in for Iberian Soul in an attempt to win a Tier 2/3 event exiting. Well, that's true. Yeah. You definitely need to talk to your teammate, team, the organisation, the one you contracted to, about doing things like that. And again, good 22, who wasn't a dickhead, who didn't make bad decisions. Anyway, Slend had to go. He wasn't up to the standard of the other players on the roster. And when you consider how well everyone else has been playing, the fact that Slend was the bottleneck on the roster, it's like, look, we gave you over a year. Also, by the way, I love how Gamer Legion, they don't just cut you at the first sign of trouble. They will try and work through the problem with you. They've got Ash always trying out new things, advising players how to go. I've seen how he operates up close and personal. He is just a truly great coach. And listen, I hope Slend is okay. 20 years old. might not get another chance playing on an international lineup, but ultimately was just found a bit lacking. I'm going to give this a, you know what? I'll give it a thumbs up, just the one thumbs up, but it was definitely the move that had to happen. It was the clear change that they needed to make. Next up, the one we were just talking about when we were looking at the free agents, Heroic made the decision to bench xCloud. Things are getting a bit weird now for Heroic. They've obviously brought Nilo into the roster now, which we'll talk about that. And with Saw leaving and all this other stuff that's been going on around the organization, it's going to be interesting to see if Heroic can keep up being these min-maxes and getting so much out of so little. I thought xCloud was a decent role player. I don't know where he's going to end up, but ultimately he did very thankless tasks for Heroic, and not many players have the ego, or the lack of ego rather, to want to do that. He was very respectful even as he was benched. So, shaky hand for me. I'll see what Heroic have up their sleeve. It was made official. I think this actually dropped during the major. I can't quite remember the chronology of it. But while we're talking about Heroic, they also officially said goodbye to Saw and Sun Pius, who we knew were going to G2. And this is one of these moves where it's like, okay, there are some roster moves that are bad for everyone. What do I mean by that? Well, first of all, right, Saw, let's just start there. Saw, another one of those coaches, like Ash, seems to have a magic eye for young talent from obscure places. Everywhere he's gone, he's found players that go on to be tier 1. It's not a coincidence. It's not a fluke. He is very, very good at his job. And then obviously he's moving to G2, and you go, Richard, that's a big step up. That's good for Saw. Wrong. G2 might be one of the most incompetent orgs in the fucking world right now. Ever since Carlos has gone, and you can go, but Carlos had to go. Look, he's mental now. He was running a good fucking org. He was running a good organization. If you loved Counter-Strike, he was running a good fucking Counter-Strike division. And they aimed high. They spent money on players. Remember, this is the fucking guy that went to Stockholm 2021 just for the purposes of having a secret meeting with the Na'Vi CEO to negotiate the fee for Muncie, because he was absolutely convinced he was going to be the greatest rookie of all time, which he went and did a $600,000 deal or whatever it was. Everyone said he was crazy. Look how that one worked out. And so that's how Carlos was running the show. Now, somehow, G2 have let 2 generational talents slip through their fingers, and despite the fact that both of those generational talents were bought for like $1 million each, like conservatively, let's say, they are now a min-max team. I did a whole video on this on YouTube back when I had a suspiciously different hairline. The whole video on YouTube and about how this proves how Saw is arriving there. It proves that they are going to be a team of min-maxes. They are going to sign talent small and hope that it can be big, and that is bad. That isn't G2's identity. That's not who they are, and that's not the fucking fan base they've got. And now you've just put everyone on that org, everyone in that org, on that roster, behind the scenes, all the support staff. You put them on massive pressure, because the expectations for G2 is to challenge for titles. Well, you ain't challenging with this roster. And by the way, good luck. When you're Saw and you go, hey, I've discovered this super cool, like, young player out here. Maybe they're going somewhere else other than G2 these days. Trust me, it doesn't matter how good Saw is as a coach. He's going to hate working there. He's going to be surrounded by morons. He's probably going to find himself wrapped up in red tape. If I'm him, I'm not going there. Anyway, next up, Sun Pius. I'm not a believer in Sun Pius. I don't care how many times you do this and you go, but look at the rating. Look, it's actually good. Peak Sun Pius was good. I've never felt he was like good. He's good, but he's not good. And he certainly isn't excellent. And G2 should be aiming to excellence. And do you know what his problem is? He is the AWPer that has to go after Muncie. You want to do that? You want to be the comedian that goes on after fucking Shane Gillis has just killed it? You know what I mean? You want to be the band that fucking goes on after Oasis has been back on their comeback tour? No, you fucking don't. No, you don't. And so, obviously, the comparisons are going to get made, and he's in immense pressure. And funnily enough, for both of them, you know where they weren't under any pressure? Heroic! Guys, he's tailing in for Heroic. He's pushing it that 1.5 level that Heroic were operating at. Loving it. They even want to land. Played really well. So, he's exactly the type of coach you want in an organisation like Heroic. We're never going to spend big. We don't have to. We've got a guy that can find talent. And we love him, and we adore him, and we're going to give him carte blanche because he's doing a good job. You're not getting any of that at G2. And meanwhile, some bias, G2, if I'm in that G2 metaphorical dressing room, because Counter-Strike players don't really go into dressing rooms, but I'm using sports analogy here. I'm looking around, who's the star? I'm looking around like, who's carrying us when times are hard? Who's the leader? What's our identity? Who's going to pull us out of the hole if we ever find ourselves in one? They don't have anyone on the roster to do that. So this is the ultimate poison chalice move. If you got a G2, if you got a Team Liquid, well, good luck, sir. You might find yourself very much on your own. It's a loss for Heroic as well. A massive loss for Heroic. Everyone loses in this move. It's not quite Overwatch fart noise. I'm giving it 2 thumbs down for Heroic and 2 thumbs down for some Pious and Saw, and just fuck G2 because Taz doesn't work there anymore, Snack doesn't work there anymore, Munacy doesn't play there anymore, and Nico doesn't play there anymore. We can all just say G2, it's all good. I mean, listen, we all love Malps, that smile, that damn smile, JKS2, etc, etc. It's just a badly run organisation now, guys. You got to get with the time. Next, it's everyone's favourite. Weeby. Now, a lot's changed, I'm sure you know. A lot's changed, but Hooksy going to Astralis, we have a test case. They made it to the final of Astana, an event that I was working at, and, you know, I'm going to give this move a thumb up. Astralis showed it wasn't working under Cadian. Hooksy came in with no practice, had a very short boot camp, took them to a final of a decent tournament, and yeah, there was no vitality, etc, all the caveats that people use while the fucking shadowy cabal of the Saudi operatives trying to fuck PGL over, and everyone pretends it's not happening. By the way, weird how the play break's over, Fish is happening right now, and there's a bunch of top teams there, almost once again. Like there's some sort of cartel in the Counter-Strike space. But don't think about it, guys. It's totally not happening. But anyway, back to my beloved Hooksy. My sweet, sweet Hooksy. You know what? Astralis, they've been up, they've been down. But the organisation might be on the precipice of sale. We don't know. But they've signed Hooksy. They did the right thing. They gave him a contract. He earned his contract like a motherfucker. I'ma just say it. Maybe I was wrong when I said Cadian was the right choice for IGL. I still don't think I am. I think Hooksy, I think the G2 job kind of warped his brain a little bit. I think he started seeing things in a very different way to the reality. I think he didn't work hard enough to make himself, like, you know, clear in what he was trying to achieve, and every time anyone criticised him, he said, you can't criticise me, you don't know what you're talking about if you think I'm doing a bad job. Meanwhile, G2 should have had a fucking year where they were doing what Vitality are doing right now. There really was no one else to beat them, and yet they won like 3 real trophies. But here's what I love. Astralis, the team, are actually doing okay. Astralis, the org, they're a shit show. And somehow that group of players, and Hooksy, it might even be a part of this, and don't forget their coach Rugger, they've managed to just break away, almost phase out. They find themselves on an island, and on that island they say the mantra, everyone hates us, we don't care. Yeah, and I even said, I hope Casper doesn't mind me saying this, but you know, I talked to Rugger a little bit at the after party, and he said, look, we're Astralis, everyone has an opinion on how we play, everyone has an opinion on what we're doing, everyone has an opinion on who we are as people, and he said, we're just starting to it now, we just want to be a better team, and we're just going to work in that direction, and this is the most cohesive unit, including Hooksy and that we've had in a long, long time. Alright, fuck it, let's just go. So, even though I'm talking about 30-year-old Hooksy joining shit Astralis, I've been critical of Hooksy, always loved the guy, loved the person, loved the man, hell of a dude, didn't like the IGL or the player. I obviously detested Astralis as an org. I think they were destructive. What they've done to Danish Counter-Strike is unbelievable. Denmark produced world-class talent for fun. You just throw a dart, hit a player, he's fucking S-tier. Now, because Astralis tried to kill other organizations, corporate espionage, all this crazy shit going on. Every time they needed to make a roster move, they bring in a fucking young player, and then when it goes wrong, they just sacrifice him on the altar of bullshit. They've decimated Danish Counter-Strike. You know what, though? Maybe I do want these guys to succeed. Maybe they'd succeed somewhere else, but I'ma say, thumbs up. Hooksy earned this. When you earn something, it's only right and fair the Cosmos gives it to you. In the same way I want Simple to earn his move to FaZe or any other org that he can fit into and be happy. Hooksy earned this, so you got to give it to him. And I'm very glad Astralis did. It might be the most responsible thing they've done in years. I'ma just put this up on screen and just say, like, look, I know we all have to pretend that we like 3D Max because they're structurally sound and they've got good fundamentals. I never enjoyed watching. I never enjoyed watching them. Never thought they were that good. Like, they're sound. They're competitive. They're not interesting. They don't have cultural impact or aura. Yeah. Don't tell them. They never really did it for me. Anyway, Wazing. I don't know where you put the emphasis. Never had to say his name. He's gone. He's out. And Joko is out as well. But whatever. Of course he is. Does this change things materially? We'll have to see. I can only file this under, well, there should be a separate section called couldn't give a fuck. But it's got to be a shaky hand. Their good fundamentals could be totally eroded now. Bulgaria. What a region. Did you know Spellin and Oxygen were playing in 500? Did you know they've got Cirque now? And Cirque's still only 25. Ships is on the bench there too, only 24. Crazy to think about. Just fuck Bulgaria. Right out of the gate. Fuck that entire region. Fuck it all. I've seen too much. I don't want Bulgarian Counter-Strike to succeed with any of that proper players from the great Bulgarian times. They used to be so competitive, didn't they? They used to come to international events and they'd always get a scout to get somebody. And that team's really fuck them. We all know what happened after, right? We all know. So just don't care about this. Even give it an Overwatch fart noise. The Overwatch fart noise is for just Bulgarian Counter-Strike. This is a relevant one. You'll enjoy it. Sangol picked up a Russian tour, and if you look at it, they got Patsy now, Norway, Blacks, Danists, and what's interesting is that team ended up in action recently against that team that I said was one to watch. This was just a few days ago, and the mixed team beat them. You can see there's obviously Kenzie down there as well. So, I don't think Sangol are a bad lineup. I think they're certainly going to be also rans in the Russian scene. There's way better Russian players on the bench than they're just going to be in there. The mixed team. That mixed team, though, who knows? I mean, it was like, they beat them handily. They showed them certainly above this level. So definitely worth talking about. So, this is okay. Yeah, shaky. They did what they had to do to get a roster together. How competitive will it be? It probably will be like the 5th or 6th best Russian team. Do you remember OG still participate in competitive Counter-Strike? Bet you didn't. Bet you forgot about them. I mean, do they participate in competitive Dota either these days? What do they do? Who knows? But they had a roster. And they benched Buzz. Poor old Buzz. Remember Buzz from the good old days? Came in, didn't he? Look at that career. You grind. You get dropped by an orb. You grind. You get onto Astralis. And you end up on OG by a way of entropy. Tough to see. Now he's on the bench. Don't know where he's going to end up. But whatever. I flash on the one of them. Didn't even do that. Very good. Did a second. Coming in just to make this even less spectacular, is Adam B. I mean, sick.
Don't tell me.
Sick. It's like you're an OG Dota fan, and you were like, oh, you know, it's been sad over on the Dota side. I might get into Counter-Strike now that we've got a Counter-Strike. Don't worry about it. I don't know what they do. I'd stop wasting my money if I was OG. It's clear you just don't have any ambition to achieve in both of the esports you're present in. Just go. It's okay to go. It's okay to go. We'll just, you know, like, you'll always be legends in Dota, but every tournament you go, every tournament you don't qualify to, or you go to and you crap out last, it just gets sad. It just gets sad after a while. So I've got nothing to say about this. Move. I couldn't care less. It's probably bad that I'm saying that. It just is what it is. We're getting to some big ones, I promise. Here's one we can talk about. Taz obviously is out at G2 because Saw is coming in as the coach, and I've said this many times before, and it's no secret, me and Taz are friends, and it's also no secret that Taz will always be a legend in my eyes. He was one of, he's a future Hall of Famer, contributor to the game. He's won so many trophies coming across Counter-Strike into CSGO. He has also had some of the most memorable moments in the game, including one of the things he very rarely gets credit for, one of the most sporting moments, famously, when people were booing Fnatic and he grabbed the mic and said, no, show them respect and everything. People, even cynically tried to say that was him inserting himself into the moment. But, Taz is a big personality and just a fucking, lovely guy. Probably should have said no to that Mercedes. But other than that, very hard for me to ever fault him. And he was done so dirty by G2. I'm going to repeat all of my talking points again here. He was done so dirty by the organization for a variety of reasons. I mean, first of all, it getting leaked that you're losing your job ahead of the major is outrageous. He had to go to 2 tournaments knowing he was already fired no matter what the results were. Now, I want to stress that point. If you are a person who works in a performance-based industry and you are told by your employers, it doesn't even matter if you do the best performance, if we win the trophies, it doesn't matter. Well, what's the point? What am I turning up for? Just fire me now, actually. Just put me on leave. Bring in my fucking replacement. See how he does then. I'll sit at home, watch the major, right? And I'll have a good laugh at my replacement trying to fucking do my job. That's the right attitude. Taz did not have that attitude. Taz said, listen, things are tough, but we're a unit. We're going to muddle through. We're going to try our best. And also, you've cut this fucker off at the knees. Why did nobody say it's hard for Taz because you've sold Nico and you've sold Munacy and turned G2 into a team that would require a lot of moving parts? This is technically Taz's first high-level coaching job. It's his second, I believe, overall. I think it came a little bit too soon for him, but I understand why he couldn't say no to it. Then on top of that, ahead of the Astana event, because you didn't do an elementary Google search, you fucked up Hunter requiring a visa because of the type of passport he has. And so, your coach, who, lest we forget, has been retired for a while because he's a coach, has to act as your stand-in. And honestly, he didn't even post that bad stuff.
Wait.
Let's roll.
considering. And, well, maybe for one game. But when I was there at that event, every time they lost, they were down. They were dejected. Guess who it was that was going around to fucking raise everyone's spirits and saying, we can still do this. We can get to the stadium. Let's have that experience. Like, guys, we just got to work on our communications. Let's do... It was Taz. And this is how he... And then, I've nearly left out the fucking most ridiculous part. You're going through all of this. Your CEO goes on to HLTV Confirmed to an audience of thousands and says you were hired not because of your tactical acumen, which is what everybody was saying he was bad at anyway in the community. You were instead hired for vibes. That is insane that you have put that man through this. Once it leaked, you should have just said, listen, I'll understand if you want to take leave. He probably wouldn't have. This is the type of guy he is. But they've treated that guy fucking terribly. And he's took it on the chin. He's had obviously a lot of time to process it, right? I have to just show you his farewell because it's mental. Here he is. He goes through each person and he goes, from day one, you made me feel at home, Nico and Hunter. I'll always treasure our conversations, the moments of victory, and even the tough losses we faced together. To Munacy, I'll always remember you as the ever-smiling kid living in the moment. Thank you for welcoming so warmly and for fresh orange juice. Obviously an in-joke there, probably not an in-joke. When you boot camp, you just do nice little gestures for each other on your team. Then you have Malbs. Remember what I told you at the start of your G2 journey. Never doubt yourself, but always stay humble. Heavy God, keep your mind open. Don't be too hard on yourself. Losses are just stepping stones to growth, and your journey is only beginning. Snacks, I'm so happy we made a comeback together. I've seen you grow so much as a person and as an IGL. Hades, who of course was the stand-in for the major. You have so much to offer to the top teams. I only wish we had more time to work together. Nexa, it was a true pleasure working with you. Don't let anyone bring you down. And then for Hooksy, you were a bitch. You were a bitch. All right. Here, I said it. Crying with laughter emoji. But your dedication and the pressure you brought inspired me to give 110% every day. Wishing you all the best in your new home in Australia. Now, listen, I don't want to keep saying it, but maybe Hooksy wasn't the infallible guy you all think he was. Maybe he had some very clear mistakes and flaws, not just in terms of his IGL, maybe in how he handled his team leadership roles. Sometimes you have to hit bottom to really get a perspective, especially when it's your first time at the top. You have to fall. So I'm going to say this, and this is controversial. I think this organization fucking wrecked Taz almost from the moment he was hired. I don't know what expectations you have with the group of players that he's had to work with. I don't know what you expect when you're great, right? Shuhei's a person that is available, and you're never gonna get him. Snacks is the way forward. You're gonna do that again. You're gonna let him go to liquid. You're gonna fumble it. It's mad what they've done to Taz. And so honestly, given everything I said about Saul coming in and how he's gonna be a min-maxer now, I actually think this is a bit of a fumble. I think that the current roster of players, which you can see there, right? The Hunter, the Malbs, the Heavy Gods, the Sun Piuses. I think Hunter is going to have to do it all now. And I don't know. I've got no faith in that roster anymore. And I think having a big personality, like Taz would have been really, really helpful. I think having an experienced veteran would have been really helpful for the development of people like Heavy God and Malbs. I really do. I don't think it would be bad for some Pius either. So, it's a thumbs down. I think Taz was done dirty by G2. I'm probably the only person in the scene that feels that way, but I do feel that way. This was an interesting one. I mean, it's interesting, you know, if you like the granular level of the sport. But after Metisport managed to get themselves to the major with a roster that I'm kind of like, I mean, it just ain't that good. They dropped Campus after they flamed out, and it was pretty wild. You can see here they said in a statement, since the beginning of the year, Hampus has made a solid contribution to our journey, playing a key role in helping us reach the major. We're thankful for his efforts and the value he brought to the team during his time with us. We're currently exploring new options for Hampus, so teams who may be interested are encouraged to get in touch, which is always nice, you know, because organizations don't always historically say, hey, we'll facilitate a move, get in touch with us. You listening, Narvi? But I thought this was crazy knee-jerk. And as obviously we talked about, they lost Adam B as well, who went to OG. Don't even know what that move is, frankly, for him. This is, I know, it was perplexing. I think one thing that we've always been able to say historically about Campus is he constructs good team sides. He seems to have sound theory. Personality-wise, he seems to be very stable, level-headed. And now what are you left with? I mean, probably in terms of the most high-level experience, Plopsky is now your star player. Don't know about it. Don't know about it at all. And so Metasport have kind of gone from like, holy shit, we're in the major. Fuck. Even if it is the shit stage. Bye. We've cut our team. I don't know what that is. And I've made a joke as well about the fucking again, it's not lost on me. Didn't make a joke about the guy at Metasport being bald, so he can have his fun time. But yeah, just bad. Just seems to be a bad choice, bad management. I'm gonna give it one now, unless there's something I don't know about. Now, everyone started getting excited, didn't they, about Rostermania because the big transfer happened. The one you all wanted me to talk about, Kiyasuke, went to Falcons in a move that was announced, you know, ages ago. It was announced before fucking Bucharest, I think it was. It's been on the cards for so long. Get top of the water because we've got lots of things to say about it. Someone in the chat just gave it 5 big booms. I mean, fair enough. I don't share that enthusiasm. I'm probably going to say some very controversial opinions. I'm going to steer into that power snake territory.
Are you fucking insane?
Let's set the table. Falcons are signing Kiyasuke for 2 reasons. And they're not even to the equal degree of importance. The 2 reasons are, and we'll start with the one that should be important, he's going to be a fantastic talent, he's a fantastic prospect, really, really good player, and ultimately fits what we need in the team, has the roles, and he's going to help us win trophies. Okay. That's the reason why you should be signing players. Second reason, another reason to sign players, but it should always be a secondary concern. He's already very popular, he's going to put his brand, he's now might sell some merch, that's how Falcons need the money. But anyway, they're switched in Falcons. They have literally signed this player. I guarantee, whoever signed the check hasn't even watched this kid play. Yeah? I guarantee it. Take that to the bank. They've never sat down and watched like Kiyasuke stomp someone in fucking Tier 2 Counter-Strike. In the academy level. Of course they fucking haven't. But here's what they do know. They know Kiyasuke is the most talked about player because everybody thinks it's going to be Donk 2. And it won't be Donk 2. You can't be Donk 2. To even expect that is crazy. To believe that there could ever be another Donk coming from the same place at the same time, it just doesn't work like that. There's no reason why it can't happen. Lightning can strike twice in the same place. They can, theoretically. But how often does it? And so they don't care. They genuinely don't care. Do you know what Falcons are signing him for? Honestly and truly. First of all, the existing team they've got want to play with him. And second of all, and as I said, this is the most important, he's the most talked about player in Counter-Strike. And it is crazy. You go on HLTV forums, Kiyasuke, Kiyasuke, Kiyasuke. This is the most talked about roster move, Kiyasuke, Kiyasuke, Kiyasuke. They were talking about Kiyasuke not being put on Spirit the entire time, because if he had some divine right to ascend, spoiler, I would have played him on Team Spirit. But, and now, everyone's like, where's he going to go, where's he going to go, who's he going to join? Oh my god, he's on a super team. Oh, wow, he's going to be star. He should get the star roles. Nico's watch. Nico should move to IGL. Kiyasuke, Kiyasuke, Kiyasuke. Here's what we know. Kiyasuke looks very good. He can absolutely stomp at the academy level. And on the brief flirtation he's had with Tier 1 Counter-Strike, he looks to be passing the test. He passes the eye test, he passes the stats test, seems to have hunger in his belly, and he's coming out of a region that's producing unbelievably strong talent right now. Does anyone know how he performs on a stage in a must-win game when Nico is shitting the bed yet again? And it's on you, kid who's never done it before, being booed and heckled and derided by a crowd who will say and do anything to put you off your game. Do we know how he handles those situations? Because spoiler, he has to handle those situations. And he needs to be good in those situations. And if he isn't good in those situations, then Falcons aren't going to win trophies. And that's what he's there to help them do. Well, theoretically, again, remember. He's really there because when you're talking about Kyosuke, you're not talking about Falcons being the most fucking inorganic esports organization that's ever existed. That their entire scouting process is who's popular, who's good, buy them for any amount of money, let's see if we win trophies. I wrote an article about this on my Substack, and you know how they all put a little star there? Ooh, we won an esports World Cup. All right, here's an interesting series of facts for people that maybe didn't read the Substack but do listen to the YouTube videos. Here's an interesting fact. At the esports World Cup, right, there are 22 tournaments, okay? And you get 1,000 points for winning them, and then you get points if you finish second or third. And then obviously you add up the total points, and then the org wins, right? Now, out of 22 events, Falcons entered 18. Do you know what the next number is? Team Liquid with 30. And so you have fewer chances to make points. It's almost like it's by design. It's almost as if you won't get funded to pick up all those other teams, because don't forget, Esports World Cup pays the organizations to enter those players into those tournaments. So the Esports World Cup is literally set up for Falcons to win, either by design, if you're cynical like me, or just by sheer coincidence of the amount of money that they have. To give yourself a star for that is fucking crazy. It's like me coming down for breakfast as a kid and my mother giving me the best child award over toast and jam. Yeah, it's pathetic. It's like, what? It's me. So, spoiler, my mother never did that. Yeah, sad now thinking about it. But anyway, also, do you know how many out of those 18 tournaments they entered into? You know how many they won? Remember, you've got a documentary series telling you Falcons are the best organization. It's the biggest competition for everybody. How many trophies do you think Falcons won out of the 18 they participated in at the Esports World Cup? 2. And by the way, an organization from Switzerland also got 2. They won as many as Falcons. So all of that money they're spending, all of that talent they're hoarding, and that's how it comes out. Because ultimately, they don't give a fuck. When you're talking about Falcons, you're not talking about the fact all that org does is spend money, and more importantly, you're not talking about where that money comes from and what those people do. And that's the game. And so when you wake up, you're a Falcons executive. Just another glorious day in fucking being a multi-millionaire, not based on any form of merit, but simply because you're the state's plaything, being backdoor funded by the PIF, whether it's via the mechanism of being funded by the state telecom company, which is owned by the PIF, or actually one of those secret investors is probably part of the PIF. Don't worry, don't think about it. You'll never get to know. You wake up, it's another great day. Loving this. You know what? We are going to improve our Counter-Strike division. I'll just have a look on HLTV, see what's going on. What's this down the side? Kyosuke. Everyone's talking. And then now you've got him. Now you sign him. And as I said, I expect him to be good. I don't expect him to be Dong. Maybe you can win without Dong. Right? Maybe you don't need Dong. You've got Muncie, you've got Nico, you've got Tezek. Right? Maybe you don't need Dom. But I'll tell you this. Anyone that thinks just because this kid stomps in the academy level, and by the way, it's not even like what we all knew Muncie was going to be Muncie, because Muncie stomped at the academy level, but back when we had actual real academy league, he's got absolutely no given right to just be amazing. Now, he will be, right? How amazing? We'll see. But to sign him like this in this environment, the pressure he's under is going to be crazy. The learning curve is going to be crazy. And I don't know if he's going to be surrounded by people that, once again, a la Simple I was talking about earlier, I don't know if there is somebody that can be fatherly and put his arm around him and make sure he doesn't fall into any of the pitfalls. When I'm watching him stream which girl is the sexiest on fucking his own Twitch stream, which by the way people have done for many times over because it's objectifying by definition.
लगा मैं इंशाल्लाह मर गया
I don't necessarily think he's got the maturity to handle a lot of the problems that are going to come his way. And if you aren't Donk, because you aren't Donk, you will never be Donk. You aren't him. Donk is him. And by the way, spoiler, not a fan of Donk's bullshit. But, you know, they're kids, so whatever. Fuck it. I guess you just have to tolerate it. They're really under-socialized children. But the bottom line is this signing is not done for the right reasons. It doesn't come from a pure place. And has nothing to do with any sort of assessment as to whether or not he's going to fit in the right roles and all of this stuff. Also, as well, the prospect of we're just going to chuck enough money into having a lineup, and then when Sonic invariably wins, I have to pretend he hasn't been completely fraudulent for the entirety of in Falcons because he won Bucharest. So fuck this, actually. You want to know the reality? It's probably a good move. It's actually 2 thumbs up, because if he is everything we think he is, he will carry Falcons through series when Nico's having an off day or whatever it might be. He might just have those magic moments that make you win games you should never win. He's probably got that in his locker. But overall, what this means for the scene, what this does for everything, what it does for the rise of Falcons, because as I've said many, many times, Saudis only play for keeps. They only want to underwrite all of these things if they can be number one in all of these things. Meanwhile, they're fucking up businesses left and right. They fail all the time. But you never hear about it because everyone's a coward or everyone's compromised by the money. And so anyway, it's a 2 thumbs up signing. But what it means for the scene, it's 2 thumbs down, 100%. Maybe even an Overwatch fart noise. It's cataclysmic. It's garbage. And a part of me kind of wants it all to feel spectacularly. I will love it. I will love it if his first LAN tournament, he just goes to pieces faster than a leper in a wind tunnel. And then that's that. And then it's always in the back of his head. And then he ends up having like the device choking problems that he has to overcome. That'd be great for the scene. Controversial, but said it, done. Next, and it was interesting the way this happened. We talked a lot about the leaks that were happening in Rostermania. I did another YouTube video right there, up there where I'm pointing to, but that means you have to zoom in. Don't do that as much as this video, but you know, whatever. It's appearing somewhere on the screen right now. Maybe it's popping up all over the screen. I don't know. Go nuts, go do what you want. The leak came from Overdrive, who quite famously works for Team Spirit. That Magix was definitely going to go, and we were all like, well, you've had a pretty shit off-season yourself in terms of the league. You've been wrong multiple times. Let's just see how this one goes. And naturally, he was right about Spirit. Well done. You get you can have 2 thumbs up, Overdrive, mate. The Spirit and fucking Glasnost, you can have 2 thumbs up. You've got a leak right up from internally from your own organisation. Magix is gone. I'm going to talk about that in a moment, because this is how it went down. We were told by Overdrive Magix was going, and then you had Donk, who'd made a bold prediction that Zwei was going to be good. Saw in Amiga, and he was popping off at the major and looked good, and now he's going to be the guy that they bring in. Now, there's a lot going on there. One of the rumors behind the scenes was Donk was actually pissed off that Spirit weren't getting him more help. He was a little bit jaded at how hard he had to carry that team, and then they weren't winning trophies. I don't know if that's true or not. He certainly carries himself like that's his demeanor. He doesn't look happy to be there, but unless like he's owning, in which case he will smile. When times are tough, he has got a face like fucking thunder. And also, I can understand how frustrating it must be for any star player to play on a roster where there's just garbage behind you. I'm a Newcastle fan, famously, historically, up until they got bought by Saudi Arabia, because Saudi will not let me have anything for some reason in this life. But I watched Alan Shearer, I watched Kenny Dalglish dismantle Kevin Keegan's team, and we had some players who had to play with absolute shite. And so, you know, I get it's frustrating. Now, That being said, probably what's happened here is, crucially, because it's Donk's bold prediction, generally players, when they make bold predictions, they either say something obvious or they say somebody that they like, right? And then if, you know, nobody calls them out when they're wrong. But that's just, you know, player privilege. So it sounds like Donk absolutely sanctions this move and probably helped a little bit and was the progenitor of this move, right? Good for him. He can play with a player that he obviously respects and thinks is good. And at 16 or whatever he is, it's another incredible young prospect, also in a similar age range to Donk, you know, so all good, right? We will wait and see how it pans out. But I have to say, when I watched Zwei at the Major, I was very impressed. I think huge step in the right direction for Spirit. We'll talk about the problems with Magix when we get there, but it's just interesting that nobody knew who was going to go. There were only realistically 2 names that could go, but Magix has just dodged being cut from the roster so many times. I don't think anyone could conceivably believe that he would get cut from the roster. I think this is a very good move for Spirit for a variety of reasons. You didn't put Kiyasuke on the roster. It's been said that Kiyasuke didn't even want to play on Spirit towards the end. He was so pissed off about not being brought in sooner because he wanted first team Counter-Strike that once he got talking to Munisi and Nico, he was absolutely done. So it was very much his decision. He drove it to get out, and I've got that on very good authority. So this is great. This is 2 thumbs up for Spirit. If they then go on to bed this player in and get back to winning ways, because it is crazy they're not winning more trophies when they've got Donk on the roster, this is going to work out excellently. I believe it will work out excellently. I think it's going to make Spirit more competitively relevant than they've been since winning in Shanghai thanks to a Magic's live game, and 2 thumbs up for me. We've already talked about Flammus, so I won't rehash that. But what about this? Another Russian player, the Forgotten Man. He was just out there, and it's perfecto. He's back. He spent a year on the sidelines. It's crazy. It's criminal. The Russian Zipniks just left, going to seed on the sidelines. Madness. Absolute madness. Even at the end of the whole Cloud9 debacle, he was having to tweet out on fucking, well, not tweet out, posted on Telegram or whatever it was. Please don't forget me. Can I be a free agent now, Cloud9, now that you've shuttered the Counter-Strike organization yet again? Can I has roster move? Well, he finally got his roster move. You've got to feel sorry for the guy. And it's, don't get me wrong, right? You know, another one. Look, 25. Right, still got good years left in him. 25, and you've just spent a year out of the game in your, you know, peak years in Counter-Strike terms. Crazy to think about. Now, every time I look at this Virtus Pro roster, I'm like, this is it. Now, I own my bad takes. I do believe I said last year, probably during the last roster mania, I did predict that Virtus Pro were going to challenge for trophies with that roster that they've done fuck all with and played terrible with. Electronic, not my IGL. Hashtag not my IGL. I don't give a fuck. It ain't happening fast enough, my dude. And this era has probably been, as someone that has grown up in Counter-Strike, watching great Virtus Pro teams, this era has been one of the most depressing in Virtus Pro's history. I mean, it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy how bad this is. I'm talking going all the way back to 1.6. This has been depressing. It's sad. At least in the Jame era, you won a major. Of course, you didn't know because you were outsiders, said Carmack. Well, I thought you were genuinely an organization that didn't fucking exist. So you don't even get to claim fucking major. You did win, apparently. It's crazy, but you took out James to get rid of the James system, and the system is still there. Somehow Electronic has just made it worse. He hasn't changed it in any material way. You still play all of the rounds. You're still deceptively competitive on a map here and there. You win your opponent's pick, lose the next 2, and all of it is dog shit and horrifying to watch with endless overtimes. No one feels good watching a Virtus Pro game. The fans must absolutely detest it. The people watching at home must absolutely detest it. I know my community absolutely detests it. I absolutely detest test it, even to the point when doing the No Majors Club. No matter what other game was on, I will not watch Virtus Pro. I fucking hate watching Virtus Pro. That is what this organisation is. They don't play good Counter-Strike on any level. They are diabolical. Actually diabolical in the classic sense. They are of the devil. Diabolical. So, Perfecto coming in. I mean, what else can he do? He's been on the sidelines for a year. He's got to take any contract. And theoretically, they're a prestigious org. And theoretically, that lineup's good. I like Dicey and Cloud9. I was like 20 years old, look at him open, he's going to do things. That's great. I love Flit. I think he's actually slept on. Fame, another young Russian star coming through, look fucking good. At various points, easily the most exciting player back in the Jane years. You add Perfecto to that. World-class anchor, tons of experience, hungry to get back in the game. It should be good. Sad about Flams. Already talked about that. You benched this kid. You sold this kid down the river. You did an Astralis move, essentially. Norbert as well. Surely too good to be on the bench. Sad. Flammer, he was just having a hard time. It looks bad. He had tons of experience. It does look back in the game. Look at the result. It should be good. Then you go back. Gain Legion days. Experience. The lad hungry to get back in the game. Like this when it should be good. Sad about Flammer. When you're getting battered, your stats are bad. It's just how it works. Flammus is better than that. He's better than a 0.36 in a Flammer, he was
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Somebody left cocaine.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Somebody left cocaine in the White House. Remember?
Yes.
Remember?
Yeah.
Somebody left fucking coke. Yeah. They brought coke to the White House. How did you do that? How'd you get in with coke?
Dude, I knew nothing.
Bro, have you seen Hunter?
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Have you seen Hunter Biden describing why crack is so good? It's the greatest crack advertisement of all time.
No.
If crack wasn't terrible for you, this guy makes me want to try crack. I'm not going to. Don't do it. I'm not giving any advice, but I'm saying this guy, like, legitimately, this might be the best advertisement for crack of all time. I'm gonna send it to you, Jamie. You're gonna watch it and you're
I'm excited.
Oh my God.
I'm excited for this.
I want to try crack.
He's the gift that keeps on giving.
Well, he's a lot smarter than people give him credit for. I'll tell you that. Like, he's talking, one of the things he was talking about was why smoking things are so addictive, why smoking cigarettes are so addictive, and like the psychology behind it. He's not dumb, but he's just a guy who, you know, became an addict, and that fucks your whole life up. It fucks you. You become a subhuman. When you're junkied out all the time, and you're that dude who's like what he was doing, like making films and shit, and driving with a gun. He was fucking gone. He was out there, dude.
Well, when you're an addict with money, it gets real wild.
And your dad is one of the most famous people on the planet. It's so crazy. Listen to this.
Well, the only difference between crack cocaine and cocaine is sodium bicarbonate and water and heat. Literally. That's it.
And those things are pretty much free if you go to like a science store.
This is free. You can go to your neighborhood convenience store and just get. Anyway, I don't want to tell people how to make cocaine, but it literally is a mayonnaise jar of cocaine and baking soda.
How different is the experience?
It's vastly different. And like for real, I feel really reluctant to kind of have some euphoric discussion. I know you're not asking me to do that, but have some euphoric discussion about crack cocaine.
I think this might be kind of the opposite here.
Okay, no, it's the exact opposite. I'm saying I don't want to have the experience of some euphoric recall. That's how powerful crack cocaine is. Does crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it safer than alcohol? Probably. People think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite. When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off all the impurities so that they're combined with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable. That's all. you know, all of these actors and, you know, people in the past that talked about they had a problem with cocaine and freebasing. They were smoking crack.
So straw on the stove is the same thing.
Not exactly, but close to it. But it's a little bit different. But anyway, my point about it, your point about it, which I think is true, is that there's a thing about crack that is really insidious. And what it is that anytime, you know, I think one of the reasons that they believe that smoking cigarettes is so addictive is because it combines three really important things. It's habit forming, there's an oral fixation, and there is a ritual combined with it. And so the idea of hand to mouth is a habit and a fixation that we learn very early, even as children. With a pacifier, with a spoon, with your thumb, to even to breastfeeding. Okay, so that really, I don't want to get into the psychology of it because I'm no expert, but I do know this, is that you combine with that ignition, combustion, and then you combine the ritual. You have your cigarette in the morning, you have a cigarette when you get out of the car, you have your cigarette with your coffee. Crack is that on steroids. It's over and over. There's ritual to it. There's a ritualized part of it. The combination of all of those addictive behaviors together becomes like really powerful. And the drug in and of itself is a more immediate euphoric sensation and connected to it than, in my experience, cocaine alone.
Does it require more frequency to maintain the high?
Yes. Yes. And the capacity to use more than you could otherwise with powder cocaine, just physically to be able to ingest it.
Okay.
So
we should give that guy credit. Who's the dude who's interviewing him?
Andrew Callahan, Channel 5.
Well, he nailed it. Did a great job. That's the best ad for coke ever.
It's the best.
Best ad for crack ever.
Yeah.
And he could be president. How about that? How about that?
That kid,
How about that? He could. Like, no bullshit. Hunter Biden, after all he'd been through, look, we all his dirty laundry's all out there. We all see it. He was a freak.
He, speaking of which,
he's just smarter than his dad when his dad was young. And he was a crackhead.
He spoke so eloquently about crack just then. And by the way, you know what 2 words got me?
What?
Ignition was the first one.
Yeah, Jesus, bro.
And I forget the second word, but ignition, I was like, you got my ears here. But I have a friend that smoked crack.
Oh my God, I have a couple.
Yeah, and I said, what was it like? Like, how describe it to me? And he goes, dude, the best way I could describe it is, imagine you are as horny as humanly possible. You have a raging hard-on, and a woman sits down on your dick for 2 seconds and then plops off and walks away. He goes, that sensation of the thrill of that, he goes, that's the only way I could think to kind of equate like what the charge of it is and how excited you are and how you feel you need to immediately do it again.
And when you do it again, do you get the same reaction? Or dumbed down?
That I don't remember what he said, but I got the impression that it's kind of like, you know, it's that be, right? Just on repeat. It's the broken record
of
that.
Up and down, and then big crashes.
Yeah.
I had a buddy in New York that smoked crack, and he would have these giant crashes. One of the things he would have to do is he would have to go to a store, like a liquor store, and get a 40 ounce of malt liquor.
Okay.
That was how he'd calm himself down from the crack. So like a lot of times I would pick him up. I would even drop him off when he was buying shit back then. And then when I'd get him, he'd just be like pale like cardboard and had to drink malt liquor. It was like he's about to have a fucking heart attack.
But by the way, that's all it takes is 1 40 ounce? I'm thinking you need to fucking mainline a bottle of Jack Daniels to even out.
You would get a couple of 40s.
Okay.
But 140 is really strong.
I tricked Sam Bankman-Fried into a third interview with me, and this time he may have admitted to fraud. You'll be the judge. You can click to this timestamp if you just want to listen to the interview, but I want to explain the background, the strategies that went into this call to try to learn where others had failed, including, by the way...
Sad. Look at Flammers. He was just having a hard time. It looks bad here. It does look bad, but then look at the results. Then you go back to the Game of Legion days. He still had bad games like this when they got battered. When you're getting battered, your stats are bad. It's just how it works. Flamus is better than that. He's better than a 0.36.
Hold on.
Right. Because it's all gone to shit and the wheels have come off. See, I'm not just about stats all the time. Context matters. You're playing on Virtus Pro and you have fucking high, you have a low rating. No, it's a given. Electronic has been gaslit. He's a good IGL because Blade said he could do it one time. Well, that's just Agent Blade, isn't it? He doesn't want you to go somewhere else and be a good IGL. He wants you to go somewhere else and be a bad IGL, which is what is happening. So look, it's just Overwatch fart noise for the entire existence of Virtus Pro and this lineup and the Counter-Strike they play. In fact, I've never even done this. Virtus Pro play Counter-Strike to the incomprehensible double Overwatch fart. It's actual garbage. It's actual crap. Perfecto, though, what's he going to do? It's a thumbs up for him because otherwise he was just left on the sidelines, a forgotten man. But I'll tell you this. From the organizational perspective, for as long as you're going to keep this IGL setup and this tactical setup and this coaching setup and let this group of players play this type of Counter-Strike without any fundamental changes, those not coming in as an anchor and saving this fucking team, just so sad. So sad. Perfecto, another player that could have been on the national lineup. But situation. We talked a little bit about Nork. Don't know what's going on over at BC Game. He was only there for 5 months. And look, they've sort of handled everything back, right? I'm not trying to say BC Game are a bad organisation, right? But it's not looking great. There was a story that never sort of came out where, I think it was in a CCT Cup, they essentially like broke a rule and then they kind of leveraged admin to pressure them. I think it was over a stand-in, it might have been when Guardian had the stand-in for them. That wasn't cool. Then obviously they have brought in some players that I think are okay. Solid 1.5 tier 2 team, should be competitively relevant. Then you had the Jacob incident. The way they handled that, mind-blowing, right?
Hey,
so
what?
Jacob gets outed for owing people debt. He's just borrowed money left, right and centre, gambled it, borrowed skin, gambled them. People are posting about how he's a fucking scam artist, he's doing this, he's doing that. He has to come out and admit it all. I did a YouTube video about that, called something like the sewers of Counter-Strike. We looked at all the top shit stories that were happening at that moment in time. And it's like, look, you're a gambling platform. You can't stand by this guy. But they tried to. They're like, look, we're going to get him help, and we're going to work with him. And I'm like, you've got to lose your job over that, right? You have to lose your job over that. Like, I'm not advocating for people to lose their job, but you're a gambling platform. He's got problems with gambling to the point where he's engaging in what just is theft. I mean, if I borrow money and on the premise that I'll only pay it back after I put it all on black and fucking red comes up at the casino and I can't pay you back, I've essentially stolen that money from you in a very real and fundamental sense. I can't pay you back. I didn't have any intention in good faith to pay you back. I had to roll the dice of fate. If you're only promising to pay back money when you win, it's fucking crazy. So they said they were going to get him help and they were going to work with him, and then it's like, whatever. So then they saw better of it. And now North benched after 5 months. And who are you going to get? Who's better? Also, played a 1.09 rating across the period of his time there. Very strange. Nork is the player, one of the players I do feel genuinely sorry for. Obviously, the situation in NIP, he's playing really well. They signed Vice, that's a disaster. I think he was there just in time for them to fucking pocket that fucking sticker money as well, that the org said was definitely there. I'll never say you would do that. Just crazy stuff. So yeah, that was a rough one. This is a thumbs down. I don't know why you would do it. It kind of seems crazy to me. Right, let's talk about Heroic. So, in many such cases, we're talking about Heroic a lot today. They brought in their coach, Tobiz, right? That's the guy who's got to fill in for Saw. Gonna say this, very good choice. Excellent choice. I think his work on Mouse NXT has been solid. If you look at how long he's been there, it might not be as great as the Mouse NXT of, the ones that all essentially became their first team. But in 3 years, they've had some good players come out of there, and you know, he's like done well. Now, this year, not so much. They've been getting battered in a lot of these online cups. They don't have a particularly great roster right now. They've got, again, no one has to go give them right. Discovery of talent, that's just how that goes. But I like Tobis, and I think for Heroic, good fit. He is someone that understands what it is to work with young and upcoming players, give them tools to improve. If they don't improve, how to either go to plan B or manage them out of the team in a respectful and gentle way. Proven track record of doing all of these things. Never going to replace Saw, right? But I think Saw's about to enter into a hell of his own choosing. And so Tobiz is going to be working for the fun-loving organisation that is Heroic. We just keep picking up young talent. Somehow it works, and yay, we're all having a good time. One thumbs up for the coach. You could never have replaced Saw. One thumbs up is the most you can hope for. But they also had to bring in a player, obviously. And so they have brought in this player, Grix, a Belarusian AWPer. Now, by the way, geopolitical situation notwithstanding, seeing a Belarusian brought in anywhere is kind of rare. But in Heroic, look, he's already got a friend. Tanir. Maybe Belarus is going to be the next Russia in terms of producing talent. That's all I mean it as, by the way. Sorry. Got everyone nervous there, right? But I will say this, yeah, visa's going to be tough. Travel, going to be tough. Tanir has been one of the finds. I always think he's younger than he is because he sort of came out of nowhere. He is 24. People treat him like he's 18. I know I do the same. It's okay. You are forgiven. But he is exceptional and a great find. Grix, on the other hand, is 19 and is super, super excited. What a prospect this kid looks like. And you're probably thinking, yeah, you know, like, you're saying that, but that's just nonsense. He was playing on this Astrum lineup, and Astrum, again, you've probably never heard of them. They're just out there in the weeds of Tier 2, and the teams they are beating are crazy, actually. Competitive series against Big, competitive series that's the one I'm thinking of. That's the Monty that they won. They also, look at this with Paravision. They beat Paravision, right? They beat Zero Tenacity. They beat Sashi. It's like they're actually legit fucking good at that level that they're at. And this kid is smashing people, like actually smashing people. Obviously, we just had his Heroic debut today. Didn't get off to a great start. Course corrected, much better rating. And we're obviously as well, he's had multiple high-level performances at this level. You know, look, he's got 2.12s and stuff in here. This, you know, for an 18-year-old, fucking sick. Like, really, really good move. Love this. You know, Heroic are one of those teams that I think, you know, like the Gamer Legion, because I've just seen too much, they're the complete antithesis of Falcons. You know, Gamer Legion, Heroic, bringing young talent through. That's what esports is meant to do. It's meant to be like bringing young, exceptional players that are good. We give them a home, help them blossom into superstars. Be a little, you know, romantic element about the love of the game, about watching a kid with so much talent. You know, maybe not a lot of money, from an impoverished background, maybe from a country where you don't have a lot of opportunities, and you watch him ascend and rise through the ranks of esports to become in a spotlight. That used to be what was fun about esports, and now people like Falcons, cynically just throwing money around. So I am very excited. I am very, very, very excited to see what he does. And when you add it into the fact you've got Youngstar on this roster, we've got LNZ actually showing that yes, it remains true. Your time on NIP doesn't count. This is and now that Nilo is in the team, Heroic have one of the youngest teams out there with talent that really has a lot of upside. Be excited about Heroic. 2 thumbs up for the Grix move. 2 thumbs up for the way Heroic manage themselves. You're not going to miss Saw and Sir Pius as much as people think you're going to. You're going to miss Saw. You're not going to miss Sir Pius. Love this shit. Next, another big one. Makazi doing the old Gorman pose there to look tough. I'm saying Makazi. It's not pronounced like that, is it? But I always get the pronunciation wrong. Because players will keep having stupid names. And the mispronunciations will continue until you start naming yourselves things that make fucking sense and are good for branding. Anyway, I'll also learn how to pronounce it properly by the time broadcast runs around. But this is my house, this is my home. I get to pronounce whatever I want, however I want, here. 18-year-old, incredibly, looks older than that, doesn't he? Just saying. 18-year-old, comes from the Na'vi Academy. This was interesting as well. You know what they did? I think Blade and Na'vi are a fan of The Beast Must Die. This is a deep cut. Maybe you don't watch Foreplay, my movie podcast. You should. It's fun. We're good at reviewing movies. I'm good at reviewing movies. Maybe I'm going to quit esports finally and become that. But anyway, I think they've seen The Beast Must Die. I'll tell you about The Beast Must Die, or you can just go watch that episode. Just type in Last Free Nation Beast Must Die. But I'll tell you about The Beast Must Die. Right? It is a blaxploitation werewolf movie made by the Amicus legend Milton Subotsky. By the way, they remade a terrible TV series based on The Beast Must Die. It has Jared Harris in it. Richard Harris, the kid, who was great in Chernobyl. Not great in that, not a great TV series, but somebody bought the IP and made a shit TV series out of it, so I was right the whole time. Anyway, The Beast Must Die, it's a blaxploitation werewolf movie. And what Milton Subotsky did, he looked at it and he realised it doesn't have a gimmick, and no one is gonna watch this movie just alone on it being a blaxploitation werewolf movie. Spoiler, I would, right? But not everyone would. So he created a gimmick in it where he said, we're gonna put in a break, we're gonna record an introduction, and it's a guy talking like this and saying, what you're about to watch is a werewolf movie where your job is to guess who is the werewolf. Now, it wasn't filmed like that at all. In fact, it's not set up to be a mystery whatsoever. They had to do a lot of editing around to even make it vaguely coherent. And so, just before the reveal of who the werewolf is, the big countdown comes on, like literally like Countdown, the game show. Right? And it says, this is the werewolf break. You have 1 minute to guess who the werewolf is. No, they did the roster move like that. They did it the wrong way. They said, we're promoting Makazi from the Academy side. Who are you cutting? Who's going? It's the werewolf break. And it was just like Imma's face, and JL's face, and Alexi B, where it's happening. It's crazy they did it this way. But this is the way they did it. And so there's the statement. Look, the current Na'vi Junior CS2 roster, led by Coach Coolio, not that one.
नहीं आ गया नहीं नहीं वही घंटा दूर है ना इसलिए आ गया बिल्डिंग में आ जाएगा ठीक है हाँ Okay, 14% हो गया गेट रेट। हो गया बेचता है क्या हुआ, एक बार देखता हूँ मैं। अरे ये चला गया। डिस्कॉर्ड पे भी नहीं है ना। ठीक है रे। ठीक है। और ग्रेवी के अंदर हाँ ग्रेवी के अंदर है ना पनीर दोनों बार आपको मैं खाऊंगा और फिर मैं एक रखूंगा रात को। काम गया फूटे गया गेम ही बंद हो गया। मेट्रॉनिक कितना है देखो सारा कहाँ गया मेट्रॉनिक। हम्म 91.76 हो गया। 91.76 हाँ। हेल्थ केयर ही मतलब रिसेंट मंथ्स में बहुत क्रैश हो रहा है ना, अभी थोड़ा रिसर्जेंस आ रहा है। हाँ मैं तुम्हारा फोन से भी करता हूँ। तुम्हारा फोन दो। क्यों? हाँ मुझे तो दिखता है। इसके करेगा तुम खाओ, मेरे पास बहुत है। पूरा पनीर लिया तुमने ग्रेवी का सब लोग ना। ठीक है नहीं चलेगा, बैठो उधर, बैठो उधर चलेगा, बैठो उधर। बात के लिए मुझे एक सेकंड में माइक म्यूट करता हूँ।
आर्ची व्हाट्स अप हेलो तू कब वापस आया कब यूएस है ना तू कहाँ पे डिपोर्ट हुआ कि जेल मारने आया है कब अगस्त में कैलिफोर्निया में हो तू तेरी माँ की कैलिफोर्निया में है तू चल मिलते हैं अपन
है क्या इधर
पता नहीं भाई
अच्छा
एक सेकंड टीएस पे आ जाओ ना
दे टीएस का लिंक आते हैं
एलओटी पे आ रहा है
एलओटी का लिंक मेरे पास नहीं एलओटी का लिंक भाई वो पुराना वाला खुल नहीं रहा है
अच्छा
दे दे बाद में राउंड के
हाँ अरे चलना जल्दी अरे
ये क्लियर आ जाओ
तो छोड़
डोर एक
बाप रे ये क्या हुआ
क्या मालूम चला भी गया
बंडल कर दिया वो
कुछ काम होगा उसको
अरे माँ की चुत क्या हो गई
अपन ऐसे जीत सकते हैं चारों ही जीत जाएंगे मतलब
हाँ हाँ कोई नहीं अब तो करो
आई थिंक क्यू में था इसका पर्पल के साथ
क्या
क्यू में है पर्पल के साथ
मैं भी ये इंडियन तो
नहीं उसका फ्लैग देख
तो
आजा लो आजा आजा भी आ जाओ खाली है एक लोअर है और एक रैंप है नीचे एक
हेलो
सीफर नहीं है
आर्ची
मेरा
माइक म्यूट है
हाँ हाँ हेलो
कैसे हो आर्ची
बढ़िया
आर्ची
बोलो
ये वीकेंड कुछ प्लान करो ना यार
प्लान क्या उधर हूँ मैं
भाई
क्या प्लान बोल रहे हो
अगस्त में अगस्त फर्स्ट वीक में मोस्ट लाइकली मेरे माँ बाप भाई जा रहे हैं गांव
शाबाश कर डन
तो तुम आ जाओ
ठीक है
वो तो एक सीन है ये फ्राइडे या सैटरडे हम तुम्हारे यहाँ आते हैं
आ जाओ वेडनेसडे
घूमेगा भी नहीं हाथ में रात आज
इनफ ही है ये लोग सामने बहुत ज़्यादा नूब है
हाँ बस ये
और इशावा
सुकी कैसा दल्ले
मैं तो बढ़िया हूँ तू कैसा है
बढ़िया मावल फूक रहा है ना
नहीं यार छोड़
दिया
नहीं सही मैं अभी थोड़ा ब्रेक पे हूँ
ब्रेक पे कि कम में
ब्रेक पे हूँ कंप्लीट ब्रेक
अरे बाप रे अरे पर्पल मेरी जान चलो चलो एक और पे अरे
मिनी
बहुत मारते हैं जी ये लोग
I was full blind.
Bro, why your friend leave, bro?
Yeah, he's
Purple?
not my friend.
Fuck.
I am solo man.
Oh, okay.
Why you solo, bro? Deadline.
सोलो नहीं था वो, आई थिंक स्कैती था
सोलो नहीं था वो, पक्का?
पक्का सोलो नहीं था। जहाँ तक मैंने देखा ये दुओ होता है और हम तीन थे।
मुंबई में आजकल सर आर्ची।
यस।
अरे लो है, हाउ निकल मारूंगा।
मिनी।
और सीटी से स्विंग कर दिया। मिनी और सीटी।
बाबू का कान फाड़ दिए।
तेरे को यूटिल आता है?
एक एक करके सबको लपेट लेते हैं। ए फ्लैश चाहिए तुमको?
हाँ, ए फ्लैश देगा तो मैं घुसते रहूंगा हर राउंड।
नहीं आता तो नहीं है।
तो रहने दे।
मेरे को भाई जानना था कि करोगे क्या तुम उसको।
खत्म, फिर डोर हट करके
तोड़ो, मैं ऑफ लगाता हूँ, एक को मार दूंगा। एक मिनी वाले को मारता हूँ मैं, डोर तोड़ो।
मुझे कौन माउंट दिया भाई? शाबाश
भाई, स्मोक ऑफ कर दिया।
देखो क्या चल, दो तो स्मोक है, तुम देख क्या रहे हो फिर?
मैं ये स्मोक देख रहा हूँ।
हेवन आ रहा हूँ, ये आ जाओ।
हाँ अरे
हाँ ये आएंगे। स्मोक है अभी।
पर्पल कवर में सीक्रेट ब्रो।
मिनी में फ्लैश फेंको क्या?
ठीक है।
डाला।
एक क्लियर मोस्ट ब्रो।
आजा आजा आजा।
नीचे ब्रो।
रैंप होना चाहिए।
क्या इन्फो है क्या इसका?
मतलब खेलता रैंप है ना यूजुअली। अच्छा ये एमएम टाइप सीक्रेट प्लेयर एक डेडिकेटेड आउटसाइड छोड़ के।
भाई ईशक, तुम जा रहे हो कैलिफोर्निया?
तू जा रहा है?
क्या करने जा रहे हो वहाँ पे भाई?
मैं भी नॉर्थ में ही हूँ, सैन होजे, सेंटा क्लारा।
अरे नॉट कैलिफोर्निया।
ओह कहाँ पे?
जर्सी,
न्यू जर्सी। ओह
क्या करोगे उधर?
पास्ता पिज्जा।
अरे आर्ची का तो मूत निकाल दिया भाई।
ओके यार, 2 मिनी है, पता नहीं 2 मिनी खेल क्यों रहे लोग।
ओए
बाप रे, अबे ये चढ़ के खेल रहे हैं, इनको आने दो आगे। वहां की शूटिंग क्यों है?
यप, वो स्टार्टिंग में स्मोक उतना वेस्ट कर देते हैं, थोड़ा हल्का रुक के खेल देंगे तो हो जाएगा। वैसे मैं ही भाग रहा हूँ
भाई। ये ऐसा गेम क्यों जा रहा है? हमारा एक प्लेयर क्यों चला गया? क्या
मालूम, मम्मी ने बुलाया होगा कंप्यूटर बंद करने।
गेम स्टार्ट होते ही चला गया भाई।
और मैप वोटिंग दोनों नहीं किया बाय द वे, ये दोनों नहीं किया मैप वोटिंग। हाँ हम तीनों ने नहीं किया मैप वोटिंग।
वाह,
ये न्यूक लगा के निकल भी गए। क्या टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। 24 निकाले तो रैंप में ना उस इनका स्मोक करके सामने बैठा है, उसके नीड कर हो गया। ये ले कर देते क्या?
ये क्या कर रहा है?
करना है क्या? हेलो,
few more rounds then we
आ जाओ नेक्स्ट आ जाओ। टाइम वेस्ट है, टाइम वेस्ट है, नेक्स्ट आ जाओ।
भाई क्या किया
भाई? माइनस बहुत होता है यार आर्ची।
अरे रैंक नहीं तो माइनस क्या होगा? आ जाओ
इशू कर।
और पहली बार सीटी का खेलते हैं यार अपन। उसको डिस्कॉर्ड का दिया तूने
भाई? अभी तो गेम खेल रहा हूँ।
वेट एक आ रहा है, एक दो आ रहे, रुक जाओ।
हाँ हाँ
कर दूं?
लाइटनिंग को बुलाऊं?
जिसे बुलाना बोला।
ओके
अरे वो वेट ही कर रहा है।
ओके
से आता हूँ।
ओके आज रात करके सो जाऊंगा ना। अच्छा है ना, फिर 9 घंटे में पूरा ही हो जाएगा।
भाई हम फुल कैरी होने वाले डैनी, 3000 रिलो वाले हैं अपने साथ।
हाँ हाँ ठीक है। हाँ अभी तो चालू ही हुआ। जाओ 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 जाओ, बहुत टाइम। ओके तो मिसू कॉल किया था, सुन रहा है। अरे
यार क्यों नहीं आएंगे?
5 मैन क्यों है हम? अर्शी
बोलो। अभी आया हेडफोन अभी देना मैंने। बोलो। हेलो 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 हेलो। ओ मैं म्यूट पे हो गया। हेलो बोलो।
क्या सीन?
कुछ नहीं।
आज तुमने बूजिंग किया कि नहीं?
नहीं, ऑल्टरनेट डे पे कर दो।
आज मैंने किया।
अरे वाह नाइस। क्या
बूजिंग?
नहीं नहीं, क्या मतलब ये क्या पिया?
मैग्नम।
नाइस। भाई मेरे को इतना प्रॉब्लम मालूम है कि अभी क्या हुआ रिसेंटली।
क्या हुआ?
मैं रोज ही मंगाता हूँ ना, किंगफिशर स्ट्रॉन्ग मंगाता हूँ कैंस।
हाँ
लास्ट टाइम मैंने अभी अभी कल मंगाया ना, मैंने बडवाइजर मंगाया। मुझे फोन आके बोलता है सर आप रोज किंगफिशर ही लेते हो, आपका पक्का बडवाइजर चाहिए।
What the fuck?
भाई एक वेबसाइट तुमको फोन करे पूछ रहा है भाई तुम्हारा ही तब मुझे मालूम पड़ गया प्रॉब्लम तो आ गई है। अगर एक वेबसाइट चलाने वाले को मालूम पड़ गई है
तब शायद प्रॉब्लम है।
ये तो भाई अमेज़न ही फोन करे ऐसा बोल रहा है तुम कोक नहीं बा पेप्सी पीते हो।
ये कैसा टीम है ब्रांड के लिए?
सही तो टीम है, सही तो है टीम।
अरे सब सोलो।
अरे वो
अच्छा उसके लिए चिंता है ये। भाई मैं बताता हूँ, इन्फर्नो बैन कर दो, और पास बैन कर दो।
और पास खेल सकते हैं तो ठीक है।
बैन कर दो बैन कर दो बैन कर दो बैन कर दो।
इन्फर्नो मत बैन करो, इन्फर्नो मेरा छोड़ दो।
नहीं करो करो, इन्फर्नो में एफपीएस नहीं आता है यार।
तो
एंशिएंट तो करो कम से कम।
गुड
ठीक है तो
अरे एंशिएंट क्यों कर?
एंशिएंट भाई मतलब बुरा मैप नहीं है पर बोरिंग मैप है।
इंस्टा विन है ना एंशिएंट, इंस्टा विन।
अरे जीतना किसको है भाई?
ये क्या हो रहा है ब्रो?
अरे हम टीएस पे बैठे हैं, आ जाओ।
जीतना होगा तो मेरा स्पैम करते बैठेंगे कुत्ते सा।
हाँ वो भी सही है।
Who the fuck want to win? We can play another map.
मेरे को अभी लग रहा है कि मेरे पास एक और होना चाहिए था खेलने के लिए।
क्या?
The good deed.
आ जाओ टीएस पे। तुमको लिंक दूं?
टीएस पे आना पड़ेगा क्या? टीएस पे गए तो बातचीत करना पड़ेगा।
तुम कोटे में बैठोगे तो हम
चलते
कोटे में आ
हैं।
जाएंगे।
बहुत बड़ी तू तो रोज बैठता है सामने।
दूंगा तुमको लिंक, क्या है तुम्हारे पास?
क्या बोले?
तुमको लिंक दूं कि है तुम्हारे पास?
दो दो।
स्टीम डीएम खोलो। देखो डीसी मारो ना। आ गया। मूतना है भाई, मैं मूत के
जीतना है सुसु उतना है
यस अच्छा नहीं आएगा चल आजा टीएस फॉर्म में को ड्रैग कर दे फिर
ड्रैग कैसे करूंगा
अरे जो भी है भाई मैं आया
ओके
रैंक नेम खिला दे हैं रैंक नेम कितनी रहा हूं आयरा भी कितनी
बॉट है ना भाई
छोड़िए क्रॉस से संन्यास ले रहा हूं
जल्दी ले ले आरजी
अरे यही है क्या
हाँ
नीचे हमारा
डबल
यो आरजी
हेलो
आ गया तो सुबह भी आ रहा मैं आरजी गाइस भी भेजो ना उसमें एचपी की बता देना सोलो चेक क्या हो गया लग गया मजा
हेलो
आ गया तो
क्या हो रहा है
यस सर सामने चीटर है
पक्का
नहीं मुझे नहीं पता
अपने साथ भी तो देख
कौन है
अबे उन्होंने स्पॉट किया बी पे ज्यादा है तो ए पे आने वाले वो कौन उसके ऊपर रेशो
साइड कैसा आ गया भाई साइड कैसा आया भाग के साउंड आ रहा है मेरे को ब्लू कहां से आया
शॉट से
साइड पे कूद रही है
डोर बंद हुआ ना
नहीं नीचे चला गया
हां
नीचे
क्या चल रहा है टॉम एंड जेरी भाई
ये कौन है आ गया
कहां
वही खेला था
अब रेशो क्या है भाई
क्या टॉम एंड जेरी खेल रहे हो भाई ये क्या हुआ ये राउंड
पता नहीं भाई
लॉन्ग
टॉयलेट से आ गया ये पे मैं लॉन्ग देख रहा हूं
लॉन्ग नहीं शॉर्ट ही है कूदो अबे
क्या नाम छोड़ के मार रहा हूं नाइस वन हम सभी है ना टीएस पे
चार है एक कोई तो नहीं
अच्छा ठीक है
चार नहीं हम तीन है शूटी गेम पे नहीं हमारे साथ अभी ए नहीं आ जा तू इधर ले गैस पे लाइट तुम भी आ रहे हो अगर है तुम्हारे पे टीएस टीएस
जगत
टीएस बताऊंगा हां
ओपन करूंगा तो अपडेट होगा मैं जितने टाइम पर
अरे मॉन्स्टर को स्मोक कर रहा है
मैं किया
ओके कोई बात नहीं
नहीं करना क्या
नहीं उनके पास गन वन नहीं था ना तो लाइक को फार्म करना था
तो प्लेयर है अपना पीछे
अरे बी पे प्लेयर
अच्छा बंदा बैठा है
ए पे आ गए वो लोग ए पे कोई नहीं ना हमारा
30 तक आ गया कोई नहीं है
सिटी में ही
ना
बैंकर हो सकता
हां
है
वो तभी बैंक आया
कोई तो इधर रुका हुआ है भाई
तेरा मौत के लिए
तो बनाना होंगे बनाना केयरफुल
ए लॉन्ग राइट साइड एक
दो तीन पार्टी है
ए लॉन्ग राइट एक
बनाना मारा एक
अरे मार के बहुत बेटर साला लो आएगा एम4 बढ़िया है लॉन्ग लाइटनिंग एम4 ये भाग के जा
कनेक्टर से
जा क्लियर लॉन्ग एक मेरा ही पड़ा ले ले
अबे
बाथरूम
एम4 ले मेरा मित्र एम4 दे देना
तोड़ते तो नहीं है उसे
लैपटॉप पे दे दो अपग्रेड रेड में कुछ छोड़ देना तू की क्या खेल रहा है
पता नहीं भाई मैं कहीं भी खेलूं
तुम ये खेल लो
ए लॉन्ग खेल
ये पे अकेले खेल रहा है।
आरती क्या खेल रहा है?
मैं मॉन्स्टर मतलब पीक लेता हूँ।
चल ठीक है, मेरे को पूछ नहीं। तेरे लिए स्मोक कर दिया बट मैंने गलती की।
अबे
आरती स्मोक कर दिया मैं।
देखता हूँ, मेरे को 1 सेकंड मिलेगा क्या कुछ।
आजा आजा मेरे दे मुझे। बिलोंग उसका सामने है। पीछे फ्लैश। ये क्या फ्लैश?
तुमको लेना ले सकते हो बूस्ट, मैं दिख रहा हूँ।
ले वो इधर इधर।
क्या बीटी है भाई? 2 है पार्टी।
2 है सुजुकी पे। बॉम्ब बैंड से। बॉम्ब। पर लेता। हम रोटेशन ऑफ दे रहे हैं आरती।
मैं सेफ खेलता हूँ।
ड्यूटी ले आराम से।
ये कनेक्टर से ऊपर गया।
ये लोग देते हैं ना मेरा प्रोटेक्ट से। नहीं टॉयलेट पे था एक। ठीक है।
बी शॉट।
भाई कितने चार्ट उन्होंने उड़ा दिए? एलोंग्स आ गया, एलोंग्स आ गया। नाइस।
अकेला है।
दो बंदे। दोनों भी पीछे तो एक ही छोड़ गया।
इधर एक ही सेव करता है जा।
प्लांटिंग है ना?
अरे नहीं आजा, एक ही ले ले, सेव कर। वो ट्राई कर रहा है भाई, इकोनॉमी है ना अगले राउंड के लिए। सेव वो सेव करेगा तो हो जाएगा अपना अगले राउंड बाय।
भाग ले अपना टमाटर दे।
ये
चल भाग। एलोंग वो बढ़िया है, एलोंग एक
के पड़ा शॉट।
सुकी गेम में बोलियो कुछ। भाई जाटू आ गया भाई, लूट करना पड़ेगा प्रॉपर।
म्यूट मत करो, क्या वॉइस का 0 कर दो।
नहीं कर मेरे को आवाज आई चल रहा आजकल सीएस में भाई। जोड़े उसको नेट पड़ा था 26 से में। अच्छा
सुकी तू बी जाता है, मैं लॉन्ग खेल रहा हूं अराउंड। सुकी डॉग
बी जा। मुझे बी जा।
तुझे पे स्पॉट नहीं हो जाएगा ये लोग।
मैं लॉन्ग जा रहा हूं।
ले दिया
अपना भाई कैसे नहीं आया रहा हूं? अच्छा आया यार।
तू भी ले लेता। बिलोंग दो बंदे बिलोंग आ जाते हैं। कनेक्ट है बैट स्मोक ए शॉट वन।
बाथरूम आते क्या?
हां हट जा बाथरूम छोड़ दे पिक ले रहा देख क्या फ्लैश कर रहा हूं। एक मारना है।
नाइस। वो सब सोलो है ना, अब करना खेल रहे हैं।
नहीं चला।
एम्पुल ले है मेरे पे दे दे।
ओके जबरदस्ती तो
बोल रही है पूछ दे रेडी की जो भी है से आएगा इको उनका
बाथरूम में क्या बोल रहे हो?
तोड़ देना नेट से तोड़ दे। ऊपर बाथरूम आया मौका दे दिया होटल ही
भाई शॉट तो नहीं आ रहे हैं ना
बाथरूम आ रहे ये शॉट ले रहा हूं मैं ये शॉट फॉलो होता है पे
आए तो
दोनों मारना।
अरे व्हाट द फकिंग बिच
आप मेरा वेट करो
हेडशॉट आ चुका हूं।
ये तेरे लग तक राउंड खत्म हो जाएगा।
कहां है
आ गई है वो तेरे सामने बनाना हां इधर
बाथरूम
हेडशॉट पे था कैन बी
तो यार एमएम में भी लड़ कर रहे साले।
आ गया
बाथरूम
हां इधर ही सुकी
मार ली इसका कान फाड़
सबर का फल
लिए
मीठा होता है
ला सबर का फल दे
मार
उसको दे यार
तेरे को करना है ऑफ
नहीं
मैं कंटाल गया
रेडी हो फैन मैं जो सबर के दिन याद आ गया
नहीं न्यू पास भी पिक करते क्या स्टार्टिंग में वो स्टेयर पे
नहीं
स्मोक डाल ले
मैं उठाऊं आजा
आई थिंक
क्या मालूम देखता हूँ
आजा ये डबल मॉल
दोनों कनेक्टर ओए दोनों डेरी पुश करते पिछोड़ा भी है अबे हटो भाई
चल जाओ
स्मोक में उसका देख लेना
ये तो बॉम्ब हुआ
तेरी मां तुझे
ये ले
एवन देना
किस चीज पे मास्टर्स करने जा रहे हो
एआई
एआई सीखोगे
एआई मतलब ये कोर्स ही है कि कंप्यूटर साइंस
नहीं भाई वो डेटा साइंस एवन देना अर्श
एवन दो
मेरे को बेसिक तो आता है
अच्छा एलएलएम एनएलपी वो सब
क्या एमएल आती है मेरे को
एलएलएम एनएलपी वो सब ना
वो आती है मेरे को
नाइस
तो मैंने यहाँ पे कर रखा डिप्लोमा इंडिया में
ड्यूटीज के लिए जा रहे हो ना बताओ
हाँ
ड्यूटीज
पूरे एग्जैक्टली
टोट अब बने कनेक्शन फील बिलोंग हाथ में क्लिप निकाला था
अरे यार कोई चीज देख लेता था अर्जी कौन आ रहा है इधर ही बिलोंग
कनेक्टर ऊपर एक बिलोंग
मार कर देखो
ओए
नाइस
ज्यादा बोलोगे हैं
अब दो है
अरे यार
कैन बी क्लोज कलवा 3 बंदे अरे डैडी जी ये देखना था तो बाबा
कोई बात ना
नो भाई फिर ड्रॉप हो गया
ये क्या होती ना
मेरे से भी मेरी
गेमिंग है
तो पीछे ग्रीन को दे दे
मेरे को ड्रॉप दे दे
इसको कौन ड्रॉप मांग रहा है
ए
चलो मारी रे
ए भाई
अरे
वो आएगी बिलोंग
बहुत मार रहा है जी
चुकी पूछ ले मांगो
आएगा बिलोंग
स्मोक देना ना चल भी शॉट लेते हैं क्या
डिफॉल्ट ड्रॉप
ये क्या कर दिया मैंने भी शॉट
और नेट क्या मैंने ऊपर जा
मल्टीपल है
ठीक है कौन से है अरे भाई ऑफ लगा के बैठा मार दो
उसने मेरी ऑफ उठा साले ने
लिंक
ये क्या हो रहा है मैं किसी
एवर्डक को बुलाता हूं ये करो
सेंसी बदला है तूने
ये ताजा नहीं है
एंटी
and not end it's nice aim
7 किस पे डिगल देगा कि M4 कर रहा है
अरे ये शॉट बेहतर ना
सुकी डॉग
मेरे पे मैं ऑफ लूंगा
हाँ ले लेगा
इसको मार के बताएगा ठीक है
वो स्टार्टिंग पीक करता है उधर क्या बोलते हैं उसको टीममेट हाँ स्टेयर्स मारो मारो हेडशॉट एंगल लेता है राइट में
ए नहीं
नहीं इको ही करो उसको
जॉब निकाल ली
पीछे जा नींद पर
आरसी पे चढ़ गए
एक पार्टी बंदे ने इसको मरवा दिया भाई नेट करके तुम हेवन कर सकते फार्मिंग भाई आएंगे ओके
अबे मेरे को दो बंदे मरे उनके, एक ही मरा।
पांडू क्या करेगा पांडू?
आओ भाई, फोर्स करो इनकी मार को सो दे।
फोर्स नहीं भाई हमारा।
शॉट जाओ क्या?
उसको किए तेरे को कुछ स्काउट दिए तो तेरे को इनको चाहिए।
ए आरती शॉट आ गया।
ये ले। हाँ चल मैं आया चल।
नेट में गन पड़ जा रहा हूँ, क्या पता मेरी पड़ जाए। हां पता हो ना है नहीं है लगभग। कॉल ही आई तेरी मां तो आज क्यों पड़ा? बस एक सेकंड खोल के आता
राइट साइड।
लो लेफ्ट
राइट हां अच्छा गया।
मार तो लो एक जा रहा है।
अरे भाई वो जाने लगा कि मेरे मुंह पे मार रहा है यार।
ऑफ से कर कनेक्ट में पड़ा है। और मत जो
सेव कर रहा है ना।
सेव
भाई लोग ऐसे क्यों भाई?
ओ भाई
तो पीछे हो जा। नहीं
यार एक होना चाहिए था किल यार।
दे रहा हूं
कनेक्टर गन इधर फेंक के लियो।
नहीं उसला वो लगाया रहेगा।
अरे नहीं आप तो अंदर है ना। ये देख यहाँ पर बहुत नीचे पड़ गया।
पड़ा हुआ बॉम्ब लिया है मार दे। क्लोज
मौली कर दे पीछे।
और बचा हुआ है वन टू कर दे कनेक्टर में। आई वो दो
नाइस।
अब तेरे पे आ गई।
बूस्ट है ना सही किसी को बूस्ट।
यहाँ पर दूँ क्या?
मुझे कुछ मत दो।
दे दे इसको।
चल ठीक है। रेंटर जा रहा है। ऑफर
शॉर्ट रश कर चलो।
ऑफर और क्लिक कर रहा है।
बूस्ट दो गया ये लो ये बूस्ट है।
हां हां मैं सीधा कनेक्टर छोड़ के मार रहा हूं शॉट छोड़ रहा हूं।
ओके
कनेक्टर है
अपना मतलब बोल किया।
हां
नहीं नहीं
एक कनेक्टर है मारो देख लो।
एक लॉन्ग डेड।
सॉरी सॉरी
मैं ऊपर नहीं देख रहा मैं लॉन्ग हूं। भाई तुम डब्ल्यू देख रहा ना। ए शॉट पार्टी
कनेक्टर भी कोई नहीं दिखा था ऊपर ही लग रहा है मेरे को। एक भी शॉट हो सकता है बस। देखो फ्लैश की तो देना बोला ही।
ये तो फ्लैश कर सकते हैं ना?
कर सकता हूं।
कर दे।
एक कनेक्टर से ऊपर गया। मैं टीवीएस प्लान कर रहा हूं ठीक है।
मैं बोला डीप कर दिया ठीक है।
अरे वो दो तीन लोग दे दे।
स्मोक है तेरे पास।
ये प्यार है क्या मल्टीपल
बोला
मैं स्मोक है तेरे पास।
शॉट छोड़ रहा हूं।
क्यों छोड़ रहा है यार?
एक लेफ्ट है।
थोड़े स्मोक करना कहीं पे। ओके
कर दिया।
C4 है।
एक लेफ्ट है भाई। बहुत हल्का है मादर। इधर ही
फक किधर भी नहीं गन ही नहीं है इधर। अच्छा लास्ट राउंड है भाई।
मैं तो क्या देता हूं। ये ले मेरी बहन सो दिया।
तेरे पास क्या है क्या फिर?
व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ दिस ड्रॉप?
अरे ना ऑफ दे आरती ऑफ दे एम4 तेरे को दे रहा हूं। पीछे से वो किल कर रीसेंट ऑफ।
नहीं मैं बिलोंग जाता हूं बिलोंग को रश करेंगे।
अरे कितने की है बता दो दो अपने बंदे पैसे हैं रेडी को ऑपरेशन कनेक्टर कौन से ले लियो ने
फ्लैश करेगा भाई फ्लैश कर
तेरे को
तेरा लॉन्ग देख
किधर गया तेरा फ्लैश?
एक लॉन्ग
पार्टी में मैं फंसा हूं शॉट कर निकल गया नहीं
Deploying flashbang.
रेडी फ्लैश कर कमाल क्या है कमाल क्या है ये पे ऑलमोस्ट
स्मोक क्या है इसके
आगे
मैं पिटेगा भाई इसने ये एंगल लिया है बहुत बार बच गया नाइस ट्राई चलेगा टी साइड तो निकाल लेंगे आराम से C4 लेफ्ट में C4 है शायद
डिफॉल्ट पर ऊपर से राइट साइड लेफ्ट ऊपर से मत पड़ा जी
करो भाई जेल मार दो सबको
अब तो भाई एस वाटर पीना पड़ेगा वेजाइना वाटर वही डिहाइड्रेशन खत्म कर सकती है था मारो दाब के बुद्धि चट्टो दाब के सब लोग ऐसे ऐड कर ब्लू बोल रहा है
तुम्हें बोल रहा है
ये पता है मेरे सामने तो बैक
ब्लू अपना बाप का उसके नहीं पॉसिबल है कल भी ऐसा ही हुआ था अरे अपने उनका
ग्राउंड
शॉट इन अपने
नाइस
ये क्या भाई दो गोली मारा दो लोग मर गया
सामान राइट अपने पास एक दो मिनट रोटेट हुआ
तू बैंक देख ले रैडम सर देख रहा हूं मैं
ओके
बैंक
वो साइड 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 मारो
मेरे को इसमें नहीं उड़ाना चाहिए था भाई पीछे खेलना पीछे पीछे खेल पीछे खेल
टाइम नहीं है आरसी मेरे आने वाले पूरा साले क्या करूं आरसी सीधा तो क्या है
मैं कैसे बचा भाई मेरे को पता ही नहीं
और तू भाग गया मैं तो गया किधर ये भाई क्या कॉल है तू कॉल देना
मैं कॉल दूं
हां देना
कुछ भी बोल लिटरली पाचो चलो
सीधा लोगों 9 सेकंड कोई नेट में नहीं लेट कर करना है तो अरे नहीं लेट नहीं करो तूने बोला लेट कर करना है तो अरे सुना वो मां मुझे बोला तू चैलेंज कर दिया भाई अबे दो बजे सब कुछ हो गया स्काउटर सोचेगा तो ड्यूटी लीव करो
ओके एक ही पड़ा है
भाई मैं तो ड्यूटी मारता जा रहा हूं उसको
कैसा है जेल हमारा छी
अरे एक स्मोक करके दूसरा उठा लेना
इग्लू
नाइस तो ब्रेक करवा रहा कर रहा वो जो फाइटर है ना बैंक है स्मोक कर लाइटनिंग तो बेनिफिट है ना नाइस ट्रक गिर रहा है नाइस लो है स्मोक जस्ट फील्ड
कहां पे गिर गया वो खत्म ये राउंड कैसे आ रही है नाइस भाई नाइस
उनकी काट ने अभी मुझे मारा मैं करता बाप और कितना पैसा क्या जाएंगे 5 जन के लिए लॉन्ग पे चोरी है दो को क्या एक का बॉट के अंदर गया था कौन था वो लॉन्ग अरे अरे चार रच कर मेरे को भी लास्ट में ऊपर पड़ गया लास्ट को मार दिया दो गाड़ी मार ये सब तो होगा
अभी शॉट पे बैठा हूं
उसके लिए मैं चलना ना तो ऊपर था मुझे हां दे कौन से लोडिंग आप दे रहे इधर दे इधर कौन दे रहा
लॉन्ग वॉकिंग करेंगे
कोई का फ्लैश दे रहा हूं
हो सकता है राइट में ना स्मोक
दो देते हैं कनेक्टर कह रहा एक आएगा कनेक्टर कह
क्या हो गया क्या बोल रहा है
तो हो जाएगा भाई
अरे भाई आज माश भी बढ़िया रिस्ट
अबे लॉन्ग रश खत्म करते हैं भाई कितना बोरिंग गेम है क्यों स्लो खेल रहे हैं पागल हो मेरा फ्लैश दे ना मैं जाता हूं आगे पहले यूट्यूब में
प्लीज आ गया
मॉन्स्टर रश
कैसे था फुल सपोर्ट
अरे बीलॉन्ग बोल रहा था
तो फ्लैश कर
बट बिलोंग कहां आता है फिर
क्या था
जाओ
ये क्लोज लेफ्ट खपचे में साले फ्लैश ही नहीं था
रुक जाओ
नाइस
कनेक्टर में ये पीछे खपचे में देखा
बैरल
साइड देख बैरल ऊपर है भाई दोनों कनेक्टर थे दोनों पीछे
अच्छा एक आ गया दोनों पीछे आ गए
हां दोनों कनेक्टर से
बोल
ले
ऊपर आ गए ए आ गए
साउंड आ गया
ना पूरा बैंक आ गया
नहीं तो रडार पे आ गया नहीं
दिखा
वाइट भी कर देना अभी ये क्या हुआ मतलब वो हेवन था तेरे पीछे बाप रे तो भाई इसको तेरे रिस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए था भाई कभी लो है पार्टी
मारा देगा
मैं थोड़ा
लो किया मारा Congratulations.
ऑली कर दे कान फट जाएगा
गाड़ी चला रहे सब घुमा गाड़ी
ग्रेफिटी है शायद केयरफुल
एक हेवन
तेरा ही नाम
उड़ता
ना पैसा है क्या चलो उनका तो ऑफ है क्या
मैं फ्लैश करता हूं जाओ मैं फ्लैश करता हूं
फ्लैश तो है मैं ही अंदर था
ये तो मजाक समझे का
बनाना ऊपर
बैठ गया फ्लैश करना साइड पे फ्लैश करना साइड पे
रुको फ्लैशिंग
डंपस्टर है कॉपर लॉन्ग ये लॉन्ग डंपस्टर है नहीं लॉन्ग बी क्लियर पीछे जाओ बाकी जाओ
चलो यूटर्न हो गया
नेवर माइंड
कहां ये मिकासा कहां है
एक ही बंदा था वैसे।
एक
एबी हां इधर ही वाटर हुआ है वाटर से एक और नहीं एक और ही है
ये वाला लो है यार अभी
लैंड होने नीचे देख
हां लो वाला मर गया
नाइस
ग्रेफिटी है हां ग्रेफिटी है नाइस
ईगो के नीचे
नहीं वन की नीचे सारी स्मोक कैसे कर दिया ले देखता हूं ठीक है ये किसको
रैंडमली बस उसने अपनी गाली भी नहीं दी आपको वो तो सही में पूछ रहा था
राजा होगी सारी गाना
अबे
मान ले अरे मैं काटने आ रहा था ऐसा थोड़ी चलेगा ए यहां पे स्मोक दो ना मेरा ए पे स्मोक कर दे वाह एटे
आ जाओ ये पे
पीछे पीछे ये कहां से है
यस का
पीछे आ रहा है पीछे
इतना बॉम्ब नहीं है ओ
चला है
कनेक्टर है
पीछे टीम
उसको मार दो
आ जा चिवार भाई पीछे आता तो मजा आता ना स्क्वाड का वो मिलता फन क्या मिलता फन व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय फन अब तो पक्का वो है स्टूडा देखो मतलब पंजाबी में छक्को क्या बोलते हैं स्टूडा हिंजरा नहीं बोलते क्या अरे हिंजरा वाले बोलते हैं पैंसो दरा बेस रास्ते में मास होते हैं प्रॉपर मास स्पॉटेड जाम होगा
नाइस
और ले लॉन्ग डब्ल्यू अरे टाइम हो दिया लो है अरे पीछे
अबे
क्या दिखा दिया तुझे ये
तुम्हारा किसी नहीं
मिनिमम टाइम प्रेस लगी है डायरेक्ट गेम में
हां भाई
लेकिन तेरा वो मूवमेंट होता है तो नहीं लगता इसमें ऐसा बनाया
खड़ा हुआ था मैं हिला भी नहीं
अब मार के क्या होता है
Yep.
Double flash. No molly please. Nothing.
एक हाँ उनको मालूम है बीपे को नहीं हम लोग नाइस स्प्रे हाँ आता था मुझे से चाहिए येलो है नाइस वन भाई
ए पे ऑपरेटिंग अकेले ही सर ये तो सही बात है डब्ल्यू दो अपना रश चल पा रहे हैं तो दोनों एम पे मार दो
आओ जनाब हम लॉन्ग चलेंगे
बूस्ट में करके मार दो उसको भाई करो मूवमेंट करो हाँ मूवमेंट करो के मार दो उसको शाबाश
नहीं क्यों नहीं
मार दे
तो फ्लैश है नहीं फ्लैश कर दे क्या जाएगा क्या फ्लैश है बहुत सही तेरे को कसम से फ्लैश नहीं आता मत कर 57 अरे मेरे पे ऑफर नहीं किया था मैं अरे तू बॉस फ्लैश कर दे ना जीत जाएंगे ऐसे तो
उनके इसमें देखो रेड पर्पल ब्लू सब है
होमलेस बैच
अच्छा रेड पर्पल
हाँ और ब्लू टॉप पे है ये फाइटर क्या है? ये तो पर्पल है। अरे
हाय लेफ्ट राइट।
अरे मेरे को मार दिया।
कर ले ठीक है लॉन्ग था। ये कौन हुआ?
बनाना
आगे नहीं देख रहा।
क्लोज
उसका एंगल लग रहा है।
चलो ओटी खेल ही लेते हैं।
बेंजाम का गेम कूद रहा है 84 हिट में। We have to win this guys next Tico.
फक गलत शॉट लिख दिया मैंने।
क्या this guys next Tico. Shot खेलो shot.
ए शॉट लेते हैं ना।
कौन सा शॉट है? आ जाओ। वो फ्लैश दे मेरे को। ये वाला शाबाश। कहाँ से दिए भाई?
लॉन्ग मॉलिक्यूल
सेक्टर साथ में
सेक्टर स्मोक आउट।
चलो आरती है क्या?
एक सेकंड।
ये लॉन्ग बना।
एक सामने आ रहा। रुको फक बैरल एक।
ट्रेड कौन है?
हाँ मैं कॉल कर।
लो है
भाई पीक ही नहीं कर रहे, क्या चल रहा है?
एक ही बंदा भी होना चाहिए। बी साइड पे अपना बंदा आराम से।
मैं भी वॉक कर रहा हूं। बैरल बोल देते ना।
नहीं मतलब दिखा था। कहाँ से ये लोग?
नाइस बी क्लियर है। ये कनेक्टर था ये।
बॉम्ब नहीं ना अपने पास।
इधर तुझे जाना पड़ेगा।
उनके पास है क्या बॉम्ब? तू ऊपर से आया क्या पूरा?
दोनों कंट्रोल ठीक है।
जा भाग के जा। आजा ट्रेड ले ले मेरा। ट्रेड ले ले मेरा। आजा
तू मेरा ट्रेड लेना।
को नहीं पता है बॉम्ब।
नहीं तू मेरा ले।
नहीं रुक
ना कोई नहीं तो पता है बॉम्ब।
भाई
फ्लैश करूं?
नहीं पता उनको बॉम्ब ऐसे खड़े हो।
जब डब्ल्यू से ऊपर है सुकी तेरे सामने लेफ्ट साइड तेरे को देख रहा है। राइट साइड सॉरी बिल्कुल लगा के बैठा हुआ आरजी।
टाइम नहीं है।
17 सेकंड।
टाइम का नहीं। देखो ये दोनों चाहिए ना। ये दोनों कहाँ पे? हाँ पार्टी। एक सेकंड गेम का वॉइस कम करता। कौन है?
एक बस चीज कर ठीक है।
कौन है था?
दो बंदे बिलोंग करो। एक बंदा छोड़ो। दो बंदे कनेक्ट निकल के बी शॉट वाले की हेल्प करेंगे। बिलोंग हो जाएंगे। ठीक है चलो बिलोंग के लिए ना दो फ्लैश रख लेना जो भी जा।
चल मैं ही करता भाई जाओ।
नेट उसको मॉनिटर देना नेट कराना है। तो छोड़ कोई बात नहीं ले जा बस स्मोक करके ठीक है।
जा बिना जा। ओके नाइस।
बहुत लो में है ये सब फ्री।
पूछ दे तो
आराम से।
उनके दो स्मोक खत्म हो गए मॉन्स्टर वैसे ही।
यहाँ पर
है क्या? देखो
ए वो क्लियर है। वो डब्बे आ गया
बिलोंग
नेक्टर इनको मारेंगे।
एक
खड़ा रह तू।
हां
आजा
ऊपर क्या?
एक शॉट
आजा जीत गए। चलो
कनेक्टर वाला ऊपर गया है। दोनों सीधी आएंगे ठीक है।
रिलोड कर रहा है। पता नहीं लो नहीं है। नीचे देख रहा हूं।
काटो ना उसको यार, तुम 3 लोग हो।
भाई 5-10 मिनट वेट कर सकते हैं क्या अपन?
श्योर।
खेलो आप लोग, मैं चला
खेल के जाना है
तो जाऊंगा।
खेल के जा, फिर चले जाऊंगा मैं।
पिक्चर देखूंगा मैं, नहीं खेलो।
अरे आना हाँ जी, आ जाओ।
ज्यादा खेल लेता हूँ ना, बोर हो जाता हूँ।
भूख लगती है?
नहीं, बोर हो जाता हूँ मैं।
बोर हो जाता हूँ।
एक और के लिए खेले जा, मैं भी जा ही रहा हूँ।
आजा आजा सुखी।
20 मिनट खत्म कर देते हैं, आजा। यस क्लासिक भाई। वन लास्ट गेम।
खाना है यार।
नफ आ गया, लेट्स गो। रूडी का लीव कर क्या? आइला जादू। मेरे को भूख लगी है, मेरे को 10 मिनट दो, खाना खा लूंगा। 10 मिनट दो। अच्छा आजा आजा आजा, तू आ रहा है क्या? मैं फिर कुछ ऑर्डर ही करता हूँ, मेरा मन बदल गया।
शाबाश।
आजा सूजी। आइले लग गई बनाती।
हमारे टीम वाले ने उसको ट्रिगर किया।
लग गई बनाती। कौन कौन थे तुम?
मैं अकेले ही खेल रहा था।
वाह, ऑनलाइन आ जाया कर, मैं देख रहा था।
पता चली गलती क्या हुई, अकेला खेल रहा था।
हमारे टीम में भी हैकर था, इतना गंदा भाई, उस बॉटम फ्रैकर।
हैकर भी बॉटम फ्रैकर। भाई
उसको
उसको तो ट्रिगर करते कम से कम रेज कर लेगा।
बैटरी
सूदी तो है ना? सूदी।
अच्छा
यस पे
है। माइक में उठेगा। भाई डेस्कटॉप बैन कर दो पहले।
ठीक है, ये ओवरपास खेल लिया, इसको बैन कर दो।
ओवरपास में खेला?
हाँ ओवरपास खेल लिया। ग्रीन नहीं खेलना है।
अरे D2 बैन करो। हेलो,
दो ही बैन है जी।
कुछ क्या?
मैं D2 नहीं खेल रहा था भाई।
अच्छा वो ग्राफ देख कर रहे हो क्या? ओके।
वर्नो और ट्रेन बैन।
आपके पास 3 बने अभी, उनके पास 3 बने।
वर्नो या मिराज खेलेंगे।
वर्नो यार मुझे FPS नहीं आता यार।
अच्छा
मिराज खेलेंगे। अरे बाप रे, नहीं एंशिएंट नहीं खेलते हम लोग।
एक काम करो, वोटिंग मत करो भाई, जो आएगा फक।
एंशिएंट खेलते हैं।
अबे ओए
ये
अबे सुन, स्मोक आते तेरे को ना।
अब तू छोड़, तू स्मोक छोड़, मेरे को FPS नहीं आते भाई।
भाई ये बोलता ना FPS नहीं आते।
क्या मना तो कर रहा हूं, कभी खेलते हुए देखा क्या तूने अपनी लॉबी में?
सॉरी रे, मेरे को कसम से नहीं मालूम।
हम 5 मैन जीतना चाहिए कोई बात नहीं।
अरे जीतेंगे पर चिल मार। ये सुकी करेगा ना।
हां सुकी भाई 2.5 इलो प्लेयर है भाई।
अरे 2.5 के इलो प्लेयर नहीं, 3.5 के इलो प्लेयर ब्रो, गलत बोल रहा है।
अरे हाँ सॉरी।
अरे डूम आया सामने। क्या है तू? हाँ
लाइट बंद।
क्या?
लाइट बंद करने का बोल रहा।
लाइट बंद करने बोल रहा।
अच्छा भाई क्या है भाई? -380 प्लस 350।
मेरा भी सेम
भाई, मेरा तो प्लस 900 है।
आइला
प्लस 900 है तुम्हारा। खाओ
900।
चलो केव
इनविजिबल
डैश वाला डैश
इनविजिबल
भाई इनफिनिट का मतलब मेरा यार क्रेजी यार।
तू के नाइस रैंक ब्रो।
नाइस रैंक।
इनफिनिट रैंक है भाई उसका।
भाई तू तो 25 के भी चल।
गॉड टियर रैंक पे भाई।
तो यहां छोटी यहीं रुक। हां मैंने नेड खा लिया, अब तू यहीं रुक।
ये 25।
ओ भाई
डिंग है वो।
अरे मेरे को
अबे मैं क्या ब्लॉक कर रहा हूँ? मैं फाइट में क्या?
सुकी भाई।
भाई ये वेयर हाउस में कौन खेल रहा है? ये वेयर हाउस में कौन खेल रहा है?
वेयर हाउस
मतलब ये इतनी आवाज गूंज के किसकी?
फ्रिज के अंदर से, फ्रिज के अंदर से क्यों?
हाँ मैं मेरा आवाज है।
मेरे को हंसा था, मेरे को मीम वाली हंसी लग रही थी, वो कुत्ता हंसता ना वो।
सॉरी बोल दिया सुखी तेरे को, मैं ना सहता कसम से इतना तो।
भाई उसने मारा नहीं, उसने
तेरे को मारने के बाद सॉरी बोला।
दे दिया
मैं स्मोक कर दिया, मैं डर गया भाई। किसी को डीगल चाहिए क्या?
आ जाओ, एक क्लियर।
आ जाओ इधर। MP9 लो,
बदला लेंगे। अरे शूरिस दोनों 3000 लो पैर अपने साथ तो छोड़े।
दोनों 30,000
इधर M4 ले लो, बड़ा है। एक दोनों टाइप। नाइस।
अरे ब्लॉक नहीं लगो।
ये आर्मर है, किसी पे आर्मर है? ये लो।
अरे
पीछे आउट और एक टेंपल। नो
भाई क्या चीज है ये?
मैंने तो किसी के अंदर से उसको मारा।
अरे मेरे को दे दे M4।
दे दी ना, दे दी।
कम से लड़के
अपन जीते ना।
लव यू यार, लव यू यार।
उसको मैं सुट्टा फुकाया था।
अरे गेम में म्यूट कर दो सब।
हाँ तो म्यूटेड ही है भाई, हम बोलते ही नहीं।
शर्म ना है तुमको? हाँ ए मिड जाना सुखी, मिड पे आ सुखी।
मिड नहीं, मैं भी जाता हूँ। मेरे जहाँ स्पॉन रहता है मैं वहीं जाता हूँ।
कैटवॉक से आते हैं ना।
तेरा स्पॉन ही था ऊपर से नीचे आने वाला। और फॉर द हेड ऑफ।
एक और
है क्या?
राइट में। हाँ
मैं चलता हूँ अच्छी ट्रेड।
कोई नहीं है।
मारा था एक बंदे ने।
किल चोरी।
क्या चल रहा है?
2 मिनट था लास्ट में मारा हुआ
है ना?
यूज करने आ रहा है बहनचोद।
मैं हट रहा जूस।
पीलोंग आके मारेगा रे अपने प्लांटर को।
भाई C4 पे कर रहे थे।
नहीं जरूर
M4 लेगा शायद मिड से वो, पता नहीं।
AK थी मेरी, AK लेके भागा होगा 30 में।
मैंने लिए AK दे दी भाई की, AK संभाल के रखूंगा ना।
चल निकला।
अरे नहीं, इसका जूस निकला।
इधर क्या है ये भाई?
नहीं स्पॉन पे ही है
फक।
मैं बोला है
कोई बात नहीं आती। हमारा
कलर वाली पिक भी चाहिए।
मिड जाओ, मिड मैं स्मोक फ्लैश करता
मेरी ले ले भाई, मेरे में बल्लू भी लगा हुआ है।
तेरे को केव स्मोक आता है ना?
बल्लू लगा है।
हां क्या करूं, मिड करूं केव?
सुन दोनों करते स्मोक, अपना भी फेंक दिया मैंने यार।
मैंने फेंक दिया अपना, हर जगह कर दे।
मैंने नेट भी, किसने नेट भी फेंका?
मैं फेंक रहा हूं।
ऊपर से और पागल
फेंका
भाई, 12
मैंने।
हिट हुआ।
केव भी कर दिया।
केव अभी फेंक रहा हूं, फ्लैश अभी।
ओके
और अच्छी प्लेट है।
रेड से मारा उसने मेरे को, गंदा।
फ्लैश के लिए रूट पे जाते हैं यार।
आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ।
जब लक खराब है तो फ्लैश भी कुछ नहीं करता।
रुक जा।
उसको मॉली मार दूंगा राइट साइड वाले में। आओ ना केव, आओ ना बहुत।
हां स्मोक है तो फ्लैश करो मारा। अरे
शाबाश शाबाश शाबाश।
राइट लेन मॉली करना है।
नाइस
कर रहा हूं राइट लेन मॉली, एक राइट लेन।
दो के स्टैक स्टैक में घुस गए वो लोग। तुम लोग स्टैक में घुस चुके हो।
सब स्टैक्ड है। हट अब तो मॉडिफिकेशन नहीं कर रहे ना।
नेफ है जिंदा। आइला जादू।
अबे तुम मॉली करो ना उधर पे लेफ्ट राइट।
मैंने लेफ्ट वाला क्लियर कर
अरे
दिया।
तू घुस रहा है ना, मैं तो तेरे को जैसा घुसना पड़ा, तू घुसता ही ना तो मैं कर ही देता मॉली।
हाँ मैं तो चौथा बंदा मिड से आके घुस रहा हूँ, तुम थोड़ी घुसोगे।
अरे स्मोक हो रखा है, स्मोक में घुसना है क्या?
स्मोक में हो रहा, कोई स्मोक नहीं हो रहा। इसके बाद घुसा हूँ मैं।
सुगी ने स्मोक किया।
नहीं
आओ भाई।
गेम में स्मोक किया।
तुमने कॉल दिया यार।
हाँ तो किया ना, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ।
उसके बाद घुस के मैंने एक मारा, उसके बाद अंदर घुसे तुम कभी।
हाँ, अरे क्योंकि तेरा फ्लैश पे बंदा होगा।
फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ, जाओ।
बहाने दे रहा है भाई।
अब ऑफ लाने बैठ गया वो। फक।
मेरी आंखें साफ करने के लिए धन्यवाद।
फ्लैश करूं, मारोगे?
करो।
वो फील हो गया।
अभी मरता वो, उसने वो होल से लगा कर रखा है भाई, बहुत डिफिकल्ट शॉट है।
मुझे बूस्ट दो ना ऑफरोडर।
अरे अब तो गेम हो गया।
अब मेरे को कैसे
सिटी
शाबाश शाबाश।
नोज को मार रहा है, कूद के मार रहा है, उसकी मौत मत करना।
चल ड्रॉप लगा
शव गधे कहीं के और मुंह पे आ जा।
और सिटी प्लांट दिया। शाबाश।
तलवार लेके जा रहा है।
खाली है तो क्या देख कर रहा है?
आएगा तो मैं
साइड पे गया हूं क्या?
साइड पे
आगे सीधी
मत 10
रहने दो डियर। ईशव
खाएगा देख।
थोड़ा राइट में।
तो मैं थोड़ा सा राइट मारता यार।
तुमने लेफ्ट मारा।
हाँ
अच्छे 43/2 दिया हूँ मैं।
57 तो मैं मार दूँ।
100 नंबर है वो, 100 मारना चाहिए।
100 पे होता है। ओ
सॉरी
ये दूसरा ना मतलब बॉक्सेस
नेड आता है यार। रुक जा। अरे बोल भी रहा हूँ मैं, रुक जा।
अरे मैं अंधा हो गया था।
बाप रे।
मिड रश
एक है, दो है।
फ्लैश देना, घुस के मार दूंगा। फ्लैश दे। शाबाश। तुमने किसको फ्लैश के पता नहीं।
डबल डिंक मार दिया।
तो रश भी कर दे तो ए सॉरी ए
चलो वो ऑपर उधर ही रहेगा तो चिपकाता हूँ। आ जाओ।
ऑपर अकेला, मतलब एक ऑपर को लेता है, दूसरा डोनट खेलता है। एक फास्ट घुसो, स्मोक लगेगी तो बता कौन बात है।
कौन सा?
कोई सा भी।
कहाँ पे?
अरे तो मेरे पास स्मोक है, ले ले बस। ये
अरे कहाँ पे?
ए पर
डोनट स्मोक बोल रहा है ऐसे की।
ले ले भाई।
यहाँ से है, यहाँ पे एम कर।
हाँ
इजी।
थोड़ा होल्ड करना ना। फ्लैश करा, फ्लैश है
क्या?
अरे स्मोक खोल दिया। मेरे को ब्लॉक किया। मैं शॉट शूटिंग। 2 बंदे आ गए।
मैं डोनेट आ रहा हूँ, क्या तुम जिंदा
इसको मैनुअल को ऑटोमेटिक कर दिया। लेफ्ट पीछे हो जा, बी निकलो।
एक बी है ना?
हाँ एक है ना, तो दोनों साथ में चले जाओ। ट्रेड पे कर लो।
रुक जा, पूरा मैच डी-स्पॉन से आ रहा हूँ।
हाँ
25 एचपी
कर लियो, ठीक है। इसको एक्सपेक्ट कर लियो कि इस पे केव है, तो पीलोंग केयर करना।
ट्रिपल बजा के आ रहा हूँ पूरा।
थोड़ा सा देखना पड़ेगा तेरे को।
बस निंजा देख ले, बाकी ये देख लेगा ना। हाँ निंजा क्लियर। चलो इजी प्लांट। ए
ओ एक राइट साइड
वो भी ऑफ करी। चलो शाबाश।
प्लांट लो ना।
1 HP भाई मैं।
दोनों सीटी भाई।
मैं मर गया हूँ।
हां पीकी मत दो, कुछ पीकी।
क्योंकि फ्लैश करते हैं।
अरे भाई कुछ फेंक देगा ना।
फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ।
फ्लैश तो
आया फॉरवर्ड।
बस मैं
कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
मैं वही तो बोल रहा था, तेरे को कुछ तो करना ही पड़ेगा भाई, उस पे दोनों चढ़ रहे हैं कहीं तो
चढ़ नहीं पाते।
अरे लाइन ऑफ साइड है ना उसका वो।
हाँ तो डिस्ट्रैक्टेड रहते हैं, मैं मान लूँ।
पटियाला शाइन न्यूट्री कुछ
केव जाता हूँ फर्स्ट स्पॉन इटसेल्फ।
मिड स्मोक करता हूँ।
अरे मिड में हमेशा आ रहे हैं यार।
मिड फ्लैश 2 लेट
लगाया हूँ।
लेट देता है। ऑल दो
मॉली स्मोक
दे।
रुक जा, क्लोज मॉली करो।
दोनों ब्लाइंड नहीं साले।
मॉली स्मोक कर दे।
और बायो स्मोक मिस है रेड का, मत पिक करो।
बी में पुश चुके थे सामने।
बी क्लियर। हाँ होना चाहिए नहीं।
आता L2 सुबी।
अरे यार
मरा की नहीं
मरा क्या शायद। सुन एक एमन पुश है कि यहाँ पे ऊपर है। सुकी मर गया वो। केयरफुल केवल बी लॉन्ग।
ये पुश तो आएगा इधर से।
ये फ्लैश
कल पैदा हुआ है भाई, इतना उधर फ्लैश करके इधर आएगा।
मत ले
उधर थी राइट साइड।
अरे हाँ मैं तो भूल ही गया उसको। राइट कहाँ है?
मैं रेड उसको करता हूँ, तू निकल।
95।
एक काम करो, तुम रेड कर दो, मैं केव करता हूँ, तुम तीनों ऊपर से आके मिड फाइट ले लो, ठीक है?
ठीक है डन। भाग ले।
ठीक मिड दौड़ना है ना, मतलब ऊपर।
हाँ ऊपर से मिड दौड़ो। मैं एक करारा फ्लैश भी करूँगा।
एक अर्ली फ्लैश दे दिया मैं।
एक ग्रीन मिड से क्यों जा रहा है?
मैं स्मोक से आऊँगा ना।
ओह गेमिंग कर दोगे?
यस।
दो डोनट मतलब।
तेरा स्मोक वापस मिस हो गया भाई।
फ्लैश
डोनट
रेड पे लो है, रेड पे लो है।
क्या मार रहा है ये?
नाइस।
लगा नहीं होती।
अरे यार आई
अरे इसकी मारेंगे पीछे। जला इधर ही है।
सीटी देखना पड़ेगा। पीछे आ गया।
हर बार वही हो रहा है।
अरे
अरे भाई उसने निकलते से ही डबल टिक मारा भाई। 98 इन 2 क्या बोलने का।
निकल देना है
क्लीन
ब्लू। मैं हूँ ब्लू। क्या करें?
ए ऑफर है।
मेरे को पूछ दे दो ना बिलोंग राइट से। हाँ बिलोंग टू
यहाँ पटक दे
देता हूँ।
आरती एंट्री मिलती है स्मोक कर दूंगा इंस्टेंट।
अरे भाई ये क्या फ्री फायर है भाई।
अरे
बिलोंग है। पीछे चलो
भाई कुछ भी फ्री फायर मार रहा है भाई।
नहीं एक्ट तो नहीं कर रहे हो लोग, हम खा रहे हैं।
ये कुछ देख रहा हूँ सब तेरा।
कुछ नहीं है
मेरे पे ऑफर
नहीं है, पुश नहीं है।
हां M4।
अरे वो मिड मॉली नेड करके आ रहे हैं।
नाइस।
डोनट से आओ, मैं आ रहा हूँ इधर से।
स्मोक से मर गया बेचारा।
दो मिनट है।
ये तुम ना पुराना बंदा तो है, ठीक है? मेरे साथ ऐड इसको मैंने अनफ्रेंड किया था। ठीक है बट ये इसका नया अकाउंट लग रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे सब लेजेंड ही है यार। राइज है ना ये लोग।
यार राइज वो नहीं है,
ये दूसरा वाला है ना।
हाँ
उसका Z है, उसका S है।
हाँ वो भी AR है जो ये अलग है यार राइज।
अरे वो लोग
पंप
छाती में मारा तो बनना चाहिए था।
वो वो कुछ नहीं, वो डिफॉल्ट एंगल पीक कर रहे हैं, अपन उसी एंगल पे जा रहे हैं।
इसलिए ये मैप नहीं लगा रहा था। ऐसा लगा लेते तो आता है।
अरे आता तो है,
आता नहीं है आपको।
पता ही नहीं चलता है
एक काम करते हैं, मैं मिक्स स्मोक
अच्छा
और सब 4 भी मर जाते हैं।
कुछ अलग कर रहा है राउंड।
बहुत बढ़िया।
स्मोक्स करते हैं, चलो 20 स्मोक।
अरे एंगल्स होल्ड कर लो ना यार।
L2 करते हैं, L1 करता हूं मैं।
लेफ्ट साइड कर दूं मैं?
हां नहीं, राइट कर।
राइट मुझे नहीं आता।
एक मिनट
रुक जाओ, उसमें
ट्राई
हेड
मत
आना
करो, सिर्फ दोनों डालो। आची बूस्ट तो रुक जाओ, अभी मत
बॉम्ब ले और
बॉलर है, ब्रेक मारा मेरे को वहां पे, बॉल कर रही है भाई।
किधर ही है भाई मेडिकल भी।
अरे यार एक घुस गए तो
नहीं था ना।
देखते स्पीक करना चाहिए। है तो अंदर ही बैठा साला। नहीं
एक राइट
होता है, गार्ड की लेफ्ट होता है।
एक भाग रहा,
भाग भाग। हाँ
देखो दिखा था अर्चू पहले।
सिटी में कब सिटी मैप है, सिटी मैप है।
एक काम करो, बताता हूं क्या है।
तू मिड स्मोक कर रहा है आगे।
और मैं फ्लैश देता हूं, फ्लैश निकल जाओ। मुझे फ्लैश गिरा दो, मुझे फ्लैश गिरा। मुझे होनहार आदमी फ्लैश गिरा दो भाई।
कहां पे दूं?
यहां पे कोई होनहार नहीं है।
पैरों में गिरा दो। मैं फ्लैश दूंगा। फ्लैश कहां है?
ये ले।
नहीं अच्छा तुम डालो। एक और है क्या? अच्छी रनबूश दोगे? नहीं खड़े हो जाओ। रनबूश बाद में, रनबूश बाद में। ये देखता हूँ क्या हो रहा है। अब मैं कूदू और रनबूश दोगे?
हाँ चल।
मैं तो ऊपर
देखो, ऊपर देखो।
शाबाश।
ऊपर साइड ऊपर
के लेफ्ट हो गया।
एक और है।
फ्लैश कर
रहा हूं।
सुगी ऊपर देख,
अरे मत
ऊपर देख, ऊपर आ रहा हूं।
एक डोनट है।
बाहर आ गया। ऊपर वाला
अटके उधर ही।
एक डोनट था, मर गया क्या?
नहीं
टीस्पून केयर करते हैं ना भाई, मेरे को ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है।
करो फिर मैं बात
अब मर गया।
डोनट और गया। एक अभी लास्ट केव वाला, लास्ट केव वाला।
हाँ सिटी ऑपर है।
ए भाई
नाइस
भाई ने मुझे बड़ा 78 इन माने यार। इतना गंदा गेम है भाई।
सीधी साइड में आती है।
सीरीज मैप।
यस यस।
वो कुछ ऐसे घुसेंगे जैसे अपन को घुसना चाहिए था।
अरे मॉनिटर करो, गांड फाड़ो।
वर्ड को लिख भाई।
मैं तो पहले मैं पी जा रहा हूं।
ये केव
मॉली नेट ले ले। हाँ
डोनट या केव आएंगे सीधे और अपन लोग सब सिस्टर।
मैं बोलता हूँ 3 बी जाओ, 2 डोनट जाओ। एक डोनट में छुप जाओ, एक फाइट ले, ठीक है?
मैं जा रहा हूं बी पे।
एक मैं डोनट जा रहा हूं।
जो बच्चा मैं जाता हूं उधर।
बाकी तीनों भी जाओ, तीनों भी जाओ। तुम फाइट लोगे, छुपोगे?
मैं फाइट ले रहा हूं।
मिड से डोनट ही हो रहा है। नहीं मल्टीपल
रोटेशन
ऑल है, आई थिंक ऑल है। रीटेक खेलना है? डोनट स्मोक कर दिया।
रीटेक
पॉलिनेट है मेरे पे, प्लांट का हो रहा है, बोल रहा हूं।
प्लांट हो रहा है लेफ्ट साइड कोने में।
अबे भागते हुए मार गया यार।
हां तुम जिंदा हो। हाँ रुको रीटेक करेगी रुक जाओ रुक जाओ रुक जाओ और फोकस हो
हां एक बिग बॉक्स है सुकी
हां रुक जाओ
दो बंदे हैं
साइड क्लियर करना ये लोग
एक गेम में सुन एक गेम में एक टेम्पो दो
अरे भाई मर कैसे नहीं रहा भाई वो एक और राइट में
शूट है भाई तो बुलशिट है भाई
नहीं डोनट नहीं
एक मिनट वाला मर गया निकल ले
इसको मैं 50 बुलेट मारा 42 इन 3 हिटर
एक काम करो ना वापस 5-7 लो और 3 भी 2 डोनट लो
देखो बीट वो अदर डबल डोर स्मोक
नहीं मुझे मिड स्मोक आता है बट ये तो
तेरे को मिड स्मोक ही आता है दोनों साइड
लेट्स गो फॉर डोनट या बी आए बी के
रशिंग
लो है
हां
अरे भाई आरएनजी करते हुए
नेट देख रहा तेरी मां का
आएंगे
ऐसे ही घुसना था अपन को
अरे हम तो घुस ही रहे थे तू देखा वो काम आ रहे थे तुम 2 मिनट पे
तो बात नहीं अभी चालू हुआ है ना
हां बहुत टाइम
चालू हुआ है बस 9-4 10-4
9-4 हो गया 3 राउंड में चालू होगा अपना
यहाँ बैठता हूँ बाप जन्म नहीं देखेंगे ये
हां
आ गया
3 बार गए देख
बॉलर है
इसकी माँ की सूट है
भाई मैं लिख के ले ले कोई ना कोई तो है
अरे नहीं यार अब बाय अब मिड जाते हैं ठीक है मैं मिड स्मोक करता हूँ
मैं केवा हूँ क्या
केवा होगे मिड मेरे साथ एक और आदमी
आता हूँ चल
ठीक है एक खेल लो
तो कर रहा है शॉटगन लेके आऊँ मैं
एक खेल लो
डोनट से आता हूँ
शॉटगन ही लाऊंगा बीबी कौन खेल रहा है
एक खेल रहा हूँ तो
मैं खेलता हूँ
डोनट से अर्ली मत आना
तो रुको मैं साइड
हाँ पिछले रुक जाओ
ब्लाइंड ही मार गया उसने मेरे को
डाउन
इवन
मिड भाई क्या है बंदे दो बंदे मिड पे
एक और मिड
दोनों मिड
रेड रूम आ रहा है
अभी भी मिड बैठा है कभी में
बैठा है वो लास्ट रेड रूम में था
नाइस
अरे एक किधर है
मिड में
हेलो
एक खड़ा था
मैं गरीब हूं अरे मां की छूत गरीब के हाथ से निवाला ले लिया
करना है सेम खेलना है कि मैं
नेक्स्ट कर रहा है ना सुकी अरे मैं मिड आ रहा हूं इस बार भी जाओ
ठीक है जाता हूं
मैं भी जा रहा हूं एक चला शुरू
बचा क्या मैं कहूंगा रुको क्या है
मिड मॉली नीड करो भाई
मॉली कर रहा हूं
कर दे बी रश होता है
मैं देख रहा हूं नीचे ऊपर फ्लैश दूं
दो बंदे और नेट बढ़िया क्या तेरा सुकी ऊपर आ सकते
मैं आ तो गया हूं
बी
मैं स्मोक ड्रॉप मैं
लॉन्ग
बंदे ऊपर है अभी भी
बी एंटर कर दो भी है
अबे भाई साइड पे
एक बीला
बॉलर है 100% बॉलर है आज चिको सेकंड में देखेगा वो
नहीं वो स्मोक से
दोनों साइड है
भाई एनिमी पर्पल तो कुछ भी भाई
बॉल दे दे भाई इतना फॉरवर्ड हो सकता है मैं कितना ऑफवर्ड बैच हो गया
वो स्मोक पुश करके आया स्नीकी
तो बॉल दे स्मोक था भाई
अच्छा
करते हैं
मैं आ रहा हूं भी आ रहा हूं केव नेफ केव चल ये लोग स्मोक करते
फ्लैश किया मिड फ्लैश किया
को फ्लैश
दो लोग खड़े।
मैं ब्लाइंड हुआ है। क्या चल रहा है?
2 मिनट है।
डिंक है।
कुछ नहीं करा उन्होंने, देखा तुमने, सिर्फ होल्ड किया मिनट। अपन क्या कर रहे थे पता नहीं।
अरे अपन भी होल्ड ही कर रहे थे।
नहीं
और रुश भी कर रहे थे, होल्ड कर रहे थे।
ठीक है भाई, सर पे बुलेट मारो, बॉडी पे मारो, कहीं भी मारो।
बस हम ये नहीं कर रहे।
अभी भी मौका है कोई।
यस
अभी मौका है कि जल्दी से दूसरा गेम लगा ले।
ये तो गेम जीत के आएंगे हम ब्रो, हौसला रखो।
बी
मेरे कुछ भी नहीं है, सब भी
लेट जेरो ने
एक और ए जा रहा था बॉम्ब। किस पर है? C4
बी ही पुश करते हैं ना। तो स्मोक कर रहा हूं।
तुम निकल देना।
स्मोक नहीं है
ये, हो सकता है ऑलरेडी। केयरफुल
मिड रोटेशन डाली डोनट पे। अरे वन मोर सुकी के सामने एक और
केव ना लास्ट
बी मिड।
गन पे फेंका।
मॉली पड़ा भी थे डोर पे।
नाइस।
आदमी गन दे की मॉली ले, बताओ।
अरे गन तो ले लेगा ना।
एक्स्ट्रा है इसी में।
हाँ ये लो।
दे दी।
मिड स्मोक कर दो। स्पेशली तुम्हें आता है?
नहीं
इस पे एम करो, वॉक करो, एक स्टेप और फेंक दो।
डब्ल्यू जंप
इसके बीच में। हाँ नाइस।
ये अकेला खेल रहा है क्या? चलो
नहीं यही जाओ, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली यही है।
जंप अप मोड़िया है ये भी
भाई बी फॉरवर्ड भाई।
एक और डिंक खा। नहीं
आ रहा हूँ सिटी आ रहा हूँ मैं। लोगों को घुसने दो पहले।
अरे अपना भी एक बंदा एक एचपी है।
ठीक है स्पेशली
आगे फ्लैश करूंगा, आगे फ्लैश
ए आगे चलो, ये लो
किया फ्लैश किया।
क्लोज दोनों साथ में मरोगे तुम।
जाओ।
अरे भाई
एंटी
फिस्टी तो था कुछ। आई था ड्राइवर।
हेलो टाटा
बाय बाय
कल रात।
श्योर।
User disconnected from your channel.
हाँ भाई क्या सीन है रोंडो?
आओ एक और खेल रहे हैं।
चलो इनवाइट कर दो मेरे को।
किया
आरती आ रहा है?
चलो
आ रहा है आरती?
हाँ देन में। हेलो मेरा आ रहा है बस। हाँ
नीचे बैठे ना अपने बॉल्स बेंजीन क्लाउडा एम्बर। ये लोग हैं अपने इंडिया की टीम से भी सीएस।
अच्छा
इंडिया सीएस रोस्टर।
बेंजीन गॉड रेंज है
इसमें। एक आध मिसिंग है जूस की जगह और पे शायद फायर्ड अप है। हाँ फायर्ड अप है।
एम्बर इंडिया की टीम में चला गया।
हाँ
वो पहले कोच था, फिर ये बन गया वो टीम में। टीम में आ गया। हाँ
एम्बर कोच था।
एम्बर कोचिंग स्टार्टिंग कोच किया उसने, फिर वो खुद खेलने आ गया। एक सेंटिन किया फिर उसको भी आ गया कीड़ा खेलने का।
भाई टाइलू जीत गई।
एम्बर कोई एक सेंटिन किया उसने कीड़ा आ गया खेलने का।
टाइलू जीत गई। टाइलू जीत गया एस्ट्रालिस से कोई सा फाइनल्स पहली बार।
फिशर
सामने मेरे को लगता है चूतियां हैं 5।
हाँ अभी देखो।
हाँ लास्ट गेम
चूते
फक एंशिएंट।
अरे वो वाले आए हैं अरीसू चिसियां।
ईशा एंशिएंट खेलना है क्या?
और पास खेल चुके हैं ना वापस खेलना है
क्या?
भाई ट्रेन छोड़ के मतलब न्यू का ट्रेन खेल लेते हैं।
और पास खेलना है वापस
खेलेंगे
चलेगा चलो।
चोरे के पास
पागल है क्या?
सब हटा दिया था मैंने।
मैं फिर से
इनकमिंग है भाई। मेरे को लगता है और पास खेलेंगे वो।
हाय हाय।
अच्छा रॉसी फिन भावी एडअप
और एम्बर।
R2B2 कौन है?
R2B2
हाँ
प्लेयर
ही है।
R2B2 मतलब सुना पहली बार।
नहीं
एडअप तो बहुत पुराना है।
इंडियन प्लेयर दुबई से खेलते हैं।
अच्छा
B2 ना
B2 दुबई से खेलता है।
मैं खेलता था अभी पता नहीं आया होगा तो बूट कैंप के लिए।
भी पहले तो वो था ना वेनम था मार्सेल रेल हेलफिंगर।
अपना मैच है
छोटी फ्लैश करता हूँ। करते हाथ से फ्लैश
+368
-0 +1100।
अच्छा डील है।
मैं जाऊँगा। अरे यार
परफेक्ट।
सब सूप क्या करता रहता है साले? घर में चालू कर दिया क्या?
अब अच्छा खेलो। क्या मैं भी अकेले देखूं?
अबे 2 नेट मिड।
सेकंड मारा एक एप्स एक। अरे 2 एप्स। हाँ लास्ट एप्स।
2 एप्स
लास्ट प्लांटी।
अरे उसको इन गेम कॉल दो एक ब्लू को।
अरे भाई क्या हुआ? ये शॉट जाने दे डिफॉल्ट।
ओह नो
भाई लग जा गोली।
लगी नाइस।
फाइनली
शॉट तो ऐसा मारा जैसे कि एसी मार दूंगा। उसने 24 बुलेट उतार दी। कल तो क्या लग रहा था यूएसपी ओवर पास में।
और कैसा लग रहा है भाई?
स्मोक हो जाता तो
भाई मेरे को बी होल्ड करना। अरे
अरे नीले खजूर अब तक देता हूँ। नेट देता हूँ।
मल्टीपल मिड रश कर रहे हैं शायद। भाई अच्छा नहीं शॉट से आ रहे हैं। आर्च भी आ गया। एक लो
भाई मैप बहुत हो रहा है।
towards library.
What's it saying?
हिट है किसी के पास?
नहीं. Side.
Nice shot. Nice one.
Fit होगा.
स्विम नहीं कर रहा.
स्टिक कर दो, एक स्टिक कर दो. नाइस.
Nice one. ऊपर इवन.
उसका सर ऊपर आते ही खोल दिया भाई. शाबाश.
ये घिनौनी शब्द की है भाई.
क्या भाई?
ऊपर इवन है.
अरे क्या करूँ अब ना गरीब हो गया हूँ. एम्पर दो. मैं ऑर्डर कर रहा था.
एम्पर ऑर्डर कर दे.
ऑर्डर कर दे, आ जाएगी अगली गेम पे.
एक कौन है? अरिता. अरिता कर देना भाई.
इंग्लिश बोल उसको.
आइला इंडियन प्लेयर आरजी. ए शूटी बोल रहा.
ये आ रहा है ना, ब्लू आ रहा है ना तेरे को. क्या लग रहा है? बैठ के
इजी फॉर यू.
ये मार रहा.
बोलो बेबी, बोलो बेबी. नाइस.
यूटिल खत्म कर.
जो आ रहा है. मामा को सुदू. दौड़.
भी है तेरे पास ना?
वन ऐप. मेरा खाता को खुला है. दो बता. इजी फॉर आर्च.
मर गया वैसे जिसने मेरे को मारा. और एक तेरे सामने.
नाइस.
एक ही पड़ी है. तीरन पे.
कोई तो ले गया भाई.
ये तो है मतलब दूसरी और.
मतलब आप शांत रहें. सही में यार. थोड़ा मौका भी तुझे सामने दे दे यार इसको यार. गुड ओल्ड डेज है 16-0. अरे ब्रो आई ड्रॉप यू. अरे दे दे उसको.
अच्छा बे
पागल लगता है मेरे को है.
अच्छा बड़ी ड्यूटी.
धीरज केयरफुल.
आइला
उसको फ्री फायर में मर गया.
भी एक ही बंदा स्पॉन पे है.
Fire in the hole.
क्या फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ लेफ्ट में.
एक यार
C4 लेके साइड पे होगा. हां
प्लांट में.
शॉट.
नाइस.
कोई पता नहीं साइड हो सकता है.
नाइस.
लीगल पास कर.
वाओ व्हाट अ पास.
अरे मेरी गई
क्या. गई ना.
हेलो.
नो.
हाँ जी भाई ऑर्डर करता है ते मेरा स्पाइसी काट रखे हैं.
वो स्पाइसी काटा रखे हैं.
स्पाइसी रखे नहीं काम मिल गया.
मैं क्या स्पाइसी काट पड़ा है.
वो मेरी बूंद पड़ जाएगी.
प्याज बात पड़ गई.
वो प्याज
रात काट नहीं. भाई ये प्याज कौन काटेगा ये बता मेरे को.
एक तो है. पीछे रहना भाई. वो कर रहा है.
फ्लैश ऐसे करता है.
हमारा बॉयलर एक.
एक अप भी बनाना.
दोनों.
इजी रहना.
एक है एक पता नहीं.
उसकी मोड़े में चलेगा लिख.
शाबाश.
काटा.
गाटर में तेरी मादर.
गाटर का कीड़ा.
सुन लिया उसने. सुन लिया.
नहीं सुना.
अरे सुन लिया 100%.
नहीं वो दो लोग को मार रहा था. सुना तो नहीं होगा. चल मर गया.
ये दोनों भी आ रहे. नेफ्ले हाइड कर प्लांट पे मार भाई. सो शूटी बनने वाला जितना वाइड है. चूड़ी कॉन्टैक्ट होने वाला तेरा
सीटी तो नहीं चलेगा
वहाँ पर उसका बॉम्ब बोर्ड है भाई।
बॉम्ब बोर्ड है
2015 से खेल रहा है शायद।
सच्ची भाई सच्ची।
अब तो दिखा ना आइला चाटू मैं नहीं जाता
भाई बॉम्ब बोर्ड
ए ब्लू शूटिंग
फैमिली के पास
मत करे भाई मत
अरे आना थोड़ा हो गया
किसी को फ्लैश देना पड़ेगा
मॉडी करके
साले
नहीं है यहाँ
हो गया
मरने को यहाँ से करना कर दे यहाँ से करना कर यहाँ से
किस्मत भाई किस्मत वो नेड आता हुआ नहीं देखा
मर गया
पड़ा रहा मरने वाला ईशा वहाँ
मर गया
ईशा M2 आएगा बंदा एप्स मेरे सारे किल
कहाँ पे
मिड सेकंड मिड
मिड ही था वो
आगे मिड आगे
बॉयलर नहीं मुझसे नहीं होगा
छोड़ दे भाई छोड़ दे
क्या ऊपर गया वो
अबे आरसी
तो भाई तू एकदम इतना कॉन्फिडेंट
तू ही जा रहा था
अबे तुमने तो बोला कि बॉयलर
किसने बोला बॉयलर
नहीं क्रॉस तो किया था उसने हाँ
बोला बॉयलर भाई
फिर मैंने तो भागे भी ना तो चला गया वो आर्च
भाई गरीब को दे दो
अरे नेफ भी खेलते हैं अपन दोनों इन दोनों को
ब्लू गो
मार
फ्लैश कर क्या सेकंड
नहीं बॉयलर थोड़ा
नहीं करना चाहिए था जब
मॉडी बचा मॉडी
मैं यूज करूंगा इसको
फ्लैश कर
अरे फ्लैशिंग 3 2 1
नाइस
बूस्ट हो जाता तो
वो लगा के रखना केयरफुल बैठ जा ऊपर बस अरे इतना डीप नहीं घुस के मार फ्लैश करो घुस के मार
एक ए पे आ जाओ मारने वाला हूँ
नाइस चल यहीं से चलेंगे
रुक जा फ्लैश करो सिटी मैं वाचिंग सिटी टी मतलब
कहाँ से आएगा भाई मैं आराम कर रहा हूँ
ये बनाना तो नहीं आ जाएगा ना भाई हेलो
अभी तक
पास तेरा क्रॉस लगाया ना उसने बॉम्ब उसके पास ही है
छोड़ के सेकंड मत देख
हां M2
ऊपर ही देख
नीचे था ना अपना ये देख लेगा ये तू
नाइस
तेज ही आ जाए 58 FPS आ रही है
ऑरेंज ड्रॉप कर दो
78 57 63
अरे बाप रे
41
इधर ट्रक कर
शॉट क्या
कर दिया। जा रोटेट कर।
अरे यार ऑलरेडी
आ सकते मोटो। अच्छा मर गया। जिम टाइम।
सेव टाइम।
मैं ना मारूंगा। Nice.
Throwing flashbang.
Last bill उधर।
Terrorists win.
ईशा हो गया आपका पुश करना? हेलो
वो ईशा है ही नहीं अपने लोगों में।
उसको ट्रैक कर लिया।
इसलिए किया था, नहीं है नहीं कोई सवाल।
Gun to the man. I'll lead.
Oh shit.
Deploying decoy.
अरे यार
Stadium next.
Apps.
Stadium smoke. I'll smoke and you will smoke waiting.
ठीक आउट कर लूँगा।
AFK. Nice. अबे यार ये ईशा भाई आर्चेस है ना भाई।
सीटी ही जा सकता है।
Yep.
ऑलरेडी सीटी भी है। साइड तीन साइड। ऑफेंस तीन साइड। एक बुलेट।
Bomb has been planted.
ये बंदा कहाँ गया?
Terrorists win.
Quick. एक और ये लो।
उसको दे उसको दे।
अच्छी ग्राउंड आउट कर दो।
ये ले कहाँ गया?
मिड फ्लैश आके और खोल रहे हैं।
ईशा ईशा आ गया क्या? ईशा
Roger that. Oh yeah.
लास्ट गेम ही है यहाँ, जीतना है अपने।
इंशाल्लाह।
Targets acquired. I'm waiting here. Need help.
यार कोई बी जाएगा तो मैं ये खेलता हूँ आपसे।
चल
ईशव भाई, ईशव हेलो।
आ जाएगा।
मेरा इतना है।
अरे
मिड क्लोज है, एक बॉयलर दिख रहा हूँ सब। बॉयलर मरा।
नाइस नेडिंग बॉयलर।
छोड़ा मैं छोड़ा।
एक बॉयलर तोड़ा मैंने, ये पता है।
मैं पीछे आ जाऊँ आपसे तो।
आ रहा है पे।
शॉट तो नहीं आएगा ना?
नहीं।
अरे
टू रैम।
अबे बीम मार गया।
2 रैम
जा
से
रहा हूँ
बॉयलर। ईशव को ले साइड देखे, मैं जा रहा हूँ बीच। पीछे है भी।
User was
अरे आ गया भाई।
देख रहा हूँ।
मेरे को ड्रॉप फ्लैश का साउंड आया था, पता नहीं है। अरे M2 ऐप जा रहा है।
भाई मर जा। हाँ
ये फ्लैश करके वापस ले जा रहा था।
बट वाला इतना झाड़ू था ना कि चूद भाई।
ड्रॉप मांगता है।
मेरा लेके आई है, मेरे के लोन के ऊपर चल रहा है।
वो 8 बार मर चुका है ना
भाई। ये ब्लू जब से गरीब ही रो रहा है भाई।
हाँ भाई। 25 ड्रॉप मांग लिया वो 10 राउंड में।
बॉलर आना।
नहीं आ रहा भाई।
हट। स्मोक कर रहा हूँ। आता हूँ
ये भाई कार्टून ही है भाई, सीटिंग नहीं कर रहा है। रशिंग C4 को टाइम है, रश कर रहा है ठीक है।
अबे एप्स में C4 था तो उधर क्यों चले गया?
उनको बी तो पूरा मिल गया ना पर।
अच्छा बी, ओके सॉरी।
सी देख ले कॉफी होता है।
मिड के फ्लैशेस मार रहे भाई।
ये हो गया फेक कर।
नाइस।
ये आ गया।
ठीक है मेरे पे किट है, रुक। दोनों पे किट है। बहुत चाहिए।
प्लांटिंग इसको मार सकते हो, सोलो था शॉट।
पीछे वाला मर गया भाई।
बनाना वन साइड।
ये प्लांटर सही दे रहा है इधर ही।
बनाना शायद ऑफर है।
स्मोक पड़ा है छोटी की बड़ी में।
निंजा इजी।
इतना फॉरवर्ड आ गया।
एक और राउंड डालते हैं, अंदर करते हैं।
अरे
यार इसको ड्रॉप दे के गरीब हो गया।
अब ड्रॉप दे। लेट्स ड्रॉप। मोली ड्रॉप दे। अरे ऐप में ना गरीब है भाई, तू कैसे आएगा? मैं तो ऐप जा रहा हूँ शॉट लेके। बैन शॉट देगा।
तुम लैग हो रहा है या मैं लैग हो रहा
हूँ? मैं तो नहीं लैग हो रहा।
मैं ही हो रहा।
पीछे से खेल रहा है। अरे
2 लोग हैं, 1 लो है।
ये मिड। आई होप मैं स्पॉटेड नहीं हूँ।
एक टैग है मिड।
मैं ब्रिज पहुंच गया हूँ। ब्रिज पहुंच मरो मत करो। ब्लू पीछे जा जो हो गया।
टू लेट थी। नाइस।
अरे यार रश कर
फिर पीछे हो जाता ना तो Reloaded.
Close it.
Bomb has been planted.
Hey,
अरे मार सुधी.
Terrorists win. 52.
41 था यार.
बिहारी है क्या?
नहीं नहीं.
मराठी.
तोतला मराठी.
मुंबई. कसा काय?
क्या बोला?
ती तो मेरे को भी आ गया.
कसा काय?
क्या बोला मुस्लिम के? भाई ना वो
मला मराठी घेत नाही.
ये तो नहीं. You क्या?
ब्लू के बाद इसको जान जाके ब्लू को. एक सेकंड रुक जा.
अबे तेरी मां सुधी.
एप्स है. मर गया एप्स वाला.
भाई 5 नेट कर रहे हो ना.
सब पे जम तो आ.
मैं मर जाऊंगा भाई. आजा.
अरे
आर्च भी एक साइट है.
अबे 1 टैग दिया मैंने.
भाई यार किसको नया मेटा है क्या? सब यूटिल बाय कर लो. किसी के पास आर्मर. अरे ये सब दोनों जगह मत बोले.
अरे तू म्यूट करना इसको.
ये मुझको गाली देना पड़ेगी.
हां ना.
अरे यार आर्मर नहीं ले रहा है. अगले राउंड बाय कर लेंगे. भाई इतना इरिटेटिंग राउंड था ना कसम से. इतने नेट्स उनको 3 नेट पड़े भाई और मॉली से जला.
हां
पता नहीं क्या है. 3 नेट्स. सब है ना वो यूटिल स्टार्ट में डंप.
बे 2 तो मेरे पे है. 4 उधर नहीं है.
ग्लॉक बजा रहा था.
Think for.
कहां पे डिंग हुआ?
मैं आना.
क्या वॉकिंग अप. मैंने साउंड किया. इसको पकड़ना मेरे को अपने.
एक लो है मेरे पे. नाइस.
चलो बनाना. अच्छा. अरे
मार स्मोक से मार.
छोटी में 30 HP.
हां
जला.
देख रहा हूं तू हाइड.
आ गया.
चुप.
मोड़ी कर दे.
भाई किसी ने बाई नहीं करा उधर. सिर्फ MP9 और नेट लिख. क्या
सब छोड़. बिना असर के डील मार रहा.
अबे राउंड थ्रो होता ना.
मेरी बात सुन.
इसको बोल रहा है.
बोलो.
मेरी बात सुनो. मैं बोल रहा हूँ 30 पन रहो या थोड़ा पीछे ही रहो. पहले उनको यूट्यूब वेस्ट करो. बस बनाना माली करके पीछे रहो.
पीछे हो पाओगे तो
ट्राई तो करूंगा.
इंडिया कोई आया और रेड आया. एक क्रॉस हुआ. एक बॉलर है.
कोई को रंग है. चलो हारते हैं.
हेड खाया. राइट वाला 10 HP.
डब्ल्यू दोबारा ऑफ के साथ. कॉफिन्स.
Here.
अबे 10 HP बचा है.
रिलोड तो करने दे अब.
नहीं है लास्ट. नाइफ करो उसको. 10 HP. नाइफ करो. P250 है.
अरे
अबे 10 HP में. हाँ
वो जूस ले बैठा था क्या?
18 HP.
अच्छा खासा नाइस करना देख रहा हूँ।
मैंने तो बस एक छोटा सा
प्लान हिशाम
आना
बी होटल करो, बी होटल करो।
ऊपर कर
तोड़ विंडो तोड़ो।
User was moved
हाँ,
out
बोल।
of your channel. User left your channel.
ओ भाई
User was moved to your channel.
नाइस कवर।
ना बंदा साइड पे है सीट पे चलो आंधे आंधे आंधे
उसको हेल्प करो। दूसरा भी नहीं था। कमांस वाला मर गया।
अभी क्या कर?
ये उसको चेक कर।
चारों में मरना है।
सेम
गोलियां बढ़ते बढ़ते चले गए।
अभी क्या बन रहा है? रेड ऑरेंज रेड ब्लू येलो।
ये देखिए देखिए इससे अच्छा देख। इधर जाऊंगा।
भाई काश मेरा टाइमर था नहीं तो कुछ खाता
दो है सैंडबैग है नाइस
C4 ले जा, C4 ले जा। अबे क्या पड़ी पीछे, क्या पड़ी है? मैं देख रहा हूँ पीछे, देख रहा हूँ। उसमें पिघल गया।
हाँ भाई टैस्टिंग फोर कौन देखने जा रहा है?
कोई नहीं
भाई मार्बल फेल हो गया क्या अब? भाई जो हीरो था उसको विलन तो बना दिया इन्होंने आयरन मैन को।
मतलब अपना ये कैप्टन अमेरिका था ना पहले।
हाँ हाँ
सामने मत आना मर जा।
अब देना मरने मत जाओ तेरे से बढ़िया।
अरे चल रे एक बार तो करने दे।
ओनली नो उसको ब्रो बस ये ऑप्शन उसको तुम
ले 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 आओ।
अरे कर ले कर
हर घर
स्मोक दे
अपन बी साइड जाके क्या करेंगे वैसे? C4 वहाँ पड़ा है।
मैं होगा बंदा।
वो बैठा।
अरे मेरा नोट। बचा लिया बेटे।
आया लाइट।
अरे यार प्लांट करते
मिड पे
नो उसको चल नो उसको बोली नो
उसको बोल
स्मोक में नहीं है।
बी प्लांट कर दे।
प्लांट नहीं करता हूँ।
अरे निकाल देना खत्म कर। नाइफ लेके जा मर जा इस टाइम। वापस नहीं आएगा निकलने।
पीछे से नाइफ ना हो जाए। नहीं होगा मत टेंशन ले।
नाइफ हो जाएगा तो
अरे वो तो पता है। दूर से ना उसको मार दो। किट नहीं होगी तो नहीं होगा।
जीजी हो गया।
लो क्लच ही कहते हैं।
चलो गुड नाइट।
गुड नाइट
भाई कौन खेल रहा है?
21,001 ही कह दें।
कौन शूट आज खेल रहा है?
Yes.
जब खेल रहा है ना?
नहीं भाई सुना यार।
मैं जा रहा हूँ।
गुड नाइट।
गुड नाइट।
User disconnected from your channel.
रुक 2 बंदे और हैं आर्ची।
बस फिर हो गया।
जा रहे हैं?
नहीं
खेल रहा है ना?
हाँ
तो 2 और हैं। अबे ऊपर बैठे इनको बोल। वो खाना खाना है, मेरे को 10-15 मिनट चाहिए भाई।
ठीक है।
Dead now, of course, was formed on May 20th, 2024. The guys stayed on the grind throughout the year, winning multiple Tier 2 tournaments and consistently beating RMR-level teams. In that relatively short time, our juniors became the best academy team in history, Mouse NXT would like a word, and secured a place in the top 30 of the...
मैं खाना खाने जा रहा हूँ।
बाय बाय।
इंडिया का बाय भाई।
मई के एंड में आया।
मई के एंड में?
कंप्यूटर अभी बनवाया था इसलिए अभी आया।
पीसी से रुकेगा?
हाँ।
क्या बाइक है?
क्या है इसमें? ग्राफिक कार्ड पुरानी है 1080 और इसमें 7800X 3D का कुछ तो है। Ryzen 9। हाँ वही फिर 32GB रैम अपना।
डील हो रहा है तेरे को लैपटॉप इसमें अभी?
अरे बहुत। मॉनिटर भी 240 है ना तो। आया।
Microphone muted.
Valve World Rankings. In light of these fantastic results, one of the Na'Vi junior players, Makazi, will get promoted to continue his career as part of the club's main roster. However, the limitations of the CS ecosystem in this werewolf break do not allow the academy team to further develop under the Na'Vi tag, which is why we now accept offers to buy the Na'Vi junior roster, including 4 players, a coach and a ranking eligible for major invites. Na'Vi junior is the pride of our club, so much so we're selling it of course, and an inspiring example for many young CS2 prospects, so we will definitely keep you updated on the player's future. A new chapter is on the way, stay tuned, we're soon kicking off the recruitment for the next Na'Vi Junior CS2 roster. And so he's just in at Na'Vi now. Now what do we know about this kid? I hate to say it. For me, not the most exciting prospect. Now, he's an aggressive entry player, and we all know how that goes. That's feast or famine. Entry fragger, hardest role in the game, unquestionably. Entry fragger, hardest role to maintain consistency in. Even on a day-to-day basis. Everyone's playing off angles. It's a nightmare. It's unbelievable. Finding consistency in that is God tier. It's why when I think about Apex and what he used to do as an entry fragger when he was on his shit, that was wild, that was crazy. That aggression, sure, might be good, but for me, I don't know. I'd want someone with experience at the highest level. I'd want someone with, bombastic stats. It's certainly not as exciting as Kyosuke to Falcons. It's certainly not as exciting as when Donk was promoted from the academy side. And honestly, it's not as exciting as some of the other players that are already out there, already on teams, already getting chances. This move just, it's like, it almost feels like desperation, if I'm being real. Now, he might turn out to be really, really good. He might rejuvenate Na'Vi, and certainly something had to change on Na'Vi, because Na'Vi were as flat as a witch's tip. I get it. They were a flat team. They had no life, no joy in them. They weren't competitively relevant anymore. They'd absolutely hit an impasse, and they had to fucking change. Fair dues. Fair fucks. But I don't know about this. It's got shaky hands written all over it. This is a risk. It's a risk for this. I mean, by the way, it's great you go to Na'Vi, Na'Vi Academy. It's a huge risk for you. It's the first time anyone, like a big fan base, one of the world's biggest, probably, are going to see you and they're going to assess you, judge you. Whole new different level of pressure. You're also being essentially, even though they're not explicitly saying it in the announcement, you're also being held up as the guy that's going to rejuvenate Na'Vi, that's going to save Na'Vi, all the while Simple just on the bench. That's also something fans are going to say. There's no way for Simple to come back to this team, of course, but they're all going to say it. Well, why? Why we were? If he has a bad game, bring Simple in. He's going to hear that every single fucking day of his life. So, I don't know. Tough break. Na'Vi, what an organisation to have to try and move into. So I'm worried about that. Now we get to the next part of the story. As I predicted, it was JL. JL was the werewolf in this analogy, and I'm going to say some things now that are probably going to seem unkind. I want to make something abundantly clear. Thorin and JL had that beef, right? Thorin used to say he had a head like Easter Island. By the way, it doesn't look particularly Easter Island-esque there. He has, I think he's got a fine jawline and a fine chin. Never got on board for any of it. I try not to beef with players these days, you know, Zen, Richard, and I got to meet JL at the major I worked in Copenhagen, the one where he was the MVP. I think he seemed a lovely guy, and I think I loved that player. I thought it was great. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, as I've said many times. The only thing I can think of that I've ever seen like that in Counter-Strike, in terms of the sheer number of clutches he was making, he was just in that fucking flow state. Funnily enough, it was Jacob and Makalele in Cluj-Napoca 2015 when their G2 team had that insane fucking run. And JL was just unplayable. They were unplayable, and I think he earned that major MVP like a motherfucker. I think anyone who says it's a fugazi or a fluke or anything like that, you might think Na'Vi's win is a fluke in the same way that like it felt like FaZe were going to beat Spirit and then Magix just did what he did. But I would just say this: JL absolutely was legit the player of the tournament for me. I mean, I'm gonna just say that. So ultimately, I wanted JL to stick around and have a lovely career. But now we say the bad thing. Not everyone is cut out for success. Not everyone is cut out to have millions in the bank. Not everyone is cut out to be famous. And this is the problem with JL. Unfortunately, I don't think he's particularly intelligent. Right? He don't have to be. Being academically gifted is mega overrated, particularly the way society's going. But it doesn't strike me as like the sharpest knife in the drawer. I think he's a simple man with simple tastes, and that's totally fine, by the way. It's okay to be that person. But let me say one thing: his competitive legacy is going to be smeared and tainted. Because here's what happened: he went from being the guy that, for no reason, he introduced this, was doing all that shit, right? Like pretending, like, you're inviting comparisons. By the way, that Cristiano Ronaldo celebration, worst celebration I've ever seen become iconic in football. It is dog shit. It is dog shit. Even if you're one of the people who believe Cristiano Ronaldo was the GOAT, right? Is the GOAT? Not me. I'm never saying anyone but Maradona. So sorry. I'm not even saying Messi. Fuck both of them. No, but the stats and the trophies. Maradona was sent from God to teach humans how to play football. He was divine. No one else is in the fucking conversation. Not Pele, not anybody. The end. Anyway, on the matter of celebrations, this is shit. It is dog shit. The fact that people, it's trash. I remember when he never used to do that. I remember the time when Ronaldo, when he was coming through and like actually realizing his potential, There was like fucking, he didn't do any of that shit. Then when he became Ronaldo the brand, still a very good footballer, still in the contention for the discussion of GOAT of all time. If you'd never seen Maradona play, which I fucking have, you know, like, yeah, that's all good. Many people think he's the greatest of all time, is the point. Why would you compare yourself to that? And I thought when he was doing it, when he was making clutches, I was like, oh, it's because JL is him. He does have the East Island head in the good way, in that his mentality is stone-like. He cannot be phased. He will just never fucking break down. But turns out that wasn't true. You remember those self-pitying tweets he was putting out? People are saying nasty things about me, and it makes me feel sad. Now I can't play. It's like, bro, you compare yourself to the greatest football player of all time, but not really because it is Maradona, but now all the fucking people think it is. You didn't have to do that. If you can't take pressure, why did you do that? And then it turns out you can't take pressure. The reason Na'Vi has been losing all of these fucking games, this guy isn't that anymore.
किधर फिजिट में अच्छा
सबको बोलता हूँ फिर एंटीक्यूट ऑन कर
Microphone muted.
Hello? More. He was that. Then he stopped being that, and he never got close to being that again. And he had some real stinkers as well, some real stinking series. And he, oh, I'm sad, played bad today. Stop doing that. You're never doing that if I'm your coach. So, what do we know about JL? Well, he came from Lithuania. He had all that adversity. Ended up at Na'Vi, one of the biggest organisations in the world. Became the MVP of a major. Won a major. Was fucking suing out of control. And everyone thought he was going to be great. But then he got a little taste of the money and a little bit of a taste of adversity. And he couldn't cope with either. And now he wants to be an influencer, and that is exactly what he's going to go and do. I don't even know if JL will come back and ever play competitively. If he does, it might be in a few years from now, half-heartedly coming back, saying Counter-Strike is his true love. I watched his vlog. I mean, by the way, they all do this in Lithuania, but it's Balkans things, I guess. The Baltics, sorry, not the Balkans. I watched his vlog where he was like going, the thing is, I haven't been mentally healthy. By the way, mate, work on your mental health. I worked on my mental health. I'm self-actualized. You know, my hierarchy of needs is fucking well met, sir. Point being, in Lithuania, they love to do drifting in cars, which for me, by the way, as someone that doesn't drive, has no interest in cars, doesn't watch racing, thinks Formula One is one of the most boring sports ever conceived, I can't understand why anyone would just like to go all day in a sports car. I just can't. I just don't. Like, what is that? What is that? That's shit. As a hobby, that's shit, guys. I'm sorry. It's just shit. But Lithuanians love it, and it's just mental. So anyway, he's going to go and do that now. He's got money. He's got certainly more money than the average Lithuanian. He's living a great life. He's hitched the wagon. You know, he's married, got cash. And by the way, because esports fans are fucking dummies themselves, they think this is like a really good influencer with lots of cool things to say. So he's just going to stream and he's going to make loads of money and he might even play some facing games and look at me, look at me. But I'm going to just say this. What JL should have done is he should have stood down from Na'Vi and then took a break. When you sit this season out, you don't do the vlog saying I'm going to be in the drift and learning how to drift and doing cool things and working, and you don't put that out. I don't need to know you're mentally weak. I can already figure that out, by the way. But I don't need to know that when it comes to competition, you're checked out. Don't ever put that out there. If you think you might want to come back, I wouldn't pick you up now. Right? Drifting in sports cars, I'm good. I don't need to think about that on the team, especially when you've been playing bad for however long it's been. I wanted my timeline to have the JL that was willing to fight to get onto another team and was willing to get back to being a major MVP level. It's not this JL, sadly. And I don't think he's going to come back. I think we witnessed like a flash in the pan phenom kind of thing with him, and it's just super, super sad. Also, though, Makazi, that's who you're replacing. So just even more pressure for that young kid. I think Navi have handled this pretty poorly. I think it doesn't help what JL's done. This whole thing just fucking stinks. It sort of comes down all round, really. Just one of those. I'll miss the JL that I saw in Copenhagen, though. No doubt about that. He was fucking sick. We had this. Now, someone in the chat earlier said Fozy was essentially benched because he went and played for someone else. But, I mean, in the desolation that is the NAC, Wildcard were a relative bright spot. They had lots of positives going for them. I like their branding. I think it's thematically strong. It's better than like the average fucking NA team. It just has some dog shit names. By the way, some of these orgs like M80, the branding's great, the logo's great, the name's great, they understand the theme. I like Wildcard as a brand. And also, it's listen, all joking aside, you know, Dust will probably turn up in a second and go, Amaranth fart jars. He loves that. He loves the fact that she's all fart jars for some reason. I'ma just say, like, having a big celebrity streamer as a co-owner is great for the future of your organization. It's really, really good. And yet, this has happened now, and I'm like, what? Why? If the Fozy thing is disciplinary, you don't bench somebody unless it's real bad. And then Stan, was Stan doing a bad job? Was he? Didn't look like it to me. Got to the majors, you know, been at big tournaments, had some decent results. Just wild. And now you're left with Jaber, who, oh man, I'd love a world where Jaber gets to go to complexity. That would be so sick, but whatever. And Sonic and Susp, and it's like, and by the sounds of it, I don't think Stan even knew it was coming. It sounds like it was out of left field for him, which is crazy. Yeah, I've criticised Stan in the past, of course I have, but this was a wild one. And then now he's like, listen, I mean, I criticised him recently. I criticised him like maybe a couple of videos ago. You know, maybe don't, when you say we've won a game, free this part of the country. You know, because optically you're both diminishing the conflict, and you've been explicitly told just no politics during the event, please. You're leading an insanely privileged life. You know, you have to take the hit. If you don't go to the tournament, or you can say you're not the boss of me if you want to be an actor. I won't repackage it. Won't relitigate it. It's a weird thing to do. But anyway, he ended up saying, I'm open for coaching roles. He said, so, I mean, that's kind of wild that he's like back. And you can see there as well, there was the interview. I never once thought about going to Valorant. See, this is my life. I don't know if we see Stan again on the server after this. And it's crazy because, look, his stats might not be the best at times, but Wildcard definitely were doing things correct tactically. I think Stan's been his own worst enemy in some aspects over the course of his career. This didn't seem to be one of those times, unless there's something I don't know about. So we're super surprised about it. He'll make a great coach, I'll say that for sure. This is just a very, very strange one. And now I'm less interested in the development of Wildcard because I don't think they're going to have a particularly good team moving forward. It just doesn't really feel like a good move. Oh, by the way, that last one, thumbs down on Steam. Then there was this one. Furia announced the Yakindar signing. First of all, they tried to gaslight everyone and it's not happening. They made it look sad. We want to say thanks to Yakindar for the time in the org. It was the most obvious bait and switch tweet of all time. Whoever made that Reddit thread saying, oh, it looks like... Oh, you're a dickhead. You fell for the oldest trick in the esports book, mate. Fucking idiot. But anyway, Yakindar has looked rejuvenated since he went to Furia. Had the pleasure of interviewing him during PGL Astana. He has, I mean, look, sorry to talk about it in this crude craft way, but just indulge me. You know, he's lost weight. He looks healthy. Skin's better, complexion better, eyes are bright, right? That was immediately clear. I mean, listen, your eyes aren't going to be bright for too long if you keep sitting that fucking close to the monitor, mate. You're going to have bins like me by the time you're fucking 30. But anyway, the point being, he looked way better, like he's finally had that new lease of life, playing with a smile, and he got some of his swagger back. He was like posting big numbers And you know how it is, like, you know, the mind comes first and then the body will follow and stuff like that. It's been great. And also, great teammate. I could see immediately. He was hanging out with all the guys around the fucking venue, around the hotel we were all in. Him and Fallen really have a great rapport. Excellent stuff. And so, I want you, Kinder, to succeed on Furia because I get...
न्यू कट आ भाई वो एंशिएंट ही लगाएंगे आई गेस टू ना लगाए भाई ये नहीं खेल चल भाई वो ना ये लोग नाम देखा कि नहीं ये डॉग ही उसके साथ आता था ना श्राउड एक बार आया था
Microphone activated.
टाइट गुड्डू पिएगा ना लाइट गुड्डू मीठा जैसे गुड डे ऑल नाइट X969 ममता पे होती
गाना भी नहीं खाने थे
तू भी तो बोला वो करने
हैं सैम गाने के पीछे पड़ा हुआ था Last week and last
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. No, sir. Incendiary. Throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
हेलो हेलो कर दे
That's a no.
अबे ये क्या है कॉल पे बोल रहा है टाइम आउट लेने को हाथ धोने पता नहीं क्या कर रहा है तो वोट डालने का अपना आपका जा कभी चला जाता है हाँ मतलब
क्या कॉल है
सीटी है भाई
बीकेल स्मोक हुआ
तो डोनट जाता हूँ मैं ये जा रहा हूँ अच्छी
एक
डोनट
मर गया
डोनट देखो ओके
डोनट आ रहे हैं
देख रहा हूँ
पेमेंट
एक माइन मारा एक दो डोनट 10 दो डोनट
लेफ्ट राइट
मैं बी नहीं छोड़ रहा हूँ ना ऐसा
अरे C4 है
दो डोनट है और C4 एम है
दौड़ रहा
एक पीछे क्या है मेरे को लगता है
नहीं दोनों उधर ही अभी भी
मत पीक ले C4
आजा ये लो हेल्प करो अरे भाई
अरे बहन चो दौड़ गया हाय यार
Nice. Almost.
मैं तो पीक भी नहीं गया वो आग में मारे हैं कौन सा मारा वेरी नाइस
मैं जो पानी भी नहीं पीने दे रहे तुम
कहाँ का खेल रहे हो
भाई मैं और कांचा तो मिड है हमारा शॉट का स्पॉन है जाओ केव चले जाओ
मैंने बोला था स्पाइसी मत बनाओ मैंने स्पाइसी
कहाँ जाऊँ
केव
हाँ जाता हूँ चलो
मिड अरे नीग्रो है सामने अच्छा ये लोग भी आई है
यार एक लेगा
एक डिंक है दो उधर तेरे पीछे अरे ऊपर दो डिंक है
एक ये बी साइड जा रहा है बी घुस गई शब बी
मैं ऐसे ही छोड़ दिया अभी पहुंची थी मैं
एक सिटी हो सकती दिखा लेफ्ट में देखा
अरे
भाई ये तुम कैसे मार रहे हो यार पता नहीं स्मोक से निकल के कुछ भी फ्लिप मार दिया येलो कौन था आपका मैं एक रीजन से तू राइट देख रहा था एल्बो यस एल्बो क्यों देखा तू राइट साइड नहीं मैं जैसे स्मोक से निकला उसके बाद तुरंत साले ने फ्लिक मार दिया मेरे को भाई उसने स्मोक से निकल के देखता हुआ निकलना ये बोल रहा हूं वही देख रहा था मेरे वही आई तो कैसे निकलता
राउंड मैच अपना पता है ना
हां
पूछ देना आरती है
एक मारा मेरे पे दो लोग 3 मिनट
क्या है
किरण
3 मिनट किरण एंटी
ठीक हो जा रहा हूँ स्टॉप निकालता है आरची ऑफ निकाल
अरे मिड आ रहे हैं ना वो लोग तो नेड मार
जो कर रहे हैं ना
मिड नहीं आ रहे बहुत लेट आ रहे हैं
देखा क्या
सुनना
ऑफ प्लेस से करता ना
चल ठीक है
आजा बी पुश करते हैं बी पुश कर रहा है
चल
अंदर मिड का छोड़ तुम दोनों के पुश कर लो कांचर का
गंदा हूं
जंप अप स्मोक
भाई मैं
बाप रे 10 सेकंड में खत्म किसको चाहिए आप ले लो
सोलो जिस पे भी आप सोलो ही कर लो नहीं तो मेरे को दे दो मैं कर दूंगा M4 किसको चाहिए?
चल मैं आता हूँ इधर।
तू कर रहा है? सोलो ही करना है?
चलो हाँ जाता हूँ।
क्या विषय खांचेस में चला जाएगा?
स्मोक हुआ है क्या?
स्मोक हुआ?
पहले छोड़ दे।
दो ये पे है। ए में दो।
पूरा ही है यार, डोनट ही है भाई। चलो
अगर एक नहीं मारा तो सेव कर लेना भाई।
सिटी पुश
भाई वो वन वे बना के बैठा है। सेव कर लो भाई।
सेव करना है?
हाँ करो, और क्या करूँगी बहन? सेव कर ले। डालोगे क्या? कुछ भी नहीं है। एक आएगा काम पे इधर। थोड़ा सा दूर हो जा तो मरेगा आपका। भाग रहा है।
नाइस।
वो भी लो।
आपका सोलो ही करेगा। अच्छा मिड का स्मोक छोड़ के दे देना। जब बी स्टैक बी पे नेड मारते हैं।
डबल स्मोक अबे डबल डॉग स्मोक दे दो ना।
Let's go.
हम नेट
कौन सा
स्टैक
दिया संचा?
मिड दिया।
नहीं मिड का ही दिया। जब बी स्टैक करो ना वो बी रैश ही करेंगे।
कभी जा रहा हूँ मैं।
चला जाना किए हुए
Throwing a grenade.
आने दो।
एक मारा बी पे।
किसी है बी पुश करोगे तुम? मैं केव पुश कर रहा।
हाँ ले रहा हूँ मैं। पुश कर रहा हूँ। रॉक ही ना रहा हूँ। क्लियर?
ये हो रहा है।
प्लांटिंग है।
अरे दो डोनट।
M4 सेव करने का आपका?
नहीं 3-1 नाइस राउंड।
अच्छा शॉट है। हाँ इस राउंड पांचा।
फिर नीचे ऑफ है ना।
अरे बहुत बढ़िया लगा। एक ही चाहिए किसी को? ऑफ है क्या?
डोनट में ऑफ करना। डोनट में ऑफ कर। ए और बी दोनों मार पाएगा।
वो अपना वाला मॉली दे इधर।
छोड़ के खेलते हैं। तो एंकर करो ये पे।
चल जाता हूँ।
एंकर नहीं मैं डोनट ऑफ कर रहा हूँ। एक एंकर
तो आर खेलेगा ये
साइड खेलेगा।
डोनट ऑफ लगा।
आ रहा हूँ।
तू लेन मॉली का रखना सैम।
हाँ
मैं दे रहा मैं
फॉरवर्ड खेल लूँ क्या डोनट?
हाँ डोनट से मिड इन देखता रहे। रेड क्रॉस हो रहा है।
पेमेंट साउंड है तो
चलेगा।
Laying down smoke. Grenade out. Grenade.
होल्ड करेगा।
मल्टीपल
ऑफ लगा रहा है।
छोड़ा मैं
भाई। आपका कोई एक होगा जंप अप। चला जा पीछे चला जा मिल गया।
आउट आ रहे हैं ये पे।
बी में यार।
बी फक
किधर है?
नाइस। और एक
ये वो एक ही है।
काफी अकेला है शायद
ये चूते हर बार भी ऐसे कर रहे हैं भाई। रोटेशन दे रहे हैं अपनी। रोटेट करें बढ़िया काम।
केयर भी केयर है। कोई आया नहीं।
हां बी रैम पे देख रहा हूं।
रेड रूम कोई नहीं देख रहा। ठीक है
ये भी 2 है। रेटिंग कर सकते
एक बी रैम पे साउंड दिया था पता नहीं है।
नाइस देखा।
मैं एमएन देख रहा हूँ बस।
तेरे पीछे आता है टाइमिंग पे। स्मोक है बी पे। अरे नहीं देखा।
आ रहा हूँ आरती मेरे स्पॉट पे रुक जा।
20 सेकंड
जंप अप भी आ सकता है। भाई
कंचे भाई मत कर। आपका तो एक सैम कोड ऑफ दे दे।
हाँ मैं डाल दूँ।
कॉल करता हूँ। ले लो।
मैं करता हूँ लास्ट में फोन, मैं करता हूँ लास्ट में, कर दूंगा मैं चलो। डैम आया क्या?
आएगा तो बाय कर लेगा रे। आ गया। आ गया ना सैम। हेलो। हाँ।
अरे ये हेडफोन लगाने में तो देखो।
ए पे जा रहा हूँ।
जा।
दोनों जा रहा हूँ।
हम लोग सेम खेलते हैं सैम, कुछ चेंज नहीं।
सेम खेल रहे हैं। हाँ आरसीबी सेम खेल रहा है।
ऐसे जा
चल हाँ।
हाय
कैमरा है। एक माइनस 90 सर। दिखा।
बिलोंग पे 2 बंदे हैं। तू बिलोंग।
C4 है ना, बी पे आ रहा हूँ।
मैं भी आ रहा हूँ।
नाइस सैम।
दोनों तो बहुत 2 बंदे के
आराम से नाइस
बहुत बढ़िया।
कंचा एक ही है लेगा। भाई वो हेड खाया साला, लेकिन दूसरा
अरे मॉरी ले लेता।
नहीं जब लगे ना कि वो केव रश कर रहा था, पीछे आ जाएगा। मैं तब तक घुस चुका था, पता कुछ मेरे पास चारा नहीं था।
अबे सैम कौन बोल रहा था गो करने को? कांचा बोला, मैंने बोला गो करने को।
सैम ने बोल दिया गो कर, मतलब तू बोला वो तभी तो।
छक्का है सैम भाई।
मिड कोई दिखा नहीं है, एयर रश केयर करना।
चलते हुए आ गया। स्मोक कर काम कर जल्दी।
आओ कर
होल्ड कर। हां दोनों मिड है शायद। नहीं एल्बो में एक ही है
भाई यार। नो भी हमेशा बी पे लग करता है। हमेशा बी लग करता है।
जा रहा हूँ। तू भी जा रहा है? चल साथ में करेंगे रिटेक। चल
ये चुतिया अकेला ही खेलता है भाई। ए में चला जाए।
हाँ 2 मिनट मिलते साथ में।
सीटिया एमएन होगा मोस्टली। नेट
मैं स्मोक्ड ऑफ हूँ।
बिग बॉक्स के आसपास से नेट मारा उसने सीटी डी। ये किया इस सीटी में।
कहाँ पे?
पता नहीं, टेंपल ऊपर केयर करना आसपास ही है।
राइट साइड नहीं दिख रहा। ब्रदर है। नाइस वन। मेरे को स्टिक करना चाहिए स्टार्टिंग में, हट गया मेरा।
आपका थोड़ा जल्दी हाथ चलाया करेगा। अरे सॉरी माय बैड। सही में
मुझे हाथ चलाते वैसे
बहुत 1 सेकंड भाई। मैंने बोला स्मोक कर, ये पता नहीं वही कर रहा है। मैं स्मोक निकाला, फिर मैंने हटाया, फिर वापस निकाला, उसमें टाइम वेस्ट हो गया। सॉरी। अरे ये बोला स्मोक कर।
अरे किट लो। बहुत है दोनों एपिक हिट है। ठीक है
अच्छा लेन वाली कर रहा। नहीं नहीं
मिड
नेड मार रहा हूं मैं डीमन स्मोक करियो किया
मिड है बंदे ठीक है
मिड पे
नाइस
पंजा में वॉक करके जा रहा हूं बंदे होल्ड कर रुक जा आपका मार रहा
तुम्हारा पी
मार दिया एक मारा मैंने
तुम्हारा मिड क्रॉसिंग देख तुम्हारा मिड क्रॉसिंग देख मिड वन स्टिल नाइस एल तुम्हारा कंप्लीट क्लियर है
C4 है यहां पे C4 है यहां पे
पेमेंट क्या करना है
देख रहा हूं
ए इधर कांडू नीचे बैठा वो चूतिया
नाइस वन
जंप क्यों क्या वो पता नहीं यार
क्या बेवकूफ प्लेयर है
भाई मेरे आपकी बढ़िया दे रहा है क्या मार
बैठा किधर है
डब्बे के नीचे
ऋषभ M4A4 दे तो M4A4 ले हां मेरे को A1S दे मैं बेबो अच्छा वो मॉली कर देंगे मैं लेफ्ट लेन खेल लूंगा
और मेरे पे चढ़ेंगे इस पर उनको पता डोनट आ रहा है
यार बहुत देर से हम ऑफ करा रहे इसको अभी चेंज करना चाहिए था
मैं मिड मॉली कर दे रहा हूं कांचा लेन कर
चला नहीं कोई
केयर भी हां बी साइड हां साइड
हां
ऑपर डोर आ गया बी डोर ऑपर प्लांटिंग भाई
टचिंग तेरे पीछे छोड़ना है क्या
इको राउंड है भाई
ऑपर ऑफ लगा रहा ऑपर है बिना
अपना बाय है नहीं बस करते चल
देख रहा हूं लेफ्ट में
दो एक साइड एक क्लोज
सुन दो के
नाइस
एक बी में के लास्ट क्या
एंटी
उधर आ गया
अरे ऑफर था ना लास्ट तो वही हां तो ऑफर ही तो था
अरे नहीं मेरे को मारना है
घूम के आया
अरे पीछे आ गए थे
क्या कर रहे हो बीच में तुमने बोला कि वो ऑफर चढ़ेगा उसको चढ़ेगा तो मैं मॉली करने गया मैं भी तो देखो भाई
अच्छी ऑफ करना
एक फ्लैश गिराइयो यार एक्स्ट्रा
यूट्यूब ले लेना लास्ट राउंड
ले लो भाई
सेम खेल रहे ना रोजर दैट ऐसे सिर्फ राउंड चाहिए तो मिड आ रहे मेरे को लगता है मिड आ रहे
एक बैट कर घुस गए है
नहीं डोनट में नहीं आया ए
भाई यार रेडी घुस गया
नहीं ऊपर बाकी
रेड घुस गया रेड घुस गया
2 MN oh no आई
One more.
Thank you, artist.
वैसे तो एक्सपेक्ट कर तो रहा था तो फिर कैसे मरा?
कहाँ मिड पे?
हाँ
अरे
तो बोलता रहा था कुछ पे
भाई ये तो चूतियापा हुआ ना कि रेडी आए हम एक्शन लेके भाई
भाई क्योंकि मैं तेरे को कॉल दिया मेरे पास नहीं आया तेरे पास है
चलो अभी क्या
अंधे की तरह भाई अभी सुनो ना केव रश करना केव वाले को मार देना उसको मिड से वापस कूद के आ जाना मिडर ठीक है हाँ केव जाओ केव वाले को मारो
नहीं मारा तो भी पीछे आ जाना
अगर तुमने नहीं मारा तो पीछे आ जाना अगर मार दिया अगर अब और बी पे सभी मार दिए तो बी ही घुस जाना एक मारोगे तो वापस
मतलब अगर 2 एंट्री मिलती है तो घुस जाएगा ना
हाँ
क्या है क्या साउंड आया था
सामने है
फट गया बहुत बढ़िया सिटी
मैं भी आ रहा हूँ
उड़ के दो
उधर ही है पीछे मर गए दोनों उधर ही हैं मरा
इधर ही है
नाइस
राउंड
भाई चलो गांडू हैं दौड़े जा रहे चोरू की तरफ बता
किट लेकर आया था एक बार
सुनो अपना एक कांटेक्ट है ये वॉक करो
भाई वो ना करे रेड टू स्मोक वॉक
नहीं ये वॉक करो और कुछ स्मोक वॉक नहीं करेंगे साइड पे जब पहुंच जाएंगे तब आराम से हाथ से करेंगे
मैं बी जाऊंगा
स्टार्टिंग का स्मोक दूं मिड पे
नहीं कुछ
नहीं ओके चलो
कुछ मत मैं बी का लग स्मोक दे रहा हूं फ्लैशेस दे रहा हूं पीछे आ जाऊंगा
C4 रख के रहो
मैं डीप रहूं
तू बाय नहीं है साथ
हो जाएगा
साउंड मत देना
वॉक कर लो यार
तेरी तो एंट्री आरची
लेफ्ट देख लो लेफ्ट
अभी रुका हूं मैं
क्लियर आगे वाला लेफ्ट वॉक कांटेक्ट करना है ना
ओ भाई किया फुल
ऊपर बैठ हरामी
नाइस
डोनट करना है सीटी स्मोक
किया
सीटी किया डिफॉल्ट ब्लंट
तो भाई उनका लेके जा
आरपी ये आरपी हेलो तेरा पीछे देखता हूं मैं
भाई एक इधर आ गया
समझ मारो
जब तो मर जाएगा तुम सेफ खेलो भाई जब तो मरेगा मैं तो सेफ हूं भाई चलो ये भाई ये नहीं मर जा ओके
दोनों यार
ब्रो व्हाट द
ड्राइव बाय
भाई मेरे को मैच से मत मार यार 8 एचपी था मैं
सुनना ईशा मैक्टन बी डैश करेगा
चल
उनका इको है जा आ
बैक शॉट मॉली करूंगा मैं ठीक है
डब्ल्यू का कांचा पूरी दोनों स्मोक दे दे कांचा दोनों स्मोक दे मैं जा रहा हूं उनके साथ ईशा मैं तेरा स्मोक वो मॉली बुझाऊंगा मैं लफ स्मोक दे रहा हूं ना कि वो ठीक है
ठीक है तू रख स्मोक दे रहा है बैक शॉट मॉली
राइट दे रहा हूं ए तू रश कर रहा मेरे भाई
अरे हां मॉली आउट ही जा रहा हूं मैं तो
फ्लैश कर देगा आप
मैं कर रहा जाओ ब्लॉक मत कर
गंदा हूं मैं
एक गया
टर्निंग स्मोक कर सकता
मैंने केव स्मोक के बाहर यार मारा के बाहर एक और मैं प्लान कर रहा हूं सीट
वॉक इन कर स्मोक आउट देना एक बार ये टॉप का
राइट लेन ले लो ना
मैं ले रहा
आगे राइट मॉली नेड है तेरे पे
तेरे पीछे देख रहा हूं मैं बैक स्टेप एक ही होगा साइड स्पैम मारना पड़ेगा
यार थोड़ा आके ले लिया करो ना राइट साइड जब तो मर गया
नहीं साइड में कर दिखा ना तो फिर वो देखने के चक्कर में राइट नहीं जा पाया मेरे को ही जाना था वहां पर किसको ड्रॉप दूं
दे मेरा सुनो ना मैं केव दे रहा हूं मैं केव दे रहा हूं हेवन आ जाइए ईशा और ये
एक गन पड़ी एक्शन में को लग रहा है डिस्मॉन्ट
पड़ी है क्या नहीं मैंने उठाई
मिड लेने भी आता हूं को भाई
गेव वन
दोनों C4 ले काफा
ऑफ है गिव
भाई साथ में डोनट
दो केव मिल गया भाई
कांचा तो बी बनाना है अपन को
ये करना है क्या कर रहे हो
हां तो इसको मारने ट्राई कर रहा हूं
ऊपर आया था ऊपर आया था ठीक है
मैं ए पे साउंड दे रहा हूं ठीक है तो अपना बी पे वो बनाओ
मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता ऊपर आ गेम में स्पीक कर
रुक जा मेरे को घुसेगा तो घुस ईशा मैं देख रहा हूं तेरा
लेफ्ट देख के रहूंगा
वैसे ही गया है
दो हैं बी पे दो हैं ए पे
क्लोज बिलोंग क्लोज अरे यार बहन चोद पिक्सल नाइस
बाकी दोनों ए पे थे दोनों
प्लांट कर
साथ में खेलते हैं दोनों एक सीटी है केव
एंटी
क्या एम क्या मेरा भाई जिगजैग हैरी पॉटर का वो बन गया क्या
बड़ी जल्दी वो डोनट वाला बड़ी जल्दी आया तुम्हारे पीछे वो 81 लो था पता है तो मस्त उससे नहीं मरे रूट पर
डॉग से मरे डॉग
जंप अप देगा क्या केव मुंह क्या फास्ट है
बहुत ही ग्राज कर
चल आ जा तेरे पीछे हूं जंप अप दे मैं लेता हूं
मैं दे यार
अभी तो मिड लेने में इतना कैसे होगा
वो तो सुन को टॉप रहेगा
मैं दे रहा हूं उधर केव जंप अप केव घुस जा भाई कांचा तू लेट अगर मिड आएगा ना तुझे एक बंदा मिलेगा लेकिन तेरे पे एक ही है तू साथ आ जाता हां मिड डिफॉल्ट दिखा दिया ईमेल आ जाऊंगा ना
एक और ले
अरे भाई मेरे को तो भाई हम पीछे वो हो गए ना कोलैटरल
हो गया मार गया वो
भाई मुझे लगा कि दो ही होंगे मैंने तो
दो ही थे
एक रैम पुश किया है
के पे दो ही भाई तो सब छोड़ वो कोलैटरल हो गया अपन
सुन अपन उनके पास ऑफ है ना, ऑफ है, फिर ऑफ कर रहा हूँ।
हमेशा ऊपर आके आ रहा है
कांचा
केव में।
एक काम कर
गाइस
जंप अप
स्मोक दो, 3 लोग केव
फुल
जाओ।
यूटिल ले, फुल यूटिल ले, बी एग्जीक्यूट करा दे।
एग्जीक्यूट कर
तुम केव बस कंट्रोल लेना, केव के अंदर मत जाना, ठीक है? हाँ
बी
हाँ
ऑफ कर रहा है
उसको छोड़ देंगे, मैं जंप अप
और
दे रहा
केव
हूँ।
आ रहा है, केव आ रहा है।
भाई मैं
केव
जंप
के
अप
अंदर बैठो सीधा।
बस केव लेके बैठे रहो। कांचा तुम्हें पूरी यूटिल देगा, कांचा मैं इधर का पूरी देख रहा हूँ।
तूने क्या स्मोक किया सर?
बस दे स्मोक दे दे।
आया सामने आया, बस लेके बैठ रहो, मत पिक करो।
अच्छा वही देखिए, सब पीछे देख, सब पीछे देख। हां वो कुछ दिक्कत है।
एक्स्ट्रा गन है गेम में।
जाओ बैटरी।
मॉली हुई केव एंट्री मॉली हुई।
पीछे नहीं आएगा कोई,
बैक
पीछे
साइड
कोई नहीं आएगा।
ब्लाइंड और ऊपर
मरा। स्मोक में प्लांट दे रहा हूँ।
पीछे फ्लैश किया हूं मैंने।
पीछे कोई नहीं है, पीछे कोई नहीं, तुम्हारे आगे नहीं सारे। एक डोनट था।
कांचा उसको लगी बुलेट्स।
आ रहे हैं, हम सेव कर रहे हैं।
इधर ही है।
लगा सेव।
रिलोडिंग भाई।
उठ लिया।
दोनों
भाई मरियो मत, मैं पीछे आ रहा हूँ।
डैम दौड़ के जा मेरे भाई, दौड़ के जा भाई। इसको भी टाइमिंग पकड़ है।
लोअर डिंग का लास्ट।
नाइस।
टाइमिंग तो पकड़ थोड़ा, दोनों का फुल जब बोला तभी दौड़ जाता ना उस टाइम।
बोला सेव कर रहे तो मैं नहीं आया आगे।
अबे जब मैं भाई जब ये इसमें पता ना बूस्ट लिया लोगों ने।
हां अरे कांचा 88 महीने से यार वो बंदे।
मैं दोनों बंदे 88 और 87 दिया हूं।
सुन सेम कर और ऋषभ तेरा पहला कौन है, मॉली लेके जा, मॉली लड़ा के मार, समझ रहे? जहां पे ऑफर आया था
केव पे।
यहाँ पे ऑफर आया था,
बी केव
मैं जाता हूं।
कांचा तू यूटिल दे सकता है ना बी की।
यार जनाब गोले मॉली कर देता।
मिड उन्होंने वो किया है, मैंने स्मोक मॉली किया मिड पे।
घुस देना।
ऊपर चढ़ा
रुक जा ग्रीन कौन है?
मारा बी पे।
इधर केव
है। अबे तेरे बगल में
भाई ये बंदा किसी को मार के केव बोल रहा है।
केव वाला नहीं मरा तक।
नहीं केव वाला नहीं मरा, केव पे भी।
लास्ट बी पे उसने मॉली किया।
उसने।
हां टीममेट पे ठीक है।
नहीं
शायद ऑफर है कांचा जान।
नहीं नीग्रो करता हूं।
मार
नाइस वन।
81 इंच बैंड का लौड़ा क्यूबी।
एक काम करते हैं ना, एक कांटेक्ट करते हैं काफ का। तेरे लिए मैं जंप अप स्मोक दे रहा हूं, मैक्टन लेके जाके मैक्टन लेके जा, और कांचा तेरे लिए कुछ तो स्मोक दे देगा बी पे।
और अपन एक कांटेक्ट कर रहे हैं ना।
हां बाकी ये कांटेक्ट कर लेंगे, कवर ये वॉक करना है। डिकॉय भी ले ले अगर काफ का ले सकता।
नहीं ठीक है चलो अब हो गया।
तीनों जा रहा हूं मैं, इसके लिए और भी यूटिल कर रहा हूं।
ऋषभ लेफ्ट कंट्रोल ले लो वापस, राइट दे
कुछ तो कर
आई C4 देख लिया उसने।
जंप अप पे एक बंदा है।
अब बटन करना है क्या?
उसको दिखाना है।
मुझे पता है।
जंप अप वाला किसने गया?
स्मोक करो ना।
क्या स्मोक किए? डोनट दो
आराम से, डोनट दे।
पहले था मेरे पे,
एक सीटी था।
पहले था मेरे पे।
हमारा सिटी अननोन।
डोनट होएगा।
डोनट डेड मैं बोल तो रहा हूं गांडू।
हां मतलब कर चुके हैं वो, कर चुके हैं वो, पहले ही चल गया।
भाई हमने ना कांचा साइड पे ही नहीं स्मोक किया, वो खुद ही नहीं पीक कर रहे।
बहुत गंदे प्लेयर है भाई यार।
अरे ए निंजा केयर बाबा,
तू भाग जा भाई, सब भाग सकता है तू।
इसका रेडियस ज्यादा है क्या?
बहन तो सबसे ज्यादा रेडियस एंशिएंट का ही है। साइड पे भी
लगता था ऐसा क्या? मैं तो मरूंगा ही, जा कितनी दूर आ चुका हूं ना मैं।
जा काफका ऊपर जा, मैं देख रहा हूं।
स्पॉन
तो यार छोड़ दे इसे और
हम देखते हैं किस्मत। पे आना यहाँ पे बैठो अपन।
सुनो ना, वही वाली कॉल है अपनी जो पिछली राउंड की। मैं जंप अप दे रहा हूँ, तुम आराम से केव लो। काफका वाली मॉली आती है ना तुझे,
बोल भिड़ाने वाली।
हाँ बस नॉर्मल भिड़ा दे ताकि वो उधर राइट में और इधर में
C4 तू ही रख सम अपने पास।
अरे तुम रखो भाई, मैं इधर एल्बो होल्ड करता हूं।
हां ठीक है सब
वो फिट हो जाना भाई।
हां मैं दे दूंगा डोर।
पांचा को यूटिल दे देना अपने।
मॉली भी आ देना।
यार राउंड थोड़ा स्लो खेलना, वो खुद ही आएंगे।
जरा कोई
उनको पाएगा पता
क्लोज है। दो क्लोज पुश कर रहे हैं।
दो पुशिंग रैम। क्या है भाई ये?
C4 सेफ है।
नहीं उनके साइड में नहीं होना चाहिए।
बहन के लौड़े हर तरफ घूमे। वो एक लो है शब इधर।
गन्स फेंक दे, गन्स मार दो।
गन्स है उनके पास, क्या फेंकना?
मेरी गन नहीं गई मैं।
तो
आ गई।
आई नाइस।
एक और लो है शब, एक और डिंग खाया।
शाबाश।
भाई हम लोग ना मिड फाइट करते पता ही नहीं, इससे मालूम।
भाई सुनो ना गाइस वो आता नहीं मिड लेने। मैं अरे सुनना रेड स्मोक दे रहा हूँ, फ्लैश दे रहा हूँ सीधा ना। मैं तो बोलूँगा तुम भी रेड घुस जाओ, समझ रहे हो?
दो बंदे बी में ना जाओ।
जंप अप दे रहा है कोई?
नहीं कोई कुछ नहीं दे रहा। मेरा
मैं केव खुद से करके आ जाऊंगा तो।
हाय
आ रहा
ठीक कर रहा तुम्हारे।
कुछ आ रहा है कैसे? अरे तुम मॉली में कुछ आ रहा है सैम, रुकना ना। अरे डू नॉट पिक करते डबल पिक काफका।
आ रहा रुक जा। अरे इधर खुल गया ये। अरे यार खुलते उसने मेरे को देखा। ऊपर भी आ रहा था, जंप अप भी कर रहा था।
डोनट मिल गया मेरे को। पिंक का
ये सिटी वाला था।
बॉक्सेस। डोनट 26 का क्या टीम होता है? अबे निकालते हैं ना भाई, ये गंदा फालतू में तुम दोनों बढ़ के सैम और गांचो यार।
अरे यार बिल्कुल पता नहीं था मिड वैसे ले रहा है।
अरे फर्स्ट टाइम
जंप अप दे रहा हूँ, वो जंप अप दे रहा हूँ। आराम से केव लो, आराम से वही जो अपना हो रहा था।
मैं यूट्यूब में केव जा रहा हूँ आगे। हो जा रहा हूँ, देखते हैं।
देखो फ्लैश करके पिक करने आता है, ठीक है?
मोड़ी कर दूंगा।
अरे घुस ना फ्लैश करके तू भी यार।
अपना स्मोक गिरा दे रहा है।
ऊपर है रे। तूने मोड़ी कर दी।
पर 10 हो गए, मिल गया ना काफी है।
घुस गया मां कसम।
पीछे से
पीछे से मार रहा है यार
भाई।
भाई ये फोड़ करेगा ना बंदा।
अरे मैं लो था, मैं पीछे आ रहा था, वो मेरे को स्पैम कर रहा था वॉल से। जैसे वॉल स्पैम किया ये पुश कर गया स्मोक से।
अब वो मिड नहीं ले रही है, मिड इज्जत से ले रही है।
ले रहा है यार, एक बंदा आ रहा है। सैम क्या ले रहा है? एक बंदा सोलो मार रहा है मिड में।
तू केव स्मोक कर।
सुन ना कांचा, आपको तुझे केव आता है?
हां कर दूंगा स्मोक
हां
दूंगा।
करके
मैं जाता हूं मिड क्या?
आरपी जब हम ऊपर से आएंगे ना तो मिड स्विंग कर।
ठीक है
हमारा वेट कर।
एक भी गोली हम चलाते तुम आ जाइयो।
ईशा भी बी पे फ्लैश फेंक दे।
भाई फेस स्मोक
ऊपर बाबा
मारा, ये मिड वाला मारा।
सीधा रेड घुस रहा हूं, सीधा रेड घुस रहा हूं।
मेरे पे केव है, मेरे पे केव है।
चलो हम चारों ही साथ में चलते हैं।
ए जा रहा है।
ए जाओ बी पे दो है, बी पे दो है।
टेंपल ऊपर।
आ जा रेड में। नाइस
मेरा पता है नहीं हो रहा।
यही है बॉक्स पे रुक जा। नाइस कर रुक जा, मत कर।
कहाँ बॉक्स पे यार, ये रेड रूम के पास है।
अरे वो वहाँ से वहाँ चला गया भाई।
क्यों जूते वहीं बैठा ही तब से वो, जब विश्वास जब ब्लाइंड किया तभी भी वहीं था वो 100%।
चलेगा
मार देता मैं।
आपका भाई बहुत बढ़िया स्मोक था, हम बच गए, वो राउंड थ्रो होने वाला था, ऊपर आया था। अरे वो स्मोक बहन चोद ऊपर फट गया यार, स्मोक अच्छा था।
अबे उसकी पीक जा टूटी सब।
हां मैं स्मोक का दे सकता है भाई, दे सकता है। फिर से स्पॉन है हमारा, फिर से दे रहा फिर से दे।
अबे चाहे मैं काम कर तू फ्लैश मार दियो।
फ्लैश नहीं है मॉली।
अबे तुम डायरेक्टली भी आउट जा सकते हो 1 सेकंड के बाद मिड आउट, पता है क्या, अकेला है बंदा वो।
अरे एक आ रहा है वो।
अरे वो मॉली नीड मार देता था ना, तो मैं उसमें जल गया था एक राउंड बाद।
1 सेकंड सुन, 1 सेकंड के बाद
हो गया
ऊपर चढ़ा
मार।
अरे बे तुम तो
ओके भाई, तुम कोई मार
मॉली कर दो ना यार नीचे से।
लॉन्ची को बोलो
पीले रखे हैं वो, मेरे को लगता है एक्शन मॉली पड़ी आर्ची केव कर दे।
आर्ची के वो लग कर रहा है।
मारा किसने?
1 HP
भाई वो साइन बोर्ड में दिखाई नहीं मेरे को।
ये कॉपर होगा टेंपल, उसको डॉज क्या करना।
नहीं सीटी दे रहा।
और टाइमिंग मैच
उनको पता है
भाई।
क्या शैडो दिख रहा है उसको।
अरे जो भी मिड गया था ना वो मॉली कर देता है यार, वो ऊपर चढ़ के 2 मार गया। मैं जा रहा हूँ मिड भाई मॉली करने, और 2 सेकंड बाद आउट हो जाऊंगा। क्या तो सुन
अरे ऊपर से मत आओ ना मेरे भाई, ट्रस्ट में नीचे जाओ ना, लेट फ्लैश तुमका मार लेना उसको।
हां तो जाओ नीचे जाओ।
हां वैसे बात ही है कि तो
मैं जंप अप दे दूं,
एक ही बंदा है यार। नहीं मत
जंप अप दे रहा हूं,
अरे वो फ्लैशेस दे रहा है, कोई सीन नहीं है।
जंप अप मत दे, उसका ही फायदा हो जाएगा जंप अप से, छुप जाएगा स्मोक में। रुको आउट में जा, फ्लैश दे रहा हूं ठीक है, फ्लैशिंग
अंधा हूं
मैं ऊपर देख रहा हूं। डोनट जाओ
डोनट राइट साइड।
मैं मुझे कुछ नहीं आ सकता।
आगे दिया
मिड मारा, डोनट है। नाइस।
एक रेड रूम था
भाई, तुम
C4 क्या कफका कांचा ले लिया, साइड ले लिया,
पीटी कर दिया मैंने उसको।
जा स्मोक रिस्मोक कर देगा।
राजा भी चलाएगा
होगा यहाँ पे, कैसे
2 मिनट
व्हाट द फक।
हां 2 मिनट में एक ही है
एंटी
भाई, एक राउंड निकालना पड़ेगा। हां
भाई नहीं पता है यार, डोनट के अंदर वो मॉली कर दिया सामने साले ने, फिर नेड भी फेंक दिया।
अंदर उसका स्पैम बहुत रफ्ती था भाई, मैं नहीं कह रहा है कि हां जुदा है क्या। किसी को फ्लैश करना चाहिए एक्स्ट्रा, बोलो कांचा फ्लैश वापस कर, मैं देखो
जंप अप स्मोक करना सन, मैं टेल दे रहा हूं।
चल मैं भी जा रहा हूं कांचा के साथ।
ऊपर रखो तुम,
मैं देखा हूं तो मैं जंप अप भी देखा, जंप अप कुछ देखना
अपना स्मोक दे सकता तो दे दो पीछे। क्या अपना स्मोक दियो?
फेंक दिया मैंने, फेंक दिया।
मारा गेम।
नाइस मिड पर क्या
करना है बोलो। पीछे ग्रीन
यार, जंप अप गाइस।
अरे मारा एक उसने कफका नहीं,
और दूसरा आ गया एक बी पे
खेलता है यार जंप अप।
हां लास्ट जंप अप
के अंदर यार।
एंटी
मुझे पता तो इधर ही आ रहा वो फ्लैश करके।
जो निकले थे, चलो कोई ना, डी साइड पर राउंड निकले तो कैसे निकल रहे थे? बी पर निकल रहे थे, तो बी अपना 3 खेलते हैं। हाँ तीनों निकाल, ये लास्ट अपना था, शायद निकाल सकते।
मुझे पता भी था वो यहीं आएगा।
यस
जरा स्प्रे पूरा उसके ऊपर।
अब उस पे
हेड पे नहीं लगा,
एक बुलेट नहीं लगी। लो
छोड़ो चलो अभी इसको खेल।
अच्छा कर रहा है,
मैं ए पे लगाता हूँ मेन पे।
टीम भी आओ पहले ही से बता रहा हूँ।
अबे तू भी ले भाई,
कोई बात नहीं। हाँ वैसे ठीक है।
जलते हुए आए
बी जा कैसे उसकी फायर हेल्प कर
बी रास्ता भाई उनका अभी भी होगा ही।
अरे नहीं लो है एक
लो है नेट कर रहा हूँ
रैम चले गए मुझे
रेड हो गए सीपो लेके जाओ
हां सीपो नहीं है
हां कह रहे चले गए
बिल्कुल रोटेट हो गए
एक साइड ऑलरेडी गया होगा
साइड पे होगा हां तभी रोटेट होएगा किसी की कॉल पे
रेड देखना इशू
हां
दिखा केव सैम
केव में दिखा ना
एक बसी पर केव पे
इधर केव में पूरे को पलटा ना
माइक
एम इन आउट
हां लोडेड
क्लोज है ना
राइट पे
वहीं पर है
बिग बॉस के राइट है वो टेंपल भी आ सकता है
पीछे देख रहा हूं मैं नाइस
अरे भाई साहब क्लोज खड़ा है वो
बोला तब तक मैं मुझे लगा दिखा बोला
अरे क्लोज
लेफ्ट में एकदम दिखा था तुझे पता एकदम दिखा था तुझे लेफ्ट में वो
अब तू इतना स्लो जाएगा तो तुझे मार ही देगा ना वो घूमता रहता कुछ
चलो 2 राउंड और आ जाओ सेम
सुनो उनको पता 2 ऑफ है
तो मैं राइफल
अरे
एक भी चल जाओ
ऑफ बी लगा ना तू मैं भी लगाता हूं ऑफ
कैंपर पड़ा किसी का
हां ठीक है अब भाई केक अंदर 2 मत जाओ ना यार केक के एंट्रेंस पे रहो ना यार
मैं मॉली कर रहा हूं चला जा का
हां मैं आगे जा रहा हूं मेरे पे फ्लैश है
कैन बी रेड
आजा पीछे आजा
कैन बी रेड ठीक है डोनर देख रहा हूं ऑरेंज क्लियर कर ले रेड आगे वैसे 90% चांस नहीं होंगे कभी क्लियर है
हां छोड़ दे मत क्लियर मत करने जा
हां कर दी मैंने के
एक या 2 एक मैक्स 10 भी शायद पांचा अकेला है
छोड़ रहा हूं मैं आरकी रेड
एक केम इन
पीछे क्या डू नॉट वन रेड रूम
आउट इन
हाय विंग है ये
2 रेड
डू नॉट आ रहा है
येलो है मर गया
एक ऐसे अभी भी एमए लास्ट
फ्लैशबैक पक्का है
राउंड तो आया था
केयर बिहाइंड थ्रोइंग फायर C4 CT है एके पे खेल रहे हैं
डोंट ले लो
सामने 20 सेकंड Fire in the hole.
नाइस
नाइस रे कांचन नाइस
उनके पास कुछ बचा नहीं है बीरा क्या मिनट राइट
मेरी हार्ट बीट तेज होगी मैं मर जाऊंगा
उधर तुझे 2 मिल गए लकड़ी में तो टूट गया था
दिया मैंने एक भाई एक के दिया किसी को ले लो किट ले लेना सब
ऑफ एक ही कर लेना
हां एक ही ऑफ रखो
नहीं कर आरसीसी कर रहा था
नहीं ठीक है कर
भाई डोनट में फिर एंट्रेंस पे ही खेलना है बंदा लेफ्ट खेल लो ना तो मतलब डोनट आने दो उनको आना है तुम पास यूटिल नहीं है तो गन पे मैक्सिमम पे लेके आएंगे
सुन मैं पे ऑफ है मैं मार के मॉली करके पीछे हो जाऊंगा
हां वही चिंपा इतना यूटिल नहीं बचने वाला है
साउंड नहीं है
फ्लैश बी
भाई ये वाला क्या
आरती रुक नंबर क्या मर गया
2 मर लास्ट नो
आरती रुक
कैन बी सेव पंजा थोड़ी से बोल के करता था
भाई मैं ना मिड वॉकिंग देख रहा हूं ठीक है डू नॉट देख लो जरा मैं आरती चल कर
ठीक है
डोनट देख रहा है डोनट छोड़ सकता है
भाई अपने पे C4 है ना
कहां पे
कहीं पर भी नहीं है
अच्छा नहीं है
मेरे को तो स्पॉट भी नहीं हुआ था तभी आरती को रुका मैं
सही देख रहे हो सब सही देख रहे हो एकदम यही से देखते रहो सब
मॉली किया?
हाँ उसने खुद नहीं किया।
चल रहा है क्या?
हाँ बीरा
ऑफर आ रहा है।
रनिंग
चल
कमिंग भी
मॉली है मेरे पे, पिला मॉली कर दूं।
तेरे पीछे फ्लैश किया।
अरे वाह बीमे नहीं बैठा है वो, रुक जाओ। आया नहीं है, आया नहीं भाई।
वापस जा।
अच्छा केएफ
तू भी वापस जा।
वो होल्ड कर रहा है बस। क्या कर रहे हो?
प्लांटिंग छोड़ दे सब, रुक जाने दो उसको।
सेफ आ रहा था मैं।
अरे भाई फॉरवर्ड आ गया।
प्लांट करने जा रहा है।
अब प्लांट किया उसने।
क्या है?
भाई बोलेगा ना आप
बदला 30 सेकंड रुक जाओ ना, क्यों फड़फड़ा ऋषभ, रुक जा भाई।
अरे वो आ गया मैं तो डब्ल्यू बोलता नहीं तो।
तू 5-7 लेके दौड़ रहा है, सब कर रहा है, रुक जा।
अरे मैं क्योंकि M4 उठा रहा था, M4 देखा ना उठाया मैंने, बस वो था।
तेरे पास 5-7 है तो रुक जा साले, आने दे आरपी।
भाई तो एक राउंड ऋषभ ए पे ऑफ लगा, आरपी मेरा मेरे।
चल
हम फिर हम दोनों के अंदर ठीक है, मैं फॉरवर्ड नहीं जाऊंगा।
मिड चढ़ने के ऊपर
मिड का स्मोक है।
हाँ है।
सैम का है, सैम तेरा यहाँ पे
स्मोक करेगा तो लेट हो जाएगा।
सैम तेरा डब्ल्यू जंप थ्रू है सेंटर पे, ऊपर से लेके सेंटर तक आएगा डब्ल्यू जंप थ्रू।
कौन? एक सेकंड, क्या एल्बो करना है क्या?
हाँ
रुक जा मैं पिक दूंगा।
पक्का?
हाँ पिक।
नेगेटिव हुआ कहीं से भाई डर लग रहा है सैम तुझे।
पार्टी तू जो नॉर्मल मॉली होता है,
अब अल्लाह मालिक है, कर रहा हूँ, देखते हैं जो भी होगा।
ठीक है,
हाथ से कर देना, नहीं तो और क्या।
किसको?
अरे स्मोक उठा ले, ये स्मोक उठा ले। कहां गया आरपी कर?
देखो कुछ तो प्लान कर, ये दौड़ने का प्लान हो सकता है ना, बता रहा हूं।
हां देख रहा हूं मैं, एक किल तो ले लूंगा अर्ली पे।
मैं दे रहा हूं एल्बो स्मोक।
हां एल्बो स्मोक दे, और बी मेन देख के हो जाएंगे लेफ्ट के।
फेल हुआ तो गाली मत दे। मैं केव एंट्री नहीं कर रहा हूं,
मैं देख रहा हूं, नीचे देख रहा हूं।
केव के अंदर
स्मोक से मार गया था।
आके पुश करते हैं।
एक है केव।
हां पीरम नहीं आने वाला जल्दी इतना।
हां मार
पीछे चला जा
एलटी
भाई एक और भी है यार, रैंप वाला बंदा।
रीटेक करने का?
हां कर।
मनी है।
ये राउंड ट्राई कर ले, वो होल्ड कर रहा है, होल्ड चालू कर दिया।
अल्टो लगा के बैठा हूं जा। बेटा है भाई। बी एम इन फ्लैश
कह रहे यहां बी मोइन।
ये आ गए।
एक आएगा रेड पक्का।
अरे
एंटी
आज काम किया।
मैं करता हूं ड्रॉप अप।
तब से कुत्तों की तरह मार रहा है यार।
ये ले।
अरे थैंक यू। क्या दो M1 A4?
A4
यूटिल भी ले लेना। ए स्मोक वापस कर, स्मोक मैं तेरे को दे दूंगा। भाई डामो ले ले।
वो होल्ड करके खेल रहे हैं, जो अपन खेल रहे थे ना पहले, वही सही था।
ये पे आगे खेल।
आजा सैम, हम दोनों कंट्रोल लेके खेलते हैं। छोड़
ए पे आगे खेल रहे हो?
हां मैं अंदर जाके खेलूंगा, मरने का चांस है मेरा।
मैं पिक कर रहा हूं जल्दी।
जला
मिल गया मुझे।
मैं भी रोटेट कर रहा हूं।
पूरा पीछे आ गया मैंने।
ब्रो व्हाट द फक।
मैं रेड देखने जा रहा हूं।
तू रेड देख हां रेड देख।
अरे 40 का वो केव के नीचे था।
दियो बाप
Laying down smoke.
भाई गॉड।
आ सकते हैं इधर।
बी में ने
अरे मार दिया केव आ रहा है।
केव लो है।
केव एंटर कर रहे हैं। रेड मारा।
नाइस पुशिंग है।
सुनो ए फुल क्लियर है, अपना बंदा मिड रख लेगा।
हां कहां मारा है इसने?
दोनों है।
रुक जा
हम एक लो है।
ज्यादा रुकेगा वो इसको एक्सपेक्ट
अच्छा एक तो शायद केव गया और एक जहां तक राइट लेना है। राइट लेन डेड। ये जहां तक केव है साइड से क्लियर है।
किट मिल गया। टिक कर दो
कार की तेरे पे वो है।
सैम में मर जाऊंगा सैम में।
नाइस।
व्हाट
हां बुलेट ट्रेस करके मारा उसने और क्या। एक के लाइयो गन से।
नाइस राउंड अच्छा बहुत बढ़िया राउंड है।
कौन मारा
क्या
भाई?
कब का अपने
इसने तो अच्छा मारा। दे दिया मैंने अपनी कार को दे दिया। मेरे पे मौली नहीं है बस।
मैं ऊपर आ गई। मैं ऊपर रेंज कर रहा था।
ला दे।
ये पे आगे जा रहा हूं फिर से यार।
चल मैं यहीं पे आऊं क्या?
M4
नहीं सेम खेल सकते हो।
ठीक है मैं एम कर रहा हूं।
डोनट खेल लेना।
अरे मैं इधर आ गया था इधर। चल मैं जा रहा हूं डोनट जा रहा हूं ठीक है।
नहीं कर
मिड आ रही
ए भाई
फिर से लेके बैठ गया मैं।
हट पूरा खराब हो।
आरसी छोड़ दे तू। मिड देख रहा है ये मेरे।
ठीक है मैं भी जा रहा हूं।
टाइमिंग ना हुई हो पहले वाली।
पुश कर रहा हूं मैं यार।
एक केव है।
कांचा 2 किल मिलेंगे तेरे।
मैं तेरा किल देता हूं।
मार्क क्या हो गया?
नहीं करेंगे।
बीयू पुश मत करना भाई यहां बंद है। देखना भाई टी स्पॉन से होल्ड कर रहा है अभी भी।
एक केव के अंदर है।
मिड
एल्बो मिला गाइस।
एल्बो
मारा के
C4 मिला।
एक रैम भी है।
रैम पे C4
और एक टीबेस से।
क्या करूं मैं एल्बो रुकना। थोड़ा कुछ कर रहा हूं। केव क्या हो रहा है?
अरे मारना उसको रिसो। डेड।
वो किसी और की गन है।
लास्ट की तो पता है।
नाइस।
अरे कांचा मैं तो आ गया तो ग्लिच है वो।
क्या ग्लिच है?
अरे केव के अंदर
केव का साउंड आ रहा था ना।
हां वो ग्लिच आ रहा था ईशफ के ईयरफोन में आ रहा था। हां आ रहा था भाई मैं तो बी में पुश करता मुझे पता था वो स्मोक देगा क्यों क्या है।
भाई मिड आउट हो रेडूम को उसके मार दो
भाई एकदम तुरंत कांचा सुन ना वेट करके मत करा तुरंत कर ले मैं बता रहा हूं तुरंत ही कर ले।
अरे वो तुरंत में तुमको डैमेज खा जाओगे बात ये है।
अरे वो सुन अटलीनेट करेगा मॉली करेगा तो मर जाएगा।
मैक्टन लेकिन भागेगा मैक्टन लेकिन भागेगा। आरसी भाग मैं तेरा मॉली स्मोक कर दूंगा। तुरंत का फायदा ये है कि दो आएंगे तो निकल जाएगा। हां
मैं भी आ रहा हूं।
ईशा का मॉली स्मोक कर और डोनेट पुश कर देना मैं तो पहले सिटी स्मोक पास दे रहा हूं। और ये मैं
डोनट ब्लू है। नाइस।
अबे मेरे को क्यों मारेगा वो? मॉली किया मैंने।
स्लो हो जाओगे थोड़ा।
मर गया नाइस।
थोड़ा स्लो खेलना पड़ेगा।
रूम के बीच आ सकते हो।
अरे ए मिल गया ना।
आराम से पीछे थोड़ा भी थोड़ा आराम से।
हां तो रुक गया।
सब रुक जाओ सब। ए में ना सकता ना भाई तुम आओगे। एक सिटी दिखा सैम स्मोक कर सकता है ईशा।
आउट है वैसे वो।
साइड पर
बॉक्सेस सैम।
हेड मार रहा हूं।
भाई मैं टाइम भाई नहीं यार नहीं
सैम एक है इधर।
एक बॉक्स स्मोक नहीं है।
सब पर रोटेट नहीं कर रहा भाई वो।
भाई तुम थोड़ा जल्दी कर लो ना।
अरे आ ही गए थे यार।
स्मोक में ही है चला जाए पीछे। चला जाए टेंपल है इसको मार दो। टेंपल ऊपर है।
वो डोनट देख रहा था।
आया बाहर। मेरे पास दुनिया जहां का टाइम था पीछे जाने का साले।
अबे नहीं
फास्ट किया करो ना ईशम मैं तुझे कवर दे रहा हूं तू सिटी स्मोक भी दे रखा है मैंने आज
अरे सिटी स्मोक में गलत है यार मेरा।
तेरा नहीं इससे पहले भाई।
अरे फिर किसने बोल दिया कि आपका रुक जा?
वो जंप अप से आ ही नहीं भाई कोई भी क्या बताऊं।
ना पर क्यों दोनों रुक जाओ।
भाई दोनों ना मैं केव का स्मोक दे रहा हूं ईशम जाके मिड मॉली कर तुम दोनों ऊपर जाओ।
जंप अप मॉली करूं?
हां जंप अप के नीचे कर दे। चल अच्छी भाई। हां और
मैं तो आ ही रहा था डबल मार रहा था मैं तो।
नहीं भाई अरे आउट तो मत जा।
कोई भी नहीं है।
डोनेट मॉली करो आराम से।
आता हूं ऊपर आ रहा।
भाई एमएन तो मिड वाला बंदा इधर है, मिड ले लो, ना मिड ले लो।
चलो
मैं पीछे देखता हूँ तेरे। अरे
केयर एल्बो पहले बोल रहा हूँ, वो पुश किया था मेरे में।
Should we smoking?
राइट
Nice try.
मर गया।
Payment वाला मर गया। हाँ। Wall smoke net तुम दोनों पे भाई।
डोनट स्मोक कर दे।
बस स्मोक के आगे जा।
मैं राइट।
बहुत बढ़िया, उसकी हेल्प कर दियो बस काफ का।
बढ़िया रिपोजिशन कर ली, सही है बढ़िया। अरे तू खेल का प्लांट खेल का। हां ठीक है, प्लांट खेल।
एक टेंपल
एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करेंगे, मुझे नहीं पता डोनट एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे स्मोक का। स्मोक फ्लैश सब है, नेट तेरे पे आराम।
नाइस। टाइम है।
अरे बहन चोद मार गया कुत्ते का रड्डी।
रेड हो गया तो
यार वो गलत क्यों खेल रहे हो भाई, क्यों इतना जल्दी खिलवा रहा है भाई, रुक जा यार। तू भी एम इन अगर आया तो पीछे होल्ड करना कुछ देर, वहाँ पिलर तक, वो आगे है तो मार।
मैं कोई पास कहाँ लगाया इनको कि भागो, पीछे स्विंग किया ना, मैं नहीं बोला।
अरे एम इन भी यहाँ से खेलते हैं भाई, यहाँ पे ये वॉल है।
मैं केव का स्मोक देके बॉक्स करके आ रहा था।
मैं स्विच इसलिए कर रहा था क्योंकि वो ट्रेड उसका होने वाला था अपने बंदे का।
कोई नहीं, अभी गया राउंड भाई।
एक एक्शन फ्लैश टाइम को यहाँ पर मैं
मिड स्मोक किया हूँ, थोड़ा चिल कर रहा हूँ, देखते हैं क्या यूटिल आ रही है।
पीछे आजा, पेमेंट वाले मारते हैं बॉक्स करके।
नेट मोड आने दे।
मिड लिया उसने अकेले में, जंप अप आएगा
और 3 नेट है।
जंप अप आएगा शायद वो।
देख रहा हूँ, आया नहीं अभी। केयर जंप अप पर्पल फ्लैश दूं मैं। तुमने लगा के राइट लगा के रख, दिख रहा तुझे?
हां
मिड एंट्री ट्राई कर रहा हूं मैं,
कुछ भी नहीं दिख रहा।
क्लोज देखो थोड़ा बहुत आगे दिख सकता है।
अबे स्मोक ना पुश किया हो, मार जाएगा।
रेडून दिखा,
देख रहा हूँ कि
जा रहा हूँ पीछे, सीधा बी आ रहा हूँ।
मैं खेल लेता हूँ फिर।
आरपी से स्मोक ले।
डैम मेरे पे स्मोक चाहिए।
हाँ मैं देता हूँ स्मोक।
फ्लैश दो भाई, कोई फ्लैश दो, अच्छे फ्लैश दे दूंगा मैं, स्मोक दे दो मुझे।
पापा ऐसे कुछ कर मारेंगे।
मैंने स्मोक यार एक
मैं फ्लैश दे रहा हूं, जाओगे एंट्री?
हां दे।
बैक साइड
एक क्लियर है, एक
पिलर है,
प्रेशर मारा।
बढ़िया।
अबे 2 ए पे एक ही भी पे 2 ए पे।
डॉट वाला जिंदा अभी भी जिंदा है।
मैं केव देख रहा हूँ
यार बी में ना, वो जिंदा है।
अरे भाई
मर जाएगा तू। फिर बहन को फिर पिक किया तुम लोगों ने बी पे यार, मैं आके यूटिल दे रहा हूँ भाई, रुक जाओ थोड़ा, एंट्री ट्राई भी क्यों कर रहे हो यार?
भाई कांचा हम पता है कब से होल्ड कर रहे हैं, मैं घुसा भी नहीं हूँ, उसने मुझे पीक किया भाई।
थोड़ा पीछे हो जाओ ना, ये मैं भी तो पीछे आया हूँ ना मिड से। भाई तुमने मिड में जब एंगल ले लेते यार,
बहुत देर से होल्ड किया है कांचा, हम लोग
अरे
मार दिया।
वो 1 मिनट भी नहीं बीता यार, 1 मिनट बाकी है।
1 मिनट हो गया था, तू तो 1 मिनट बाद आया ना मिड से उधर घूम के।
1 ही मिनट हुआ ना।
हां तो
1 मिनट रुको ना थोड़ा और
भाई, पता सैम एक सही बात, इस राउंड पे अगर हम लोग को और 2 सेकंड मिलता ना, अगर 2 सेकंड कसम।
हां यार हम सब होते हैं
तो मैं बता रहा हूं तेरे को, ए पे 2 बंदे थे, एक मैं मार देता, एक ट्रेड हो जाता, एक मैं मार देता, तुम लोग को 4v2 मिल जाता शायद।
लास्ट के 30 सेकंड तक यही
बस 2 सेकंड ज्यादा नहीं, 2 सेकंड।
कोई बात नहीं,
मेरे फ्लैश पैंट भी मिल गई थी भाई, सोच ना 2 लोग मर गए थे।
ठीक है
यार, वो जिंदा था, वो जो डॉगे था, मैंने बोला भी था वो पीछे आएगा पक्का।
वो अकेला घुस के किल 2 किल लेके इरिटेट कर लिया और कुछ अकेला।
कोई नहीं वो करो भाई।
अरे नहीं मैं जा रहा हूं, मैं जा रहा हूं इसको कैंसिल करो भाई। अरे मम्मा उठ जाते 4 बजे, 4:15 बजे।
4 पे तो खत्म हो जाना है, इसको 45
मिनट खत्म हो जाएगा। एक खेल लेना ईशा आखिरी।
चलो
करेक्ट है,
मेरा ऑटो सेप्ट है बेंच। भाई इनकी कमी थी यार, रिफी की भाई बहुत दौड़ते हैं हमारे।
that's a reasonable aspiration.
ओवरपास खेलने वाले हैं, सबको आता है ना ओवरपास?
हेलो भाई मेरा नहीं भाई ओवरपास भूल गया बहुत टाइम। हाँ बोल सुन रहे हम लोग। मैं स्मोक वोक नहीं दे पाऊंगा तेरे को, बस यही बता।
टेस्ट लगा दे।
So in conclusion, so far 2025 has been a very exciting year. A lot of major milestones. Made clear, demonstrable progress in autonomy that a lot of naysayers said we would not achieve. But it's worth noting that we have done what we said we were going to do. Doesn't mean we're always on time, but we get it done. And our naysayers are sitting there with egg on their face.
User disconnected from your channel.
So
भाई उसका पीसी क्रैश हो गया, बाहर ही नहीं पाएगा वो।
Great progress that's the team. Yeah, I do think if Tesla continues to execute well with vehicle autonomy and humanoid robot autonomy, it will be the most valuable company in the world. It's a lot of execution between here and there. It doesn't just happen. But provided we execute very well, I think Tesla has a shot at being the most valuable company. Anyway, obviously I'm extremely optimistic about the future of the company. Best way to predict the future is to make it happen, and we're making it happen here with the Tesla team. So I'd just like to say thanks to all of our supporters, and I think we've got an incredibly exciting future.
Great. Thank you very much, Elon, and Devon has for your next as well.
Travis, as Elon mentioned, Q2 was an interesting quarter in few respects. We started ramping up the production of the new Model Y at all our factories. We rolled out our robotaxi service in Austin and delivered a car completely autonomously directly from the factory to the customer's home. It is a seminal point to get to this thing. I mean, it took a lot of effort, and I really want to thank everybody at Tesla to make this happen. It wasn't an easy thing to do, but we did it. It took time, but we've just begun the next phase of the company.
Hello.
The One Big Bill has a lot of changes that will affect our business in the near term. The first among those changes is the repeal of the IRA EV credit of $7,500 by the end of this quarter. Given the abrupt change, we have limited supply of vehicles in the US this quarter, as we have already begun lead times to order parts to build cars. We've rolled out all our planned incentives already and will start paying them back as we start to sell. If you're in the US and looking to buy a car, place your order now, as we may not be able to guarantee delivery orders placed in the later part of August and beyond. The bill also made changes to certain emission standards by reducing the amount of penalty to zero. This in turn will have impact on the new sales of regulatory credits to other OEMs, and in turn will lead to lower earnings. While we never plan our business around such sales, it will nonetheless impact our total revenues. On the automotive product portfolio, the entire lineup is updated. Globally, we're seeing an increase in the number of test drives. We started the production of the lower cost model as planned in the first half of 25. However, given our focus on building and delivering as many vehicles as possible in the US before the EV credit expires, and the additional complexity of ramping a new product, the ramp will happen next quarter, slower than initially expected. One thing which is grossly underappreciated, and Elon talked about it, is that all our vehicles in the lineup are capable of autonomy. This is by far the biggest differentiator between us and the competition. Our vehicles top safety standard as is, but with FSD, they are and will continue to set a new standard for safety within vehicular transportation. We published our vehicle safety report earlier today. You can see a car on FSD is 10x safer than the car not on it.
लेकिन हट ही नहीं रहा, 10 मिनट पे फंसा हुआ है लास्ट 5 मिनट
FSD adoption in
क्या हो गया कांचा?
पुल डाउन निकलवा रहा हूँ इसका पीसी चल ही नहीं रहा, चालू ही नहीं हो रहा।
अरे यार कितना टाइम?
22 क्यू में दिखा रहा है भाई, वो 22 पे रुका हुआ है, ना हिल रहा है ना डुल रहा है।
चलते हैं फिर, कल देखते हैं।
मुश्किल ही है अभी काटना भी।
सोते हैं फिर अब। चल मैं हूँ इधर, मेरे को बता दियो ठीक है, 20-25 मिनट हूँ।
हाँ वही बोल रहा हूँ, 20 मिनट रुक जाओ। 5 कितना 20 हो रहा है ना, 35 तक।
3:30 तक हो गया तो ठीक है, वरना तेरे को पता जाना पड़ेगा।
हाँ हाँ वो हिल ही नहीं रहा 22 से।
बुक कर दिया मेरे को, कोई सीन नहीं।
उसका भी तो पीसी भी तो स्टार्ट नहीं हो रहा।
वो तो कुछ करेगा और क्या उसका।
Microphone muted.
Nick, what up?
Hey, what's up?
How are you, bro? One sec. Holy shit, you got the
increase
what?
Around 300 million, with approximately 2/3 of that impact in automotive and rest in energy. In manufacturing and sales, the full impacts will come through in the following quarters, and so costs will increase in the near term. While we are doing our best to manage these impacts, we are in an unpredictable environment on the tariff front. The margins for the energy generation and storage businesses improved sequentially, while deployment reduced, primarily due to the ramp of power deployments at higher margins. We were able to achieve our highest gross profit for the business yet. Note that the overall deployments will continue to vary quarter to quarter. I think Elon covered this, that industrial storage will make a difference in this drive towards AI and data center growth. The energy requirements are increasing at a rapid scale as AI applications are very energy hungry. The quickest path to scale up energy is deploying storage. This is something that our customers have started realizing, and despite this business having the largest impacts from tariffs, we're seeing customers willing to accept some of the tariff impacts. The big bill has certain adverse impacts even for the energy business, most notably on the residential storage business due to the early expiration of consumer credits by the end of this year. The challenges of the storage business therefore remain both from the bill and from tariffs, and we're doing our best to try and manage through this, but we will see shifts in demand and profitability. The margins for our service and other businesses improves sequentially, primarily due to higher profits from supercharging and improvement in insurance and service center profitability. Operating expenses also grew sequentially as we continued our investment in AI projects, including additional expenses related to employee-related costs, including higher stock-based compensation and depreciation for AI compute. Our operating expenses, especially R&D related spend, will continue to grow. We believe even in the current environment, it is the right strategy to keep making investments in these areas to position us for the long term. Other income grew sequentially, primarily from the mark-to-market adjustment on Bitcoin holdings, which was $284 million gain in Q2, while being $125 million loss in Q1. Just want to remind people that this would keep creating volatility based on the Bitcoin pricing. While operating cash flows increased sequentially, so did our CapEx, resulting in $146 million of free cash flow. We continue to make investments in various aspects of manufacturing, like the Cybercab, semi-lines, and other manufacturing spend, and the expansion of our AI initiatives. Our latest expectation for the year in terms of CapEx is in excess of $9 billion. To summarize, we have near-term challenges in our business due to the
Can you hear me?
again, when you've been elite, and I mean elite, and people have forgotten this about you, Kindar, because Team Liquid will kill anyone's career. When you've been elite, and your Kindar was the unplayable entry fragger, I've never seen anything like this. This was Prime Apex, Prime Freiburg. People were all accusing him of cheating in the online era. You just peek and fucking bang your head off, and you couldn't do fuck all about it. Even if you had a weird off angle, you just seemed to have the read on it. Your Kindar was sick, and I want that back because, again, I think I deserve it. I think you deserve it. I think we deserve good Counter-Strike in our lives. And so, your Kindar, I'm glad he signed with Furia. I think it's the right place for him. I don't care about today's results. I'm going to wait until the end of Fissure and see where we're at. Your Kindar is a good player, and then, you know, obviously as well at the major really showed that he could be in a renaissance period. So this is great. I love what Furia are doing. I've been critical because obviously Keserato and Yuri have just decided they're never leaving Furia under any circumstances. Signed 5-year contracts, 10-year contracts, 30-year contracts. It doesn't matter. They're never going anywhere. Fallen, he just will not ever stop. He's got no quit in him, apparently. He's a rifler now and actually doing okay, which is like probably the maddest thing about this lineup. They found a young Kazakhstani AWPer who, yes, he's kind of got a bit of the Drakens in him in the pressure games. That'll go with experience and time. And they're bringing your Kindar back from the dead. What's there to hate about Furia anymore? Turns out not much. This is a thumbs up. Love this. Glad you extended his contract. Glad your Kindar's. 2 thumbs up for your Kindar being back and happy and playing with a smile on his face again. And love everything about it. So good stuff. Spirit have benched Magix. Now, I've got my own selfish, idiosyncratic reasons for look, a roster move very rarely makes me excited to the point of genuine joy anymore. Think about my career and how long I've been doing this, 2 decades. I've seen it all. I may have punched the air when I heard the news Magix was cut. I never want to hear him again. I never want to hear him again in any context ever. I was super sad when we hovered over his...
अभी भी बता वो मतलब या तो ड्राइवर में कुछ इशू है तो माउस में दिक्कत है, वो सिंगल क्लिक पे नहीं हो रहा ढंग से। अभी चैनल ज्वाइन करने पे मुझे मतलब एक बार क्लिक किया नहीं हुआ, दूसरी बार क्या तब हुआ। ड्राइवर देखूंगा इसका
जाना से खराब तो नहीं होगा, reset ho gaya hoga, baat alag hai.
His name and saw that he was 22 years old, so it probably means I am going to have to hear him again. But this guy could kill a fucking broadcast stone dead. It is unbelievable. And as a member of the broadcast talent pool now, I have a very different feeling about Magic's funny, Magic's do funny interviews. I mean, listen, me and Maui Snake are diametrically opposed on this. If you watch the latest episode of Snake and Banter, Maui's going, oh yeah dude, like I'm totally like a libtard from like California, and I just want to say that like yeah, Magix bro is like, he's the only player that has like, I know, like any charisma. I'm actually getting better at this impersonation as it's going on. Any charisma on that team. He did all the interviews. He said all the funny lines. I don't even know who's going to have aura anymore on that organization. I mean, talk about cultural impact, but who is going to take over? I'm going to just say this. Fuck you, Maui. Fuck your opinions. Reddit is right about you. Fuck you forever. Spoiler alert. Just in case anyone takes the joke and like takes the clip and goes, Richard hates Maui's it too. Magic's interviews were never funny. They were just simply rude. And what he did to Dinko, and I love little Dinko, little lovable rascal Dinko dying in Indian slum for the benefit of esports. I love Dinko, and he's a really good kid with a good, pure heart. Really good, such a nice, he's a sweet, lovable guy against all of the odds. And esports hasn't corrupted him, and we must protect Dinko at all costs, as they say. And what Magix did to Dinko with that interview after they lost, where he gave him nothing, that was a professional discourtesy. It was rude. It ruined the broadcast, and it had a huge negative impact on Dinko's career. Because you see, players don't think about anything beyond my emotions, my sweet, sweet emotions. You should be doing losers interviews. You should be doing an hour-long press conference after you lose the most heartbreaking, sad game of your life. Do you know why? You get paid millions to do this. Just give us a little bit back in return with the media work. Every other sportsman manages to do it, but when it comes to esports, your feelings are fucking sacrosanct. Fuck your feelings. Losing is as much part of this as winning. You don't just get to talk and fucking share your thoughts when you're on top of the world. I want to see you when it's rock bottom as well. I want to know what makes you tick. And do you know why I get to do that? I'm a fan. I buy your jersey. I buy...
ले सकता है कहीं से ले लो।
अभी सॉफ्टवेयर डाउनलोड किया। दो बारी खान जब सब कुछ क्लिक करना पड़ रहा है, एक बार गेम में देख ले रहा।
दो बार में खोल रहा है मतलब तेरा माउस सही है मेरे भाई, तेरा कुछ सिस्टम में इशू है ना। तेरा
सिस्टम में क्या भाई, अपडेट मार दो विंडोज का जो अपडेट आया है।
हाँ एक बार कुछ तो हार्ड रीसेट है, कुछ तो होगा ही होगा।
दो बार में नहीं मतलब देख लो उस पे जैसे विंडो ये क्रोम का अपना वो है आइकन, उस पर क्लिक कर रहा हूँ तो कुछ नहीं हो रहा भाई। इसमें तो चल रहा है सब भाई गेम में।
देख के लो रहा है सारे बाइक
मैं उस पे कर रहा हूँ, क्या बोलता है, नहीं हो रहा, एक बार में नहीं दब रहा। मतलब उस पर रख के दबाना पड़ रहा है, समझ रहा है। कैसे पता लगाऊं माउस में दिक्कत है या पीसी में,
पता नहीं चलेगा भाई।
मैं एक दिन खेल ले आता हूँ। पूरा डेथ मैच लगाया है, नहीं एक बार में बाय भी नहीं हो रहा, शूट भी नहीं हो रहा गान से। भाई ये अचानक से नहीं हुआ है, कुछ दिक्कत है गान से। मैं क्लिक कर रहा हूँ चल ही नहीं रहा, समझ रहा है। हाँ मुझे तो क्लिक कर दिया भाई उन्होंने। मैं क्लिक कर रहा हूँ, क्लिक नहीं चल रहा। एक बार वो अपडेट कर ले रहा हूँ भाई। कर ले रहा हूँ विंडोज अपडेट एक बार। यार एक वो होता था ना जहाँ सब दिखता था, रुक गया। कंट्रोल पैनल, हार्डवेयर, डिवाइसेस एंड प्रिंटर्स, डिवाइस मैनेजर, माउस। माउस में तो 4 माउस आ रहे हैं।
कैसा 4 माउस?
एक आ रहा है HID कंप्लायंट माउस, HID 3 ये ही लिखे हैं HID, और एक है PS पब्लिक 2 कंपैटिबल माउस। The best drivers are already installed. सुन ना, मेरे पास रेजर वाइपर मिनी भी रखा है ना।
हाँ देख लो उससे।
वही का
वो सही चल रहा है, मतलब माउस खराब।
G102 भी रखा है वैसे तो। ये शायद खराब हो चुका है G102। ये चल रहा है एक बार G102। ये चल रहा है, सही चल रहा है। पट
वो सही है मतलब।
हाँ G102 सही है। माउस
हाँ,
खराब
तो नया
है।
माउस ले ले भाई।
हाँ। एक बार खेल के देखूं?
क्या खेल के?
मतलब अगर तुम लोग खेल रहे हो तो मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ G102 से पढ़ना है।
नहीं नहीं सर, साथ में बैठेगा नहीं इसको।
Amazon पे सेम रेट है या हाई है? हाँ ये फटाफट चल रहा भाई का, फटाफट। माउस खराब हो। मुझे ये भी नहीं याद है मैंने ऑर्डर किससे किया था, वेंट एक बार वारंटी देख लूँ। कांचा ये हाइपर एक्स पल्स फायर कोर कौन सा माउस होता है?
गंदा है, 3000 के आते हैं मेरे कार, मेरे पास थे।
मेरे को 1200 का मिल रहा है।
मतलब जिस पे खेलता है वही ले भाई। फालतू का वो कर रहा है। अगर ज़्यादा दिमाग खराब है तो मेरा वाला ले, तो उतना तो खर्च नहीं करेगा।
कौन सा वाला तेरा?
नए टाइप का माउस ट्राई करना है, कर ले, थोड़ा सा आगे जाएगा तो।
कितने का है?
बोल।
का माउस ही गया है, दूसरा माउस सही चल रहा है इसके पास।
तो क्या खेल रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं?
नहीं
मैं खेल नहीं पाऊंगा ना।
हाँ ठीक है, सो जा।
फालतू का मतलब
हाँ
ये है मेरे पास, सैम लेना है तो ले सकता है तू। तेरे मतलब